Okay, I'm back. So I've had to make a new stream, but that's okay. So sorry you lost your chat on the other one. But Diz is already there in the chat. I realise I have to swap over the chat on the screen here because this is the old chat still showing on the screen. Need to change that. So I'll do that now. There you go. And then what I also need to do is welcome people to this show if they're just watching it now and catch up. So this is part 4. The reason why I keep stopping the stream, and it's not stopping on Twitch, it's not stopping on Twitch, it's not stopping on TikTok, but I have to stop it on here on YouTube. And the reason being is that if I do there's YouTube. If I do a stream that's more than 12 hours long, then it doesn't save it. So in order to save this record attempt, I'm having to turn it off and lose a minute. And you know what? They might take a minute off the record for whatever I get. If I get more than 45 hours and 45 minutes, okay? So we're on 32 hours and 31 minutes. So 32 hours. So we've got another 13 hours to go, and 13 hours and 15 minutes to go, and then hopefully we'll have the record. And then I'll just see how long I can survive. I can just learn how long I can go on for after that. So welcome to the show. If you just come here, I am going into this long dark tea time of the soul now, because this is going to be very difficult. I've got to try and stay awake. I'm gonna have a break in a little bit and have a little bit of a run and just run around the block or something to just keep active and get me blood moving and stuff, get me blood pumping. I'm trying to set the Guinness World Record for the longest solo live stream, and at the moment Guinness say that it has to be at least 45 hours and 45 minutes long. The rules are I'm allowed 5 minutes comfort break on each hour, and I can bank them. So I've only taken, I've so far taken an hour or just over an hour off, and that means I've banked, because I've been going now for 32 hours and 32 and a half hours. I've got 160 hours all up, and I'll take 80 minutes off. Sorry, 160 minutes. I'm gonna take 80 off that, so that leaves me with 80 minutes. So I've got 80 minutes now to play with. So that means that the more I do, the more I can bank, and the more later on tonight, whenever I need to. If I hit that wall, I can just go over to the couch over there, put a blanket over me, and snuggle up and just go to sleep for half an hour, and then recharge my batteries, get my brain back in functioning order, go upstairs, splash my face with some cold water, and continue on. You're doing fantastic, Graham, says GM Lovey. Oh, thank you, GM. Mystique, the Tina Jones. Whoop, whoop. Lucky you, I play you playing on my phone. Still here. I'm watching, listening, just playing games. Huge achievement, Hughes. Keep it up, says DTK. Listen. I might not succeed. There is a good chance. I've got another 13 hours to go from now in order to set this record. So I've got to go till at least 7:30 tomorrow morning. So it is going to be. I think what I'll try and do is make sure that I go until 9 o'clock, and then tomorrow morning I'm just going to try and stay awake. I'm just going to try and keep going. Yeah, that's the main thing. So I'll see how far into the night I can go. And then when I hit the wall, and I'm like, I am barely keeping it together, I'm barely being able to read, I'm barely able to do anything, that's when I will strike. On the 20, this Andrew Ray, on the 27th of June, you will have a split personality watching England play Panama. Will you have both flags on Ginger Island? Oh no, I want Panama to win. Let me right back. Sorry, I've got cheese and crackers. Oh, that's a fine way to dry my mouth up. Mm. 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 Okay. I think I'm going to leave them. Totally gummed my mouth up. Well, anyway, friends, we are going through. Give me something to talk about for 48 hours. I'm going through every country in the world and telling you about how awesome they are. So, just so you know, this is Madagascar. I came on a boat from Comoros. I actually came on a boat from Dar es Salaam. Got the Shishiwani 2. God knows what happened to Shitiwani 1. It was very shitty. And then I got this another boat the next day to Mahajanga, which is amazing. And then I travelled down to Antananarivo, the capital. And from there, I went to Tarmasina. Now, in Tarmasina, there is a lemur sanctuary. Friends, like, they've got lemurs there. Like, I can't tell you how awesome. Lemurs are just the most awesome thing that ever existed and will ever exist on the planet. They're just amazing. I spent the whole day. I basically had the place to myself. It was great. Spent the whole day just dicking around with lemurs, which is, actually, come on, that's a dream, isn't it? That's living the dream. Can't see where it is here, but it was around Tarmasina, so I went there. Oh, what's that? Cherry. That's a walking thing. Fishing weir. Contractors camp. Search Google Maps. Lima. Rescue. I think it's a Lima rescue. No. Lima Sanctuary. Why have we got this red ruffle thing going on? Lima Sanctuary, Madagascar. Lima Island? Nah, it wasn't that far away. It was just outside. It was just outside here. Closest you can get to 16. Maybe it was this. Oh, it couldn't have been that far away, was it? Maybe that it was it. Vacona Lima Island. Maybe that's where I went. I mean, come on. Lemurs are the bomb. Lemurs are the absolute bomb. Why would you want to do anything else with your life other than go and just hang out with lemurs forever? That's a shit picture. That's a good picture. There's no lemur in it. There's a crocodile. That's not a lemur. There's people. They're not lemurs. Where's the lemurs? There's the lemurs. Ha ha ha. Oh, I love him. Awesome. No, that's not a lemur. Oh, that's a lemur. That's got a baby lemur inside it. Anyway, cool. Listen, right. We're gonna. Oh, they got rid of my. They got rid of my thing. Right. So I came from Comoros, and then I went to Mahajanga. Then I went to Antananarivo. Then I went along here. Oh, go away. Don't go. Then I went to Tarmasina. And then from there is a ferry that takes you to Reunion Island. Right. So then I dicked around. I went to do Reunion. Went over to that place. What's it called? Mauritius. Went back to Reunion. Actually do. And then went back to Mauritius. That actually happened. And then I needed to get on another boat. Oh no, that's not. Oh no. I'm lying. It wasn't that. faffy. So basically, what happened was, I got on the boat. I think in Madagascar. Sorry, in Mauritius here. But then the boat went back to Reunion, so it's quite funny because I didn't need to go back to Reunion. I didn't even need to go to Reunion, and then that dropped me off here. And then what I did was I went up to there's a place at the top here called Antsiriana there. I tried to get a boat to go to this Farquhar. See this Farquhar Island, Lord Farquhar Island. I tried to get a little sailboat to take me up there, but no one would. So then I headed back down to here along the coast. I went down here, and I went back to Mahajanga. I was stuck there for a little bit, but oh my god, what a place! Honestly, I just ate lobsters every night. They had the lobsters for like $5. Like you could just have a whole lobster for $5. It was ridiculous. It was awesome. And then I was like the only tourist there. And then I headed back to Comoros. Got stuck there for 3 weeks. So that wasn't fun. Get rid of all that. Get rid of all that nonsense. One thing I want to say about Madagascar. Oh, my mum's there. Hello, Mum. Hello, Mum. The title screen came up in there. That wasn't supposed to happen. Gotta say, Madagascans, bloody gorgeous. Bloody gorgeous. Seriously. Like, do you know why? Geography. That's all it is. Just geography. Simple, honest to God, geography. Because here's the facts, ladies and gents. Here's the facts, some stacks. Making some fat stacks. Sorry, I've got to. Oh God, it's killing me. This. Why are you doing? Why are you doing this? What are you doing? Right. So, sorry, my computer's being an idiot. Right. There's the world. Right. There's the world. Right. And you got Africa. Right. You got India over here. You got Southeast Asia. Right. You got the Middle East. And you got these people coming over from Europe. You got these people coming over from North America. You know, the North Americans coming over, and they're all coming here to Madagascar. They're all coming here. So do you know what happens when everyone goes to Madagascar? Right, they all get together because love conquers all. So what you end up with is essentially the opposite of a Habsburg chin. And you know, beautiful people. And I said that earlier when I was going through the bees, because we're going through every country in the world in alphabetical order. I said about like Bolivia, one of my favorite countries, wouldn't knock it. But I do have a little bit of advice to give to anyone who's thinking of, you know, setting up a civilization, having certain religious practices that, you know, one is supposed to follow if they are to do this. Guinness World is a long-time watcher and rising star in your life. Yay! Guinness World Records. Thank you. We're trying to set a Guinness World Record today. We have been going now for how many hours? This isn't a timer. This is a clock. Okay, so it's the clock in the UK at the moment. And we have been going for 32 hours and 44 minutes. We started at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Listen, if you're going to start your own, little, you know, way of doing things, right? Top tip. Absolutely top tip, right? Listen to me on this one. Don't sacrifice your best looking women and or men to the mountain gods or the volcano gods or the sky gods or the pits of hell gods or whatever gods you have. Just think what you're doing before you... That's all I'm saying. You've been at it for quite a while. Stay strong. Thank you. Thank you, Benny Larson. Awesome, Benny. Mystique. Tina Jones. Zoom in on South Africa. I'll point out where I was conceived. Cool. I don't know why you know that. There's South Africa. There. I see it. A little bit of South Africa. Go to Durban. Get a bunny. If you haven't had a Durban bunny, you haven't lived. Simple as that. If you don't know what a Durban bunny is, sorry. You know, it's fine. It's fine. You know, I don't think less of you. It's just, I just feel sad for you. Because you don't know what a Durban bunny is. You may never know what a Durban bunny is. It's a bunny from Durban. Best bunny there is, man. Best damn bunny there is. Right. Have I sold you Madagascar? Like, seriously, if you got to go somewhere in the world, Madagascar. Make sure it's safe. I don't know what's happening in Madagascar at the moment. Yeah. Ugliest first, then I guess hands up, people. How about Cuthbert? Right? How about we don't sacrifice anyone? Okay, let's just don't sacrifice anyone and just let the chips fall where they may. But yeah, if you want to sum up the genetic pattern of the people of Madagascar, you got to say it's a diametric opposite of the Habsburg chin. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're going to move on now to the next M. Now, there's loads of M's, so we really should be trucking on with this. And we spent I've spent far too long in Madagascar because I love it. Look at the picture. Look at the picture, right? Not around the picture. Look at the picture. Ringtail lemurs. How can you not fall in love? A dancing safaka literally can't walk, so it has to, because it's evolved to jump from tree to tree. And it's just look at those trees. Look at those baobab trees. Look at them. They're crazy. They're just brilliant, like out of a cartoon. They're so good. And I'm going to give you another fact. In fact, do you want another fact? Come here. I'll tell you something else. Right. I don't know if I'm right about this. I think I am. See that chunk of Madagascar, right? Do you see it? Right there, right? You see Australia there? You see the Great Australian Bight? Yeah? Okay, all right. Come on back over here, right? Yeah? Are you seeing it? Just turn Madagascar on its side, right? Turn Madagascar on its side, right? Just look at that. Right? Right? You looking at it? Yeah. Okay. And then now look at that. Are you seeing it? Because I'm seeing it. I'm seeing that Great Australian Bight. That bight is Madagascar. Australia was, at some time, attached sideways to Africa. Obviously, this little pointy bit there was there in Mozambique. That little bit snuggled in there. And that bight was Australia. And you don't believe me? When you go to Madagascar, check out the colour of the soil in Madagascar. The colour of the soil in Madagascar is a dead spit of the red, highly ionized, not ionized, what's it called? It's got a lot of iron in it. It's got a high content of iron. So you get that rusty red, that real red that you get in Australia. You also get it in Madagascar. Yeah, work that one out. Hey, I might be wrong. I might be right. But there you go. Kathy Penji. Well done, Graham. You're amazing. Oh, thank you. Port 4. Yay, says person impersonator. Woo, Yakasha. Is the goal working yet? This whole thing. And thanks so much to anyone who's chipped in the super chat so far. We've been like, should we chip in a super chat? And I'm like, yeah. Is this working? All right, so I'm going to put that down. One super chat. We've got half an hour. Give it a second. Anyone wants to phone in. Iron oxide. That's the one. Iron oxide. Isn't Australia shifting northward? Ooh. That sounds like something it might do. Are you saying that Australia is a bit shifty? Got any good Australian jokes? I have. How long does it take to have for an Australian to have a shit? About 9 months, unless it's premature. Oh, sorry, Ozzy. I'm joking. It's a joke. I normally say that about Manx. But I thought there might be some Manx watching this. I'm old enough to remember Johnny Morris's Ringtail Lemurs. Yes, Johnny Morris's Ringtail Lemurs. Awesome. Right, okay, so I think I've sold you Madagascar enough. Honestly, one of my most favourite places in all of the world. Now I'm going to go over to somewhere nearby, not far away. And it's another place that I really like. I really enjoyed going there. I've only really been there once, and I just travel through it. But it is here. It is the country of Malawi, on Lake Malawi. So this used to be called Nyasa Land, and this used to be Lake Nyasa, and it's not anymore. It's called Lake Malawi, and the capital is called Lilongwe, and I had to go the Lilongwe round when I went there. Yeah, Malawi is a really, really cool little place. I stayed in Zomba. I think that's where I stayed when I went there. I think I stayed the night in Zomba, and then I headed up the next day past Lilongwe, and I went to Gender. I went to a gender reveal party. there in Malawi, on the border with Zambia, and there was just one guy standing on the border. It was nighttime. I didn't realize it was like a dirt track to get there, and he's like, "The border's closed," and I'm like, "I just want to get a photo of me in front of the sign," and he's like, "All right then." So he's just standing there. I'm just getting a photo in front of the sign. He's like, "Yeah, okay." And I'm like, "So I'm definitely I'm definitely in Zambia," and he's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're in Zambia. You're in Zambia." And it wasn't until afterwards that I realized. See this road. It kind of ran alongside the border with Zambia, and my GPS was all over the shop. It showed that I was in Zambia when I actually wasn't in Zambia. So I was like, "Oh, okay." Because sometimes when it got like a bad signal, like it wasn't getting a signal, it got really inaccurate, and you'll know it. I mean, it was obvious. It wasn't just like, a load of them in a row. It would be like, it would go from here to there and then there to there, like across the road. So it was sort of zigzag across the road. And I was a little bit worried about it actually when I was going to be presenting my evidence, because I didn't get a stamp. He didn't stamp my passport for Zambia. He said, "Oh, I can't stamp it. It's not, And I'm like, okay, well, I got a picture of me with the sign saying, you're now entering Zambia, right? But it didn't matter in the end, because in the end, at the end of my journey, I had to get to South Sudan, which wasn't the country when I started the journey. It's not a country now. There it is. South Sudan. That wasn't the country when I started the journey. It became a country, and I had to get back there. Lucky me, I ended up in back in back in Reunion Island. I got dropped off there by the cruise ship I was on. Went over to Mauritius. Managed to get it was the last cargo ship of my journey, and I managed to get on a Maersk ship. It's the only Maersk ship that I managed to get on. Maersk ships are really difficult to blag your way onto. I mean, it took me 4 years, but at the end of it, I managed to do that. And that took me to Africa. So then I headed up to Joburg, met up with a friend of mine in Joburg, and the next day headed up to Harare. So I went into Zimbabwe proper, and then went to Lusaka there in Zambia. So definitely got my passport stamped, and then it was up to Tanzania here. I don't think I went to Dar es Salaam. I think I just kind of went straight to Nairobi. I think I might have got a bus like that, went straight to Nairobi. And then I went to Kampala in Uganda, and then up to Juba in South Sudan, which is just off the screen, sorry. There's South Sudan. So I went to Juba. Spent the night in Juba. That was really cool. Yeah. I never lived there, only conceived. My sister was born there. Newcastle, maybe. Not shoot, can't remember. Lol. I was very young at the time. There's no chilled Guinness is a properly sanctioned event. That is a good point. That is a very good point. Do some Guinness. Actually, no, I can't. One of the things as well. So I could go through the rules with you. It might be fun to go through the rules of Guinness here. Yes, I'm still watching. One of the rules is I can't promote alcohol during the event. So yeah, alcohol is bad. Don't do it, kids. But yeah, true story. Can't be seen to be promoting alcohol, because I guess Guinness World Records, they don't really want to be getting people excited about having a record where they drink too much. It's like one of the reasons why this happens a lot with Guinness World Records. They'll tell you, so don't promote Guinness. They'll tell you a rule, and you'll be like, why? That doesn't make any sense. And then they'll tell you why they have to do it. So for instance, on my journey to every country in the world without flying, for which I've got the Guinness World Record here, because I'm the first person to do it, and I did it the fastest, and no one else has come close. Go me. One of the rules they gave me was that I wasn't allowed to drive myself, so I couldn't like hire a car and drive across. Okay, fair enough, whatever. I wasn't expecting to do that anyway. It has to be, scheduled ground transport. But I also couldn't hitch a lift on public roads, right? And I was like, well, why can't I hitchhike? I mean, because some countries you still can hitchhike. And they said no, because we can't sanction a road race. We can't, because you always get these idiots calling up, Guinness World Records and saying, I just drove from Liverpool to London in 1 hour 37 minutes. Is that a record? And it's like, you just broke a lot of laws, yeah, and potentially nearly killed someone. So no, so they can't encourage people to break the law to do a record. And it was interesting, that the conversation I had to have with them, where they were like, you said that you got arrested for sneaking into Russia. And I'm like, well, no, that's what the headline was, to get people's attention, but the reality was that I was looking for a way to cross the border. And, I went out to the no man's land. But I didn't, I did actually cross the border. But I came back, and it was on the way back that I didn't get arrested. The people on my side were like, you're definitely not coming from Russia, are you? And I went, no, British passport. And they just had to check it out, basically. I didn't get my fingerprints taken on me. I was scanned or thrown in a jail cell or nothing. They just wanted to know that I wasn't a Russian trying to escape the Soviet Union, So I said, look, I exaggerated a bit. And they said, well, listen, we still can't accept the fact that you didn't go over an official line, an official border point. And I thought, well, that's fair enough. Everywhere else, even places where I'd gone up to the border and I've said, can I go over the border? I'll leave my backpack here. I'll leave my passport here. Can I just walk over there, get a picture of you with the sign, and then walk back? And they've gone, yeah, that was an official border point. So someone had to give me permission. So I did kind of get, like, everywhere I'd gone, apart, it was the only time that I'd just gone across, just somewhere random and just gone, yeah, that's me in that country. And I get why they did it, because they don't want people to break the law in order to set Guinness World Records. So I got it. And I had to go back with a visa to Russia and actually do it properly, like a real boy. It's funny to hear that merch ships are difficult. I used to own shares in the number one competitor in Denmark when I was a kid, says Benny Larson, in the number one competitor to Maersk. Hey, listen, Maersk ships are, if you're going to be on a ship, right, I would recommend that you get on a Maersk, because they take health and safety more seriously than any other ships I've been on. Like, they run a tight ship, literally. So other ships that I've been on, when it's been downtime or it's been a holiday, it's been Easter, or, there's been a party or something, people on board have had a drink, and, there's been a bit of a party atmosphere. But obviously, if you're on duty, if you work and you can't drink. On a Maersk ship, right, you sign up and your contract's usually 6 months. You're going to be away from home. You live in the Philippines, you live in South India, in Kerala, you live in Burma, and you'll be away from your family for 6 months, right? And in that 6 months, you can't drink. Even if the ship is come alongside, it's delayed for a week, it's not going anywhere. If you go into town, you're not allowed to drink. You have signed a contract that says you will not drink for 6 months while you're on the ship. And this is like crazy, because you could have a job, like you could be the supercargo, right? So the supercargo isn't a superhero who moves cargo. It's the person who works out the weight of all the different cargo containers to balance the boat and where they all go, and arranges them all. He's in charge of the cargo, so they're in charge of the cargo on the ship. And they're not allowed. They could be on a ship where they've got literally nothing to do, and they're not allowed to drink on a Maersk ship. And I understand why they do it, because if something messes up on one of those ships, you are in a lot of trouble anywhere in the world. Look at the big disasters that we've had. Not the Exxon Valdez. We also had the ship that got stuck. I don't think anyone was drunk when they did it, but the ship that got stuck it was the Evergrande. Got stuck in the Suez Canal. It cost the industry billions, absolute billions. We've just gone over into 6 o'clock in the evening here in the UK. It's a 6 o'clock BST. It's the hottest May day behind me. Just to prove this is going out live. I guess everyone's like, hey Graham, why you got this show? And the reason why that TV's got a bit of a delay is because it's coming through on the internet. It's not wired up to an aerial, because some idiot was doing some work on the front and accidentally, getting rid of some foliage and decided to snip through the cable. Don't know who it was. If I ever get my hands on them, they're in a big loads of trouble. But yeah, when you're, I mean, it's fascinating being on a ship, like being on a cargo ship, and it's kind of a great job, kind of. Back when I was doing it, I mean, you were just away, like you didn't know what was going on in the rest of the world. You couldn't get a mobile phone signal, you know, there's not no Starlink or anything like that. And it was nice to sort of, I guess now I just do it for digital detox, just so I don't know, just don't know what's going on. But yeah, so there's another thing with ships as well. I wish we would do this in politics more, right? They had this rule about essentially it's always the captain's fault, right? So the captain could be asleep, and the first mate does something ridiculous, and the ship sinks, whatever. And it's not actually, and then the captain can't tell him anything while I was asleep. You can't do that. You've got to take responsibility. You should have trained your first officer better. The weirdest one, the maddest one, right, is if a pilot, right? So a pilot is a guy who comes out, or it could be a woman, comes out. Oh, hello. Oh, dinner. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Cheers. Can I have some sweet chili sauce? Oh, have I got it? Sweet chili sauce.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I've got some food. I've got some food. So like a pilot is someone who comes out on a little launch, right, on a little boat, and they'll come alongside the big boat and they'll climb up a rope ladder. Thank you, darling. Thank you. And they'll climb up a rope ladder, as you do. And look at this. This is the ultimate in beige food. So I said just give us some picky food. I could do with a fork though. Oh, it's good with that. Sorry. Right. So they come out on the boat, and then they go up to the local person, right? They work in the port. They don't work on the ships. They go into different ships every day. They go to a number of ships, and they come out to the ship, which is going to be in the sea, with the anchor down or whatever, be floating there. They come out to the ship, and they guide the ship into port, right? That's their job. So they go up to the bridge and they guide it to the port. You can also get a pilotage where you'll take them through, say, the Suez Canal, or you're taken through the Panama Canal, or you could have a pilot on board to take you through the Great Barrier Reef. In which case, the pilot might be on board for a number of days because the Great Barrier Reef is so big. And if the pilot messes up and your ship ends up smashed into the Great Barrier Reef, or smashing into the locks of the Miraflores locks in Panama and destroying them, or getting stuck. It won't be the pilot who gets in trouble. It'll be the captain, because the captain's responsibility is to say to the pilot, "No, that's not right." Now, imagine that in politics. Imagine that in politics, that you had to have the best people for the job, and instead of the people who just sort of get rid of anyone who just looks at them, you know, they just get rid of people and go, "Oh, they were wrong, and we had the best vetting process in the world, blah 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 blah." You couldn't get away with it. You had to fall on your sword. Benny Larson says, Graham, I own shares in Danish East Asian company. We invented the turbine drive when I was the 91st biggest owner. My dad was a banker. Oh my God. That's so cool, Benny. That is very, very cool. Wowzers, trousers. That's great. Cuthbert, is there how many laws you can break in a day record? Well, do you know what? You see, I think they've also got a thing of like, I think they'll put stuff in the Guinness Book of Records. Because some people do a record to do something like this, like to break a record, to set a record, right? But there's stuff in there where I'm pretty sure the person didn't get a certificate, you know? I mean, the Guinness Book of Records has got like the most world's most prolific cannibal is in the Guinness Book of Records. You know, as I mentioned, it's called Andre, which is spelled Undri, but it's pronounced Andre for some reason. You know, he's in the Guinness Book of Records. I don't think they're going to send him a certificate anytime soon, mostly because he died nearly 200 years ago. But yeah. The cool thing about the turbine drive is it gets the ship there 20% faster by saving about 30% of fuel consumption. That's very, very cool. So there's no Guinness World Records for the most pints in an hour, says Misty Hill. Well, there must be, but I don't think you get a certificate for it. That Howard Shipman. Yeah. Well, let's have a look. Most prolific serial killer. GWR. Oh. Well, yeah. There you go, peeps. I shit you not. Most prolific murderer. Paste. Tom Scott and Matt Gray did a thing about how many London bylaws they could break in a day. I would call them flying a kite in a public place. I remember like hearing about mad bylaws, like you had to have like a bundle of hay or something in the back of your Hackney cab, and you had to, if you were a policeman, you had to allow someone to wee on your back tire or something. But yeah, I was popped into the chat there. The most prolific murderer, which was Bayram, the Indian thug. So the thuggy cult are the cult of people out of Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. It was established at the trial of Bayram, the Indian thug, that he strangled at least 931 victims with his yellow and white cloth strip or rumal in the Oud district, now Uttar Pradesh, India, between 1790 and 1840. It's been estimated that at least 2 million Indians were strangled by thugs during the reign of the thuggy cult. From 1550 until its final suppression by the British Raj in 1853. It shouldn't be a record in the book if it's one that would be illegal to try and break. It's unfair that the original owner gets to have it forever. How about this? So you got I'm just reading your comments. It's mine forever and ever and ever and ever. Malawi is like this little wiggly worm. It's kind of cool. So Nyasaland, as it was called. So I think Mozambique was always Mozambique. Zambia was North Rhodesia. Zambia was South Rhodesia. Botswana was Bechuanaland. Namibia was Southwest Africa. Eswatini was Swaziland. Lesotho was Lesotho land. What else changed its name? Democratic Republic of Congo was the Belgian Congo, obviously. Tanzania was Tanganyika, but it teamed up with Zanzibar, the aforementioned Zanzibar. If you were watching the earlier show, and became Tanzania. So the Tan is from Tanganyika, Zan is from Zanzibar. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Again, Burkina Faso changed his name from Upper Volta. Ghana changed its name from the Gold Coast. It used to be called Gold Coast. Benin. Hey, we didn't do Benin, did we? Did we do Benin at the start? I don't know. Was that when I was racing through? I hope it's a good one. Benny Larson. I'm not rich, by the way. I chose to go into music. Aren't you in ABBA? I wasn't going to ask you for a fiver. Could you check that the super chat goals were? I don't remember doing Benin. I have to watch back my video. Benin is a wonderful shape. Let's go for it. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. So, sorry, well, just sitting here stuffing my face. So, let's see what's happening in the world. Hottest May Day record broken again as temperature hits 35.1 degrees C in London. It's just going to get hotter because this the El Nino effect takes a long time to really kick in. This is the beginning of this. This horrible story about these boys who were spared custody over a rape. It's been referred to the Court of Appeal. I know they were young, but no, I'm sorry, but you know, when I was that age, I knew right from wrong. In that, obviously, I wasn't much older than the killers of Jamie Bulger. When I was a kid, I knew that doing that was a wrong thing to do. But all kids know that. That's why it hardly ever happens. Thank God. The Democratic Republic of Congo has asked FIFA to refund the cost of World Cup tickets bought by fans who are now unable to enter the United States because of Ebola-related travel restrictions. The Leopards are returning to football's biggest stage for the first time since 1974. But the public health emergency declared by the World Health Organization on 16th of May is threatening to stop supporters from travelling to the US. It's super El Nino. Yeah, I know. It's going to go crazy. I love Harry Flashman saying, Benny, I'm a musician. Not getting rich is very much a factor. Just what I called the video about that. Should be premiered tomorrow. Lots of editing. All right. Wow. So all these fans from DRC can't get into America because the US has barred entry from non-Americans who have been in DRC, Uganda, or South Sudan in the previous 21 days. Isn't it weird that it's very telling that when it's an imposition to put on someone else, like someone else's team, someone else's people, someone else's country, there's no problem, you know? No problem. We'll put this imposition. These World Cup tickets will stop you coming into the country. And yet, when it's an imposition on the people in your country, like just can you wear a mask? Can you get vaccinated? Oh, no, no, my rights, my rights, my rights. Imagine someone from DRC screaming that it's their right because it's in the Magna Carta to go to a footy match. That's how ridiculous people sounded when they said it was a right to go to the pub during COVID. It's my right to go to a pub. Mm. 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 Okay. That's dinner done. Dinner, 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 done, done. Mm. Mm. Discussing maritime history and strange records. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Um. Most prolific cannibal. I'm just having a look at the. Most prolific cannibal. There you go. Undre Dunde was pronounced Andre. There you go. I'm putting up the link here for the most prolific cannibal. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, I've got to pin the link for the Good Little Project, haven't I? Good point. Good point. Well made. Oh. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm just going to go and I'm going to nip the loo. Oh. There we go. Pin message. Okay. I'll be back. I'll be back momentarily. Do not worry. Do not fret. Do not go anywhere. Hi, I'm back. 18, 22, 30. Okay, cool. That was 3 minutes. Well, it's 3 minutes of my life I'm never getting back. Okay. Ooh. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, hello. Oh, just getting some Coke for myself here. And then we're going to launch into a mad spiel about what we're talking about. Whatever it is I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Has anyone watched the oh, got no new messages. Oh, I suppose it's because I buggered off, didn't I? Hey, listen, has anyone watched the Guinness World Record thing that I did? The actual, has anyone watched the actual interview that I did? Did anyone enjoy it or think it was shit or feedback? That'd be great. I'm jealous. Never got snow here and never get thunderstorms after a heat wave. Well, kind of everything. Right, where are we? We are nowhere, and it is now. So, Mexico. So I put in the link there for the Good Law Project. I seem to have put the Good Law Project in twice. Oh no, I haven't. It's just stuck there. Right. Come on, let's get cracking. Am I going out? Can you hear me? Can you hear me on everything? That's going out. That's cool. Casual chat on history in the World Cup. Travel restrictions. You're doing magnificently, Graham. WTG. Thank you very much, Darian Star. You are an absolute legend, my friend, and you get thank you. Good Pepe! Woo! Yeah. Right, okay. Well, this is the hardest bit, right? I've got to keep going now, right? For another 12 hours. I've got to keep going for another 12 hours. I've got to not fall asleep. Do you know, actually, sitting here and reading stuff is probably not the best way of dealing with this because it's quite difficult. Like, it's boring. Like, I prefer when I'm getting engaged and, like, there's a bit of back and forth and stuff with you watching. And also, I mean, obviously, it proves that I'm awake. But, yeah, I'm telling you little anecdotes about the road. So if anyone's any questions or anything that they want to ask me, as long as it's not too personal, but I might answer them. I might not. I might ignore them. Sometimes I'll see a question and I'll ignore it because I'm not answering it. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. Hashtag sorry, not sorry. Oh, do you know what? After being sitting down for ages and eating all that very bland food, I got a very bad stomachache now. Jesus Christ. I'm falling apart. I'm dying, Larry. I'm dying. Malawi. Apart from the legendary Malawian friendliness, what captures you first about this vivid country is its geographical diversity, slicing through the landscape in a trough formed by the Great Rift Valley is Africa's third largest lake. Lake Malawi, a shimmering mass of clear water, its depths swarming with colourful cichlid fish. Whether for diving, snorkeling, kayaking, or chilling out on the beaches and desert islands, a visit to the lake is a must. Suspended in the clouds in Malawi's deep south are the dramatic peaks of Mount Mulanje and the mysterious Zomba Plateau. The Zomba Plateau. Both a hiker's dream with mist-cowled forests and exotic wildlife. Further north is the otherworldly beauty of the Nayika Plateau. It is a high rolling grassland resembling the Scottish Scottish Highlands. Malawi was once dismissed as a safari destination, but that all changed with the lion reduction program at Majeti Wildlife Reserve, which is one of the few worthwhile wildlife watching, which is now one of the few worthwhile wildlife watching destinations nationwide. So, but the top of the list in things to do in Malawi when you're dead, former Nyasaland, is go to the lake. This Lake Malawi. Which is a great Rift Valley. You know this bit all the way down. So if I do a line, I just did measure distance. I'm not really measuring distance, but essentially it's just a line that goes down like that. And at some point, this whole section in a few million years, that whole section of Africa's going to break away. It's just pulling itself apart. It is. So let's dive into a little bit of Malawi history. A little bit of Malawi. I'll allow it. I will allow you the Malawi. I really liked Malawi when I was there. I got a really good vibe of the place. Everyone was really nice. So since the first millennium, the Bantu people have been migrating from Central Africa into the area now occupied by Malawi. But migration into the area stepped up with the arrival of Tumbuka and Foka, who the Tambuka and Foka. It's two peoples. It's not just two people. Who settled around the highlands during the 17th century, and another group called the Maravi, who established a large and powerful kingdom in the south. The early 19th century brought with it two significant migrations. The Yao invaded southern Malawi from western Mozambique, displacing the Maravi, while groups of Zulu migrated northward to settle in central and northern Malawi. This century saw the escalation of the East Africa slave trade. Several trading centers were established in Malawi, including Karonga and Nokakota, towns that still bear a strong Swahili Arab influence today. Allowing it in Malawi is a bit rude, is it? The most famous explorer to reach this area was Hughes. No, it was David Livingstone. He reached Lake Malawi in September 1959, naming it Lake Nasser. His death in 1873 inspired a legion of missionaries to come to Africa, bringing the more civilized principles of commerce and Christianity. The early missionaries blazed the way for various adventurers and pioneers, traders, and it wasn't long before European settlers began to arrive in their droves. In 1889, Britain allowed Cecil Rhodes' British South Africa Company to administer the Shire Highlands even. And in 1891, the British Central Africa Protectorate was extended to include land along the western side of the lake. In 1907, the BCA, the British Central African Protectorate, became the colony of Nyasaland. Colonial rule brought with it an end to slave traders and intertribal conflicts, but it also brought a whole new set of problems. As more and more European settlers arrived, more and more land was taken away from the locals, and Africans were forced to pay taxes to the administration. I mean, imagine someone coming, do you know what, my life's just stopped on there. My life's just stopped. Why's my life just stopped on there? Because I didn't notice. God, it gives you 5 minutes and you don't gotta look at it all the time, man. Don't stop looking. Don't stop looking. Screen time. See you all in a bit. Hello, everyone in TikTok land, you ticky-tocky beautiful people. Hello, my name is Graham Hughes. I'm the first person to visit every country in the world without flying, and I've got a couple of Guinness World Records. I've got another one over there, it's not from framed, and I'm thinking of I'm in the middle of setting a new Guinness World Record, and my Guinness World Record is going to be for the longest solo live stream, right? So I've got to keep going until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. At the moment, I've been broadcasting for 33 hours and 30 minutes straight. If I keep going for another what time is it? Another 12 hours, 13, 14, 14 and a half hours, then I will hopefully get a new world record. So in order to pass the time, I am telling you, because I've been to every country of the world, I'm telling you about every country of the world in alphabetical order. I'm currently up to Malawi, and I've got a lot to get through. I better hurry up. I tend to stop and talk a lot about, whatever I want to talk about. If you want to get in the chat and talk to me, if you go over to the YouTube channel, which is Graham David Hughes, it's youtube.com/@Graham David Hughes, or just type in Hughes of the World, and you'll be able to join in with the chat, like my friends watching this on here. So I'm going out on YouTube, I'm going out on Twitch, and I'm going out on TikTok. And TikTok keeps turning itself off, so I keep turning it back on. So yes, I know it's not a continuous stream at the moment. Still see you on YouTube. Do not worry. Woohoo! Anyway, so imagine like we got invaded in the UK, like proper invaded. Like some people turned up from, I don't know, East Timor. Just turned up, and then not only did they like take our land off us, and they started to make us pay tax to them. I mean, honestly. Anyway, transition independence. Not surprisingly, this created opposition to colonial rule. In the 1950s, the Nyasaland African Congress, the NAC Party, led by Dr. Hastings, began a serious push for independence. This came after a considerable struggle, and in 1964, the Nyasaland became the independent country of Malawi. 2 years later, Malawi became a republic, and Banda was made president. Dr. Hastings was eventually declared himself president for life in 1971. God, this is the same story. He ruled for 30 years before his downfall, and he died 3 years later. Many achievements were made during his presidency, but they were overshadowed by a stringent rule banning the foreign press, imposing death codes, and waging vendettas against any group regarded as a threat. In June 1993, however, Banda agreed to a referendum that resulted in the introduction of a multi-party system, and Malawi's first multi-party election in May 1994. The victor was United Democratic Front, led by another guy. On becoming the president, this guy, Muluzi, moved quickly. Political prisons were closed, and freedom of speech and print was permitted. The Muluzi government also made several economic reforms with the help of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, including the withdrawal of state subsidies and the liberalization of foreign exchange laws. By 1996, these economic reforms were hitting the average Malawian citizen hard. Food prices and unemployment soared. There were reports of increased malnutrition, and crime increased in urban areas. Nevertheless, Muluzi was re-elected in May 1999, despite complaints of mismanagement and corruption at the highest level of government. In July 2002, Muluzi aired the idea of a third term bill, which would have extended his presidency for one more term. Say it with me. Just one more. Uno más, señor. Uno más. When this failed, he chose Bingu wa Mutharika as his successor, who in 2004 duly won the election. Many thought he would follow in Muluzi's footsteps, but he soon declared his independence by quitting the UDF and setting up his own party, the Democratic Progressive Party, the DPP. His presidency seemed like a breath of fresh air, and he set about stemming corruption, stepping up the fight against HIV/AIDS, attempting to attract greater foreign investment, and more controversially, restoring Banda's reputation as a great African hero. A massive famine in 2005 put the pressure on. However, in early 2006, the Mutharika government was rocked by scandal and political infighting, which threatened to undermine its effectiveness. So I don't know what happened next, but there you go. Benny Lawson says, still see you on YouTube. Do not fret. Do not fret. Do not worry. Like, this book is just properly falling apart. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, get some more people watching. Let's get some more people watching. Yeah, send this out to someone and say, hey, this guy's doing this thing, man. He's a lunatic. He's a crazy man. He's a crazy man. part 4. Okay, so I'm just sharing my link with people from part 4, and then we'll move on to the next country after Malawi. Does anyone know what it is? Can anyone guess what it is after Malawi? It's Malaysia. There's all the cool places. Mexico, Melanesia. That's not a place, is it? Well, it is a place. Have you seen the new leak about the Make a Field Reform candidate has said now? I saw the one about Carl Vorderman, what he said about Carl Vorderman. Is this a new one? Because that was a few days ago. But I can imagine he said some pretty horrible things. He seems like a horrible, horrible man, but then, you know, he's standing for refuck. So, you know, what do you reckon? What do you reckon is going to happen? Okay. I'm just gonna. Oh, do you know what? The council have spent here in Durham. They spent 12 grand on putting the bloody Union flag on the middle of a bloody roundabout. That is so annoying. Guinness World Records have actually retweeted or liked. They've liked my my post. I'm attending my 4th Guinness World Record. Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. Yeah, get some news on that. They've got like a press department. They should get like, so get someone to give me a call. I think they like the fact that I put Guinness World Record TM. They always like that. So I've gotta just get a shot of this. This is just ridiculous. Oh my god, I can't believe this. I know where it is as well. It's the A167. That's just embarrassing. Sorry, I'm just sending it to people. Sending it into my like city of Durham Labour group. I'll send it into Reform Watch Durham. Do you want to see it? Do you want to see this? This is ridiculous. Oh no, actually, I'm not doing politics, am I? Bit of politics. That women get abortions are some kind of vanity contest or something like that. Paulie Donkey. 6-7. Well, actually, I'm between 6 and 7 now, aren't I? I'm at 6 and 7s. But yeah, I'm between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. Come on, donate to Good Law. Okay, sorry, it's you're sitting there sort of watching me do nothing, especially if you're listening to this. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that too. Whatever. M-Mange 2. That's all. Right, okay, so let's crack on, shall we? Let's crack on, my little chickadees. We will endeavour. Listen, let's pick up the pace. Okay. Next country we're going to talk about is Malaysia. Malaysia. Does anyone say Malaysia? No, it's actually not Mexico. It's Malaysia. And then we've got I think we've got some other countries. Let's see. Malaysia, the Maldives. So Malaysia offers steamy jungles, packed with wildlife, beautiful beaches, idyllic islands, culinary sensations, and multi-ethnic cultures. Malaysia is like two countries in one, cleaved in half by the South China Seas. While the peninsula flaunts its bustling cities, colonial architecture, misty tea plantations, and chill-out islands, Malaysian Borneo hosts wild jungles of orangutans, granite peaks, and remote tribes, along with some pretty spectacular driving. Throughout is an impressive variety of microcosms, ranging from the space-age high-rises of Kuala Lumpur and the traditional longhouse villages of Sarawak. We head over back to the world here. We go over. Here's Malaysia here. So just to be clear, Malaysia is this bit over here where it says Malaysia, obviously. So it's that bit, not Singapore. Singapore's a little island off the tip of it. But it's also here as well. See Sarawak, that's also Malaysia, and Sabah is Malaysia as well. Okay, and just like I was talking about the Gabon cuddling Equatorial Guinea and Congo, the Republic of Congo cuddling Gabon, and the Democratic Republic of Congo cuddling cuddling the Republic of Congo. In the same way, you've got Malaysia cuddling Brunei, and you've got I like to think they're all spooning, getting a cuddle off Indonesia, because that line is underneath that line is Indonesia. So this is Malaysia, and Malaysia is a lot of fun. Malaysia is a lot of fun. And it does feel like two different countries, I've got to say. You know, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but Malaysian Peninsular Malaysia on the left there, it feels very, very different indeed from Borneo, Malaysia. It does feel like a different country. Fun fact from Malaysia, Uncle Roger is from Malaysia, and his accent is his own from when he was 10 years old in Malaysia. Hiya, who's Uncle Roger? Hi, from Brussels. Why am I only finding out about this now? Says Tiger P1. I don't know. I don't have a press department. That's mainly why. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do now. Sorry, I'm just gonna try and close a load of windows, because otherwise it's gonna slow my computer down a bit too much. Oh, do you know what? I'm knackered. I'm really tired. I'm really, really tired. That's not good, is it? That's not good. That's not good. I just saw your post on Facebook. It says Tiger One. Yeah, I did a post. I did a post before I started, but yeah, some of it comes up, doesn't it? And some of it doesn't. Well, this is the funniest bit, right? I swear, this is the funniest bit to watch, because I'm absolutely knackered. I've been going now for almost 33 hours, 33 hours and 44 minutes, give or take. And yeah, I'm really feeling it. I'm really, really feeling it. You're looking great though, Graham. Oh, thanks, Cuthbert. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. But yeah, I don't. Oh my god. Back in the day, my band ended up selling at least close to most of our tapes back to down tapes back to Malaysia. I really enjoyed my stay in Malaysia, and the different styles of food was great, and the Indian food really stood out. Yeah. Malaysian food is absolutely delightful. It's really, really good. All the food down there in the what's it called? The Southeast Asia. You know, if you're in Vietnam, it's amazing. Cambodia, amazing. Thailand, amazing. Malaysia, amazing. Indonesia. No, that's okay. I get a bit sick of nasi goreng after the first, I don't know, 90 times you have it for breakfast. So yeah. Who is Uncle Roger? Oh my days! You may have a very funny comedian to be introduced to. He came up during the pandemic, challenging on Jamie Oliver and his egg fried rice. If you're knackered, says Talk Maddie, just remember Nigel Farage might still become PM. Let your hate be your strength. Well, it's not really hate. It'd be more like disgust. It would just like make me like vomit. I just hate him. He's not in that way. Like I hate him like I hate like vomit or shit or something. He's just a bad person. He's a dreadful person. You know, he doesn't care about anyone but himself. Anyway, I'm supposed to not talk about politics, but you know, you got to. Oh. Mm. So there you go. Tiger Pie, Tiger P1. Thank you very much. Here's a bit to keep you in the coffee. Thank you. That is very kind of you. Got a super chat up there. Woo! And because it's not coming up on the goal. The YouTube goal isn't working for some reason. So I'm just gonna say thank you very much. Woo! At least vomit goes away after a while. He ate 15 trolleys, so if Graham could eat 16, he ate 15 trolleys. He could kill 2 birds at once. Why would he eat a trolley? That's a weird thing to do. Why do you eat a trolley? Sorry, I don't know. Is that the question I'm supposed to be asking? Why do you eat a trolley? Come on. Okay, so I'm just doing a message here for the Good Law Project. And enjoying this. Give to the Good Law Project. Okay, and then we'll have 3 trans flags, and then we'll have a Yeah, I saw them on one of my friend's Facebooks today. I got a trans friend from Malaysia, and she's just got residency in Norway. That means that she can travel all around Europe, which is really, really cool. She's dead excited. Talking of the Good Law Project and talking about message pinned. You're enjoying this Good Law Project. Okay, cool. Does that actually come up? Yeah. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just changed the pinned thing there. Enjoying this question mark? It should be Tiger Pie, but pie was taken. Tiger Pie. Oh, why do you want to eat? Died of natural causes, not from eating metal and glass. Bet you sleep for a month after this. Put it another way, I would, says Sammy Jane. Disgusting. Says Poorly Donkey. What, eating metal and glass? It's not something I would do. There's one thing that unites all of Malaysia's ethnicities, religions, and landscapes. It's food. In Malaysia, the best food is served in the humblest surroundings. The country's seemingly countless vendors serve delicious dishes from mobile carts, stores, and shop houses, many employing recipes handed down from previous generations. You're also spoilt for choice between the Nonya, Indian, Chinese, Malay, and Dayak specialities, plus some impressive Western-style food. Travellers will never go hungry here, and that's absolutely true. I mean, it's an absolute, I'll tell you, it's an absolute treat. It really is. Wow. Do you never come to Brussels? Yeah. I've been to Brussels a load of times, but I haven't been for a while. Not since we voted. Well, we left the EU. I just get sad now. It gets sad, you know, thinking of what we lost. Here's what you could have won. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to I'm seeing what's happening with the situation with Ukraine and Russia. You know, I just want that to just bloody pack it in. You know, and Russia obviously. I don't want Ukraine to pack it in because they're fighting for their lives. But I just want them to Russia just to go, oh, sod it, this isn't that important, you know. And there's obviously because I want that for the Ukrainian people, but also selfishly, I want it so I can do another trip to every country in Europe and do it in less than 3 weeks. There's a French guy who would eat anything named Monsieur Montu. He ate a plane. It's in the Guinness World Records. Yeah. I know that. I know that. I remember that guy from years ago, seeing him on, I don't know, That's Life or something. But yeah. Oh. 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 So where are we going? We're going to Malaysia. Should we learn a little bit about Malaysia? So it used to be Malaya, didn't it? When it was for a little while because it teamed up with what's now Singapore. It was all one country at one point. What? It's always the bottom one, isn't it? I'm gonna put this Africa one back because what is the point of you? Bit annoyed with myself for buying that now because I was like, well, it'll have a chapter on South Sudan, but it won't tell you anything about it. Jesus. Where am I going here? What am I trying to get? My book. It's honestly, it's weird being like this tired and still going and still talking and you know, like it's like when I'm reading, words are all right. I sometimes switches out what words are supposed to be because it's similar, but I keep getting numbers wrong. So with the numbers like 1609, I'm saying 1069. Do you know what I mean? I'm getting the two middle numbers mixed up, and it looks, and I've got to save it and go, oh no, that's wrong. It's just weird. It's weird. I wouldn't trust me to drive right now. Do you know what I mean? Malaysia asked Singapore to leave. It did. So what did I have? Oh, we did Ghana, didn't we? We're past Ghana. The word Ghana means warrior king. I've said that one. Benin is widely regarded as the home of voodoo. I don't think that I did. I don't think I did anything about Benin. I don't remember talking about it. Which is bad. That is bad, isn't it? It's very naughty of me. In French, Chad is spelled Chad with a T, T-C-H-A-D. That is why the internet domain for Chad is TD. True story. Central African Republic, fast fact. From December 1976 to September 1979, the Central African Republic was called the Central African Empire. Come on, that does sound better. Come on, I know it sounds a bit grandiose, but that's kind of cool. Congo, Brazzaville is home to the Sepors, the superbly well-dressed dandies of the Society of Ambience Makers and Elegant People. I did mention that. What else have we got in here? The Democratic Republic of Congo. Don't know if this is a fun fact. The uranium used in the bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima came from the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's a quiz question for you to keep you up at night. Angola. Here you go. There's a fast fact for Angola. From fighting the Portuguese to fighting with each other, Angola was at war for over 40 years, from 1961 to 2002. Another not so fun fact. And then we've got that one about Botswana. The word for foreigners means spat out by the sea. I love that. We haven't done Mozambique yet, but when we do, if place names were permissible out of all the countries in the world, Mozambique will give you the highest score in Scrabble. There you go. Malawi. Back in the 1990s, if you had a stamp for Malawi in your passport, you could be refused entry to Algeria. Seriously, just bizarre. Comoros did Comoros, didn't they? Reunion, Mauritius, got Mauritius before Mexico. Okay, right, Burundi. What's the story on Burundi? Have I done that one? Oh no, I said about it. It was the second place to have a female head of government. Okay, I think everywhere else comes after this. Quiz question: which country has the longest border with France? Hmm. 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 I think this is a trick question because I think that you're supposed to look at France and go, "Oh, well, you know, it's clearly Germany because it's like there to there to there." But I reckon if I went measure distance and I went to there, right, it would be so that's 180 miles, let's say, and then measure distance to there. That's 250 miles. But I reckon that it's I think it's Brazil because I think that this is a lot longer. I think this is longer. This is longer than 250. Yeah, Brazil. Final answer. Locking in. I think the country with the longest border with France is Brazil. What do I win? Oh, Gainer Kashmir. Thank you very much so much for the 5 gift memberships. That is really, really kind of you. Yay, we got memberships. Yay, thank you, Gainer. You are the best. Jonathan, Alex, Andy, Matt, and Vexing. Thank you so much for being members. You are all the members. Welcome, one and all. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the channel. You now get a little rose after your name when you leave a message. Again, that's awful. Yes, it's Brazil. There you go. Thought it was. Last of all thinking. It's never the obvious answer, is it? When I said that you could ask me questions, I didn't mean like. Well, no, you can ask me trivia questions. Okay, so where are we going next? We did Malawi. We're doing Malaysia, aren't we? Where's Southeast Asia on a shoestring? I don't think I'm going to get. Sorry, why are you saying sorry? Don't say sorry. That was oh, Cofton saying didn't get one. Yeah, Cuthbert, no one chooses who you get. I can't give someone a free membership. It's really annoying. It's like sometimes I just want to say, okay, I'll give this viewer who's like watched loads of shows and helped out as a mod or whatever. I'll make them a member of the channel, and it won't let me. Oh, which I find ridiculous because, like, you know, if I'm prepared to pay a couple of quid to make them a member, then it should just make them a member. So where are we going? Malaysia. Oh God, I'm so tired. Okay. Okay, so Malaysia's reputation as a benign country makes some people think it's going to be boring. It's true, push out to rare natural disasters only seem to happen across the border, and the multi-ethnic population gets along well. What to do without the hassles? Question. Oh no, have I spilled something on me? That's fine. I don't mind at all. What to do without the hassles? Why not stroll around Penang where the wafts of Chinese incense mingle with sour durian? Ugh, durian stinks. While Bollywood tunes blast from an Indian shop. Next, head to the Cameron Highlands where you can visit tea plantations in the cool air. I went up to the Cameron Highlands once in Malaysia and I got a bit lost. This is the days before. Oh, I thought that was something on the screen. I'm touching the screen, and it's the thing saying that the volume's off. I think this World Cup's going to go down too well. At the beginning of Monty Python's Grail, the year 932 comes up. Anyone know why? Asked Harry Flashman. Well, because that's the year it's set in. Has it got some special meaning to Monty Python? Why are trivial questions not so serious? It's trivia. The year 932 comes up. Always bugged me. Well, because that's the year it's set in, right? What's wrong with that? Because it was Arthurian legend, so it has to be before. Has to be before 1066, doesn't it? Where's my phone gone? Oh God, this is no good. This is no good. Where do I put my phone? Well, there it is, isn't it? Okay. Look behind you. Okay. Talking about World Cup, as an EU passport holder, I want any EU country to win, not fussed which one. Fair enough. Arthur was around 450 to 500 CE though. No, he never existed, did he? The Crusades it's a quest for the Holy Grail, and that didn't happen until afterwards, didn't it? Like Richard Lionheart was what 11. He was 1100s, wasn't he? Or he was the beginning of the 1200s. Oh, thank you, darling. It's King Arthur. Talk okay, but 932 is too late. But then I suppose they were going in between because they couldn't have had it after 1066. That would make no sense. But then the crusade, it is the last crusade, isn't it? He's on the hunt for the Holy Grail, which that's what the Crusades were about. And the Crusades didn't start till like what the 12th century, did they? So maybe they split the middle. I'll tell you what. Next time I see Michael Palin, I'll ask him. Anyway, so next go to the Cameron headline. Next, go to the Cameron Highlands where you can visit tea plantations with the cool air. Got lost in the Cameron Highlands, and I was walking, and I walked around this corner, and I swear to God, there was an old British pub, and it had one of those old, the Giles Gilbert Scott red telephone boxes. It had one of them in it, outside it, sorry. And I was just like, an old like fashioned lamppost, like an old Victorian lamp. I was like, I just walked through a wormhole. What is going on? And yeah, obviously the British were there, and they were like, I'm going to set up a pub in the middle of these tropical highlands. But there you go. Graham, keep it up the world record site. P.S. I'm having internet issues, so if I repeat some things, do not fret, my friend. Do not fret. Coffee. He was the first king of England. Reigned from 925 to 939. I don't think it's too late. I just think, whatever. Or on the East Coast Island, snorkel through coral gardens and lounge on a mind-poppingly perfect beach. Put your leech-proof boots on to track elephants in Tamil Nagara, and how about diving into the depths of Sarawak and Sabah on mythical Borneo, where you can see wild orangutans and climb massive Mount Kinabalu. Non-exciting, we think not. Well, I've climbed up Kinabalu and seen wild orangutans in Borneo, so I've done that. I've been out in the Cameron headlands. Current events. Well, that's not very current, is it? Because it's from years ago. Because it's an old book. Sorry to give you numbers to read. What? Sorry, it was a couple of minutes ago when you look behind yourself, and there I was inspired to think of the pantomime. Look behind you. You know, North America does not have pantomime. Yeah, because North America, they didn't have pantomime because the only thing they found funny was like slaves like dancing. That's like what vaudeville is, isn't it? It's like people pretending to be slaves, like blackface and that. That's what Americans find funny. It's a bit depressing, really, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, no, a bit of politics. Sorry. History. The earliest evidence of human life in the region is 40,000-year-old skull found in Sarawak's Naya caves. It was only around 10,000 years ago the Aboriginal Malays, the Orang Ashley, began moving down the peninsula from a probable starting point in southwestern China. By the 2nd century AD, Europeans were familiar with Malaya, and Indian traders had made regular visits in their search for gold, tin, and jungle woods. Within the next century, Malaya was ruled by the Funan Empire, centered in what is now Cambodia, but more significant was the domination of Sumatra-based Srivijaya Empire, between the 7th and 3rd centuries. In 1405, the Chinese admiral Cheng Ho arrived in Malacca with promises to the locals of protection from the Siamese encroaching from the north. With Chinese support, the power of Malacca extended to include most of the Malayan Peninsula. Islam arrived in Malacca around this time and soon spread through Malaysia. Malacca's wealth and prosperity attracted European interest, and it was taken over by the Portuguese in 1511 and the Dutch in 1601 and the British in 1795. In 1838, James Brooke, a British adventurer, arrived to find the Brunei Sultanate fending off rebellion from inland tribes. Brooke quashed the rebellion and his reward was granted power over part of Sarawak. Appointing himself Raja Brooke, he founded a dynasty that lasted 100 years. By 1881, Sabah was controlled by the British government, which it eventually acquired after Sarawak, after World War II, when the third Raja Brooke realised he couldn't afford the area's upkeep. In the early 20th century, the British brought in Chinese and Indians, which radically changed the country's racial makeup. If you ever read the book Lord Jim by Joseph Conrad, that's based on Raja Brooke, this British guy who took over this whole area and appointed himself king. Independence to current day. Malaya achieved independence in 1957, but was followed by a period of instability due to internal communist uprising and external confrontation with neighbouring Indonesia. In 1963, the North Borneo states of Sabah and Sarawak, along with Singapore, joined Malaya to create Malaysia. In 1969, violent interracial riots broke out, particularly in Kuala Lumpur, and hundreds of people were killed. The government moved to dissipate the tensions, which existed mainly between the Malays and the Chinese. Present-day Malaysian society is relatively peaceful and cooperative, led from 1981 by outspoken Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. Malaysia's economy grew at a rate of over 8% per year until mid-1997, when a currency crisis in neighbouring Thailand plunged the whole of Southeast Asia into recession. After 22 momentous years, Dr. Mahathir Mohamad retired in October of 2003. He handed power to his anointed successor, who went on to convincingly win the election in March 2004. Since his win, the new Prime Minister has increasingly been criticised by Mahathir by disregarding the freedom of the press and for scrapping projects such as a new bridge between Malaysia and Singapore that would replace the existing causeway. Malaysia is obsessed with world records and publishes its own Malaysia Book of World Records once a year. Successes include the most days spent inside the box with 6,069 scorpions and creating the highest stack of cans in 15 minutes. Love it. Paulie Donkey, if you thought mozzarella poppers were good, try the new mind poppers. Now with Chipotle. Has Graham been to Galapagos? You can just ask me straight up, have you been to Galapagos? No, I've not been to Galapagos. I mentioned Galapagos when I was talking about Ecuador, right? And there's a part of me that would absolutely love to go to Galapagos, you know. But then there's a part of me, I feel the same way about going to Antarctica. I feel a lot stronger about this, about going up Everest. Like I don't want to mess the place up. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to mess the place up by going there, by being there. And one of the problems that they're having with Galapagos is people just going there and being really inconsiderate, you know, with their litter and how they behave and stuff. And I don't know. Maybe one day. I saw tortoises in Dubbo Zoo, Australia. Yeah. If you do run into Mr. Palin Graham, I'd be grateful if you'd ask him about that. It's bugged me since 1974. Well, the person that asked about that would be Terry Jones, but he's not with us anymore, is he? Yeah. They also don't like dressing up in women's clothes like we do. No, they do, Cuthbert, because like there's you know, there's the drag, you know, where they used to do drag acts for the army. There's pictures of Ronald Reagan in drag. Yeah, because it was all boys together, wasn't it? So, oh God, this is hard. This is hard. Anyway, Malaysia, it's all right. I like it. Go climb Kinabalu. I mentioned that on my 30th birthday, I went to the water in El Salvador, put my hands in the water and screamed. On my 23rd birthday, I climbed to the top of Mount Kinabalu in Borneo, in Peninsula, in Malaysian Borneo. And I got to the top and had to stop, and this was bothering me. No, I got to the top, and then I thought there was a celebratory beer at the top. That was the stupidest thing that I could have ever possibly done. Do not do that, folks at home. If you get up to the top of a really tall mountain, don't have a beer at the top, because you will walk down again with the worst headache you've ever imagined. Yeah, not to be a tourist. Yeah. Do tortoises live a couple of years, something like that? It's crazy. Says Wesley. Yeah, they do. Well, lobsters don't die. Lobsters are immortal. Lobsters just keep getting bigger. Keep getting bigger. They don't seem to die unless someone eats them. They don't die of old age. They just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah. Oh, where was I? We're going to go to the next country. Yay, another country. Really need to get a budge on now, don't I? Yes, you do, Graham. Hurry up. So, we've been to Malaysia. What's next? The Maldives. Okay. Let's go to the Maldives. Sorry everyone, I've got to keep this going. Come on. Come on. Let's do it. Right, they're showing graphs on the TV. That's boring. Stop showing boring graphs. It's sending me to sleep. I've got to stay awake. You got to keep me excited. You got to keep me going. Right, next country. Come on. Let's do this. Let's do this, baby. Oh, yeah. We're going to go to... Where are we going? Maldives. Here it is. Maldives. So islands come up really crap on this, don't they? I suppose you could do the satellites. There you go. So the Maldives are all... these are all atolls, a load of atolls there. Atolls, does anyone know who it was who sussed out how atolls formed? Who was the first person to go, I think it's this, and they were actually right? Does anyone know? It's pretty impressive. Okay, I'm going to sleep for a week after this. I didn't know Maldives was a country. Yes, it is a country. I've been there. It's really weird, right? So look at all these islands, right? They're all atolls. So basically, it's these little islands around the edge, and then you've got, like, inside you've got a lagoon, right? Except for this island, except for the main island, which is okay, hang on. Adu City. Where's Mali? Am I going mad? Oh, whatevs. There's Mali. So yeah, they're all like these atolls. Look at this. How mad it looks like a ship. Do you know what I mean? That's Mali, that's the capital. They've built on every available bit of this island. Like, there's no way to get around it. They've built like loads of concrete on there. I went to Mali and I had to walk around and I was like, what have you done? And there's loads of little boats in there and stuff because people like going to the Maldives. I mean, once you get off the main island, the rest of it is, sparkling heaven. Oh no, that look at this. Look at that. I mean, could that be any more built up? It's crazy, isn't it? Mind blowing. Everything's just stuffed in there. Sorry, that one's not even Mali up here, the big ship. This is Mali. This is the capital, Mali. The capital of the Maldives is Mali. But the Maldives is going underwater. It's proper going underwater. They did a stunt a while ago about having they had a cabinet meeting underwater with like scuba diving stuff on. Thank you everyone for staying with us. You are the best. You're the best. Tactile, tangible elements of the book engage much more than the drool-inspiring scrolling to victory. Well, I hope so. Is that what you're talking about? Me just reading from a book. The Maldives, unrivaled luxury, stunning white sand beaches, and amazing outer underworld that made Maldives an obvious choice for a holiday of a lifetime. The Maldives is home to perhaps the best beaches in the world. They're on almost every one of the country's nearly 1,200 islands. Oh, thank you. Ah, full fat Coke. Okay, that'll wake me up. Let's go. Here we go. Come on, you Spurs. Haven't Spurs been relegated? Didn't Spurs get relegated? So I've got coffee and I've got Coca-Cola. It's pretty intense. Gosh, I keep getting like 3 or 4 minutes behind. I hope you're still going well. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. The Maldives is home to perhaps the best beach in the world. They're on about every one of the country's nearly 1,200 islands and are so consistently perfect that it's hard not to be blasé about them. While some beaches may boast softer granules than others, the basic fact remains you'll find consistently whiter than white powder sand and luminous cyan blue water like almost nowhere else on Earth. The fact alone is enough to bring over 1 million people a year to this tiny, remote, and otherwise little-known island. Indian island paradise. With some of the best diving and snorkeling in the world, the clear waters of the Maldives are a magnet for anyone with an interest in marine life. The richness and variety is astonishing. Dazzling coral walls, magnificent caves, and schools of brightly coloured tropical fish await you when you get down to the reef. And deeper waters like manta rays, turtles, sharks, and even the world's largest fish, the whale shark. The whale shark. Beautiful part of the world. Uh, everywhere you look, there's going to be beautiful pictures of beautiful white sand beaches. But don't forget that the white sand beaches are the poo of a parrotfish. It's all parrotfish poo, and they're all. Does anyone get my question about who sussed out what an atoll was? Without and it wasn't until years later that he was proved right. Does anyone know this? It was. So if you want to go to the Maldives, now's the time to go because it's going underwater. It was Charles Darwin, Chuck D. Chuck to the D. He looked at these atolls, right, from the crow's nest to the HMS Beagle or whatever, and he looked down and he went, what if there was like a volcano, right? Stay with me on this. And you know the way the volcano sort of goes down in the middle, right? What if it's like a volcano, right? And the ring of the volcano was just like touching the top of the sea. And it got like coral on it there. And the coral died over a long time. And eventually you were just left with like this ring in the sea. And it was the ring around the top of a volcano. Because obviously when the volcano goes up like that, and it goes down in the middle. You draw a volcano. So, right, it looks, doesn't it? Into the caldera, whatever it's called. They're volcanoes, yeah, ancient volcanoes. The tops of ancient volcanoes, which is cool. I love Arsenal. Come on, you Graham. Sammy Jane says Saint Martin in Netherlands Antilles is the best place for plane spotters. 747s landing on your head on a lovely sand beach. That's very true. My friend got bitten by a parrotfish in Egypt. Oh dear, God, that could hurt. I mean, they can really. They eat rocks. Corfu, Catalonia and Rhodes, all nice. Got Gabriel Traveller is up to about 80. Indeed. It's not deciding on a Greek island. No, they sneaked it. What? They sneaked what? What did they sneak? What did they sneak? Did the Spurs not go down? What did? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I'm just watching a video of the drones. We're doing a drone show in Sydney, and there was a light show malfunction, and loads of them just dropped to the ground. Oh no, that's really bad. Actually, it looks quite cool. Oh yeah, unforeseen technical difficulties. Ooh, that's all right. Some of the drones stayed in the air. So what did Spurs not gone down then? What happened? Did Man City get relegated and they're in the third place to go down? No, I can't see anything in the sport. I think that's true. Graham, what are your top favorite albums and why? It changes. You know what? I'll tell you, and then I'll be like 2 minutes later. Like, oh no, should said this. I mean, I know Dogman Star by Suede is usually my go-to when I can't think of what to listen to. Absolutely fantastic album. Different Class by Pulp, definitely. What an album. I'm just gonna show my age here. Everything I pick is gonna be like 90s. But yeah, I don't know. West Ham went down. Spurs just about stayed up. Both were Arsenal rivals. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. Spurs didn't go down. Sorry, I got mixed up. Yeah, sorry. I thought you were saying that. I thought, I'm a bit sleep deprived. I thought that Spurs went down and you were saying they didn't go down. They squeaked it, but no, yeah. And it was a bit depressing for West Ham because they won their match. And if Everton had beaten Spurs, then Spurs would have gone down instead. So I'm sorry for not beating Spurs. Sorry. But you know what? If you don't support them, whoever wins, whoever loses, you win. So next up on the list of places that you might want to go to is Mali. Mali. Should we go to Mali? Mali. Mali, baby. Let's go to Mali. Over here. So we went from Mali to Mali. You see what we did there? It's the capital of the last place we were was. Anyway, this is proper in the desert. Look at that, Timbuktu. Or Timbuktu. Right in the middle of the jungle. The jungle. Right in the middle of the desert. This is really cool. Bamako is the capital. Now, I've not been to Timbuktu. Been to Bamako. Like an exquisite sandcastle formed in a harsh desert landscape. Mali is blessed by extraordinary beauty, wonders, talents, and knowledge. Yet for now, its landscapes, monuments, and stories are off limits, sealed from tourists by a conflict that is threatening the very culture of Mali. The heart of the nation is Bamako, where Ngoni and Kora musicians play to dancing crowds from all ethnicities, where in Dogon County, villagers still cling to the cliffs as they did in ancient times. Further west, Fulo women strap silver jewellery to their ears and their belongings to donkeys, forming caravans worthy of beauty pageants as they march across the Hamada, dry, dusty scrubland. And in the northeast, the writings of ancient African civilizations remain locked in the beautiful libraries of Timbuktu until a new dawn comes from Mali, and it can be rediscovered by travellers. Because unfortunately, it's poor Mali has been badly let down in the last few years by its own government, by the international community, and basically everyone all at once, which is just such a shame. I wonder what I wrote about Mali in my book. What did I write about Mali? When I went to Mali. Hey, buddy. Great escape. Mali. At one point, Mali was called Ghana. Later, it was called Sudan. It didn't become Mali until 1960. True story. Whew. Fun fact about Guinea-Bissau. Until 1980, Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde were a single country. So there you go. By 36 to 48 hours, your physical and mental health are compromised due to extreme stress, hormonal imbalances, and involuntary microsleeps. The danger zone for staying awake begins at 24 hours, where cognitive impairment equals blood alcohol level of 0.1%. Going past 72 hours can trigger severe hallucinations and psychosis. Thanks, Samu. So you're really encouraging. That's fantastic. That's really good. Thank you. That's brilliant that you wrote that. Yeah. Anyway, poorly donkey Harry. I know it's so embarrassing. The good news: I have mates at so many firms that if someone gets a little feisty, I just call my lads down at Millwall. If someone gets a little feisty, I just call my lads down at Millwall. I've mates at so many firms. So is that like, are you like a prostitute or like a pimp? Is that what it is? Or firms are you talking about? Like, is that a drug dealing or something? Like a firm? Like, or is it like an actual corporation, like a limited company, like limited by guarantee at the company's house? Do you know what I mean? Do you get them if someone gets a little feisty? Does that mean that you? What do you do? What do you do? Do you like tickle them or something, or do you spoon them? Do you get to be big? Do they get to be big spoon? Is that what happens? I don't know. I don't know what you'll do if you got a bit spicy. Spicy, feisty. I just call my mates down at Millwall. Oh, why are they down? Is it because they support Millwall? Oh, poor. What's the number of hours? That's the record here. Well, it's 45 hours and 45 minutes, apparently. That's the minimum that they're going to accept. But I'm going to try and do 48 hours. You know what? Someone will be able to beat this the next day, but I kind of just want to set it as a challenge. As a challenge. You get you got to love a caravan holiday, especially if you're a donkey. Blah blah CW. Keep up the good work, Graham. I think the firm is a football hooligan. Oh, okay. Yeah, it seemed like nice people. Okay, so don't go to Mali for now. It's just sad because Timbuktu's there, and it's one of the best names for a place in the world. Malta, not to be confused with Kathmandu, because that's the capital of Nepal. Malta packs a glorious variety into its small archipelago. You'll find prehistoric temples, fossil-studded cliffs, hidden coves, and thrilling scuba diving, and a history of remarkable intensity. Despite being made of 3 tiny islands on the southern edge of Europe, Malta groans under the weight of its rich history and fascinating cultural influences. A melting pot of Mediterranean culture. It's Mali merits far deeper exploration than is often given to it by the packaged crowds whose first priority is hitting the beach. Yeah, and here's Malta here. There you go, it's little Malta, and the other one is this Gozo? No, I don't know whose that is. You can stay over there, mate. Let's go. Sorry, little 3 islands. It's beautiful. I love a bit of Malta. Hey, listen, I should really read a little bit of history. About the old. I should read a little history about Mali. Because I think that'd be a good idea. Why's my phone going off? Right, I'm gonna try and read this, and then I think I need to go for a walk. So I'm gonna probably take 15 minutes out of my. I don't know. I think I got 80 minutes. Goal achieved! Yay! Blah blah CW. That means I get to give confetti. Woo! Confetti. Woo! So yeah, Mali. Because when I was doing the story of where was it? It was Guinea-Bissau. There wasn't anything to say, was there? Because it was like, because this is the story of Mali. So yeah, Mali. Okay. Oh, that's not too bad. Rock paintings and carvings in the Gao and Timbuktu regions suggest that northern Mali has been inhabited since 50,000 BC. Wow. We won't. When the Sahara was a fertile grassland across which roamed an abundance of wildlife. By 5000 BC, farming was taking place, and by the use of iron began around 500 BC. By 300 BC, large organized settlements had developed, most notably at Jenin. By the 6th century AD, the lucrative trans-Saharan trade in gold, salt, and slaves had begun, facilitating the rise of Mali's 3 great empires: the Empire of Ghana, covering much of what is now Mali and Senegal until the 11th century. It was followed by the Great Empire of Mali, which in the 4th century stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to present-day Nigeria. During the Empire of Mali's golden age, Timbuktu was developed as a great center of commerce and Islamic culture. The Songhai Empire, with its capital at Gao, came next, but its empire was destroyed by a Moroccan mercenary army in the 16th century. By the end of the 19th century, Mali was part of the French West Africa. Remnants of this colonial era are still visible today, including the huge Office de Niger irrigation scheme near Senegal and the 1,200-kilometer Dakar Bamako train line, the longest rail span in West Africa, both built with forced labour. Such vast infrastructure projects notwithstanding, Mali remained the poor neighbour of Senegal and Cote d'Ivoire. France's chief interest was developing Mali as a source of cheap labour and cash crops, rice and cotton for export. Mali became independent in 1960, a few months before it was federated. For a few months, it was federated with Senegal, and its first president, Modibo Keita, embarked on an unsuccessful period of one-party state socialism. Ambitious planning schemes went awry, the economy wilted, and Keita was, somewhat humiliatingly, forced to ask the French to support the Malian franc. Eventually, in 1968, Keita was overthrown by a group of army officers led by Moussa Traoré. During the Cold War, Mali was firmly in the Soviet camp. Continual flood shortages were exacerbated by droughts, which did devastate the northern regions in 68 to 74, and again in 1980 to 85, but were largely due to the government's mismanagement of government instability. From 1970 to 1990, there were 5 coup attempts, and in the early 80s, were characterised by strikes, often violently suppressed, but it's not all bad news. Thanks to market liberalism and adequate rainfall in 1987, Mali produced its first grain surplus. The Tuareg uprising began in 1990, and a year later, the peaceful pro-democracy that's disgusting. Pro-democracy demonstrations drew 30,000 people onto the streets of Bamako. Following strikes and further demonstrations on 17th of March 1991, security forces met with something. I can't read that because it's just noticed that SG has just put £100 in the super chat fund. Oh my giddy aunt! Thank you so much, SG. That is incredibly. That is so kind. That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. We got a hyper chat. Yay! SG. Hiya, Graham. Great to see you're still going. Wouldn't have expected anything less. Would have loved to watch and be with you more, but I'm away. Here's a few coffees. If you think you're too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. Dalai Lama. It's a really good point. Thank you, SG. That is really kind of you. Richie Goff says, wow. Diz is saying, wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much for your support. I've got to blow my nose now, which that's going to sound really bad. I've got to blow my nose now. Just give me 1 second. Okay, right. I'm back now. Thank you so much, SG. That is so kind. SG, if I fall asleep, if I just like my head goes down on the desk and I fall asleep, and that's it, it's over. Do I have to pay you back? If I do, I'm so sorry. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on me now that wasn't there before. SG's going to be turning up with a baseball bat. Where's my money? I told you. You had to stay up for another. How long have I got? Jesus. Please tell me it's 8. It's not 8 o'clock yet. I've got a big clock here. Could just look at that, couldn't I? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to take a break at 8 o'clock. I might take a little sort of a short break, and then hopefully I can crack on into the night. Let's go with this Coke. By the way, not only have I got a cold, and look, I'm not doing this to make you feel sorry for me or go, if he doesn't do it, then we'll forgive him, right? If I don't do it, then I'll try again at some point. But not only have I got a cold, clearly, also, and my throat is killing me, which you can probably hear in the way I talk, but also I bit my tongue on both sides of my tongue. Like my tongue is killing me every time I move it in my mouth. So all the time when I'm talking, both sides of my tongue are like I've really bitten both sides. Graham Hughes, cold shower to keep you awake, cold cloth on the back of your neck. That's a good idea. Right now, I'd have to willingly put wet clothes on. Well, here, I mean, it says 23 here, or 22. Actually, I did see that. That was like my Jedi move to make it cooler. Maybe if, like I waft it here. Is Sudafed allowed? Doesn't Sudafed send you to sleep? Well, I've not taken me ADHD medication on purpose because I didn't know whether it would help or whether it would hinder me. So I just tried to stay away from that. No, it shouldn't be too difficult. I've stayed up. I've stayed up before. You know, do you know the thing is, right? I know this. Like, if I tried to go to sleep now, I would be up till midnight on my phone. I just would be, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna finish off what I'm saying about Malawi. Sorry, this is not Malawi. Mali, which is like Malawi but with fewer letters. Blah blah blah. So the Tuareg uprising began in 1990, and later that year, peaceful pro-democracy demonstration drew 30,000 people onto the streets of Bamako, the capital. Following strikes and further demonstrations, in March 1991, security forces met students and other demonstrators with machine gun fire. 3 days of rioting followed, during which 150 people were killed. The army, led by General Amadou Toumani Touré, or General ATT as he was known, took control, and Moussa Touré was arrested, and Moussa Traoré, different name, was arrested, and 60 senior government figures were executed. Oh my God. Touré established an interim transitional government and gained considerable respect from Malians and the outside world when he resigned a year later, keeping his promise to hold multi-party elections. Alpha Omar Conner, a scientist and a writer, was elected president in June 1992. Though widely respected and capable leader who oversaw considerable political and economic liberalisation, Conner had to deal with a 50% devaluation of the CFA during the 90s, which resulted in rioting and protest and an attempted coup. In sharp contrast to many African leaders, Conner stood down in 2002 as the new constitution he helped draft dictated. He is now the chairman of the African Union. The former general, Amadou Touré, was rewarded for his patience and elected as president in April 2002. It's madness. On many fronts, this was written 15 years ago. On many fronts, Mali is a model West African democracy, one in which the overall health of the system has proven more enduring than the ambitions of individual leaders. It has become Africa's third largest gold producer, which has offered hope for a more prosperous future and the prospect of a long overdue diversification of the economy. Agriculture currently accounts for almost half of Mali's GDP, and cotton provides 40% of export. It's really funny because it's like, actually, no. Malian-style democracy may have fostered stability and peace and received international acclaim, but Mali remains one of the poorest countries on earth. Almost 1/3 of Malians are malnourished. 90% of the population lives on less than $2 a day, and adult literacy is just 19%. The locust invasion and drought of 2004 serves as a reminder that Mali is still as dependent on international aid money as it is on goods rains. Widespread corruption also remains a problem, and for the international momentum for debt relief in Africa, more government money in Mali is still spent on debt servicing than education. Now, that was a bit shit 15 odd years ago, maybe 20 years ago now when that was written, but things have got a lot more shit now in Mali since the advent of what was called like ISIS in the Sahara, or Boko Haram, and that, and it's got really, really bad recently. Do you have a mate who's ready off screen with a bucket of cold water in case you fall asleep? Greeting from a long-time watcher of your work. Canal, how you doing, mate? I know you, Canal. You've been here for absolutely ages. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you for the super chat. I just realised that when I got the super chat off SG there, I should have released the confetti. That's totally worth confetti. I think that's worth Boba Fetty. Let's release the Boba Fetty. 3, 2, 1, Boba Fetty. Boba Fetty. Boba Fetty. Boba Fett. Okay. Brilliant. I don't actually, and I text Kat to say, is it possible? You know, because I don't want to be rude. I don't like, coffee. But she doesn't look at her phone, and I can't call her because she's deaf. So I'm not completely on my own. But when she goes to bed, I'm not going to be able to wake her. So this is the time when I can get like coffee delivered. But what I'll do later is I'll get what I did last night, where I got the kettle in here and I plugged it in behind me over there, and I was doing coffees all night. Once you get past a certain point, tiredness goes away. Yep. Down to 23 degrees in Liverpool. Listen, I'm sure if I was in a room with a south-facing window and a normal room in a normal house, I would be very hot right now. But I complain about this endlessly when I'm in the winter because it's really cold. This is an old Victorian house. But at the same time, in the summer when it's very hot everywhere else, it's lovely not to have a fan, or not to have air conditioning. Benny Larson, Graham, I once passed out on the toilet and woke up on the floor to find that I had bitten a small part of my tongue off. No big deal now, but it was. No chill for years. Oh my God. No chilly for years. Thanks for the inspiring story, Benny. I couldn't do this. I have restless legs in the evening. Used to party all weekend with no sleep. Impossible now, says Richie Goff. I probably could have done this without even thinking back in the day. I wrote my first draft for a screenplay once called The Tallyman, and I wrote it in one night. I don't think I could ever do something like that now, And obviously, like when you're writing, you just got to get the clay, Don't worry about sculpting it. Just get the clay. Just get the clay. That's what you need. So you need to write the words. Just write all the words as they pop out your head. Don't worry how goofy they sound or how clunky the dialogue is. Or if there's a million plot holes, doesn't matter. Just get the words down on the paper. And then, because 99% of writing is rewriting. You go over what you've read and you look at the potholes. You look at how the dialogue sounds. And you think, okay, can I do this better? You edit stuff out. So you come in late and you leave early. That's why in movies, no one ever says bye on the phone. No one ever says bye-bye. No, you hang up first. No, you hang up first. No, never, ever happens in a movie. No one says bye. They just go, so you're coming over, and the other person says, yeah, I'll be over in 10. And they just take the phone away from their ear. It's just the way it is. Coming up to 35 hours. Yes, in 10 minutes time. 35 hours, being a bastard. I could be awake from Thursday and be on time. From Thursday and be on time for work on Monday morning. I could be awake from Thursday and be on time for work on Monday morning. If I could get you some ice, suck on some, it might help with the ouchie tongue. Says, I'm funny you say that because there's actually ice in my Coca-Cola. But if I have a piece of ice in my mouth, I'll go throw it ice. Titwell style. My neighbour used to have a dog called Titwell. Maybe after the kids' TV show. True story. What does Sudafed do? Cold water on the face is good, but Cuthbert, every time I've gone to the loo, I've splashed cold water on my head and over my hair. Paulie Donkey says, I was gold standard double placebo trial for ADHD medication. Officially got to experience what it's like to be able to stay up for 2 days, which was easy peasy. 3 days seemed contraindicted. Yeah, but and like I don't know, when I took my ADHD medication and I was taking it, I didn't really. I don't know if it did anything. Do you know what I mean? I stopped taking it to see if there was like a big change, and I couldn't get anything done. And I was still being quite productive. Um, so I don't know. I don't know. I think it's maybe my ADHD is not that bad, or maybe just they just don't have much of an effect on me. But I have this with like, um, I can genuinely, and I'm not pissing around when I say it, I can genuinely drink a double espresso and fall asleep immediately. It doesn't have the same effect on my brain for whatever reason. I suppose you've got to have a brain, really. That's the problem. That's not a movie thing, Graham. It's an American thing. No, it is. It is. Well, they do it on purpose. There's a thing in script writing where they say, get in late, leave early. Just all you need in each scene is the actual message of the scene. Why Reservoir Dogs seemed so like different from all the other Hollywood movies is there was a scene in it which just seemed absolutely superfluous, where they were just having a discussion about what Like a Virgin was all about. Having a discussion about pop culture. But it wasn't superfluous. You were getting to know the characters. It was quite clever, really. Although, obviously, Quentin Tarantino is quite a problematic director. But he, and that's something that you see more. I suppose you see that more in European films, where people actually have real conversations that people have with each other. But I think for American films, because every shot of American film costs $1 billion, they just want to make it as subjective as ever. I watch TV shows, like I enjoy stuff like The Boys and that, but the writing's shite. Like people are going, oh, I really love Invincible, the comic book show, and yeah, it is a really good show. I do enjoy it. The writing's shite. The dialogue is shite. There's a bit where the Viltrumites are fighting outside the planet, and one of them said, "Oh, the baddie says to the other guy, he says, "Oh, you don't know how long I've waited to do this," and the other guy goes, "Oh yeah," or something like that. It was just shite. It was like Monkey Island level of how appropriate you fight like a cow, and I'm like, oh my god. I understand why they do it, but it comes across as a bit, especially in cartoons, it comes across as a bit like, when they dubbed Japanese cartoons like Saturday Morning, and they just sort of made up what they said and didn't quite fit what their mouths were doing or what the situation was. And they had this kind of like one emotion, don't they? The voiceover people, not very good actors. That's why they get cast as voiceover people. Apparently now, though, and I'm not happy about this, I've got to look into it. Apparently, you can dub me into another language, and it will move my lips so I'm talking another language. Like, fuck that shit. I do not want that. I do not want that. I do not want that. And I've seen this. They were doing a talk about it on Red Letter Media, where they'd manipulated people's lips to make it look like they were saying the words. But that's not acting. It's just weird. It's uncanny valley. It just looks like a cutscene from an old GTA game. Do you know what I mean? It's just so shite. I hate it. If I had my power, my superpower of having lots of money, I would make sure that any movies that are made are not allowed to be. It's in the contract. They're not allowed to be dubbed into any language. Mm. And you know what? I think dubbing into languages is really, really selfish, right? Because first of all, I think it degrades the performance of the artist, of the actor, and also what the director had in their head. You're not seeing it, right? But also, I think it's really unfair. So I went to see Monsoon Wedding back in the day, in 2002, whatever it was. I went to see Monsoon Wedding, and it was really good. Really enjoyed it. I saw it. It's in English. Most of it's in English. I think all of it's in English. There's a couple of scenes that aren't, but I think nearly all of it's in English, right? And they had 3 different languages come up on the screen, 3 different lines of language, because there's loads of different languages in India, and they need to cover everyone. I know that most films aren't necessarily in English, but I'm just saying this is an example. And I'm like, so if you get a movie and you dub it into German, well, other people can't watch that now. You know, if you're not German, you can't watch it. I said you've rendered that movie unwatchable because even if you put subtitles in Urdu or in um, I don't know, Farsi or something, you've still got this like dubbed over voice of this person. Their mouth is moving, but the sounds coming out their mouth doesn't match, and it's really distracting. It's all I can think about when I watch these movies. I just think of monkey, like monkey magic. Anyway, what you're doing now, Graham, with sleep deprivations, what junior doctors regularly have to suffer with doing 48 shifts or 38-hour shifts all the time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank God I'm not having to like treat a human being, you know. One of the best scenes in cinema is Naked Lunch. The chap says if you look closer, you can see that the words that you hear are not the words my lips are saying. Anyone listen to the newish Macca track? No, I haven't listened to it yet. They had a listening party at the Jacaranda in Liverpool, like my favourite pub, and they changed the name to the Macaranda for the launch. It's brilliant. mm. Mm. Blah blah CW says, I don't think you have ADHD. I think you may have a bit of autism now. Well, I'm actually diagnosed with ADHD. I'm not just saying it to get attention. But I know I've got my nephew's diagnosed with autism, and I display very few of the traits that he displays. Like I'm when I'm in a social situation, I'm not shy. I'm not like I don't get involved, and I don't have a problem making eye contact. I don't have a problem with people shaking my hand. And I know it's like a checklist of like autistic traits, but I really don't see that at all. And no one's ever suggested. I mean, everyone suggests I've got ADHD, but no, I've never had anyone suggest that I'm autistic because I'm very, very outgoing. I mean, I think that it would have taken a Herculean effort to do like something like visiting every country in the world. If I was autistic, I think that would be a real barrier to doing that, based on the people I know who are autistic. I know it's a spectrum. But yeah, and I do think there is a part of me that thinks how much of this is actually a disorder and how much is just your personality. How much of it is just like that. That's just the way you are, and I don't want to devalue it for people or diminish it. Getting the ADHD diagnosis last year actually helped me more than getting the medicine because it let me go, okay, I need my brain to work in a certain way. So I need to work in harmony with my brain instead of working against it all the time and thinking, oh, why am I so stupid? Why can't I remember where this thing goes in the kitchen? I can remember arcane bits of trivia that I picked up in 1992, but I cannot for any, I cannot possibly remember where that bowl goes. And it's just my brain's just wired differently. I don't think it's a disorder. Maybe executive, was it executive disorder or something? But does the conversion to a foreign language keep the Scouse accent? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Conversion to a foreign language keep the Scouse accent. I don't know. And that's me. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And my accent ebbs and flows as I talk about stuff, as I get more emotional or more drunk or whatever. Fun fact: before Tarantino made Reservoir Dogs, he was brought in to do some dialogue work for Crimson Tide. Yeah. And Denzel Washington. I think it was Denzel Washington who was in Crimson Tide. He had a huge problem. I think it was Denzel Washington. I'm gonna look it up now. He thought that he was like, I'm not really uncomfortable with what this guy's saying and what this guy's writing. Crimson Tide, great movie. Crimson Tide. Yeah. Denzel Washington. Yeah, Denzel Washington had a big problem with it. I forgot Viggo Mortensen was in that. Good old Aragorn. Executive function. Never suggest you're saying you had ADHD for attention. No, but I've been diagnosed with it, like, for what that's worth. Mm. Mm. Um, yeah, I've got medication. I was just saying I haven't taken it. Because I have taken it in the past and fallen asleep 5 minutes later. So I'm not risking it. Oh my God. Dun, 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 dun. So where are we? Where are we now? Oh my God. We are now at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, 35 hours in. The comorbidity of neurodiversity is very real, especially amongst screenwriter type folks, ADHD, autism. All the breadth and depth of autism people will be noticed by a temple grandin. I don't know. I just from my interaction with people that I know in my life, friends and family who have autism, who are autistic. I get the impression that if I mean, I don't know, everyone's different, but I would just imagine that like they will find it difficult to write a character in a sort of believable way. I'm trying to say this as nicely as possible, like because one of the things with autism, it's a bit like it's a bit like the dark passenger with borderline personality disorder, where borderline you feel stuff too much, right? You feel like love and you feel like happiness, but at the same time you feel like rage and jealousy and psychopathy too much. And with autism, it's often the case of your reaction to a certain stimulus will come across muted to other people, and it might not be like that for the person who's autistic, but for the outside observer, they just don't they don't see you react. And also I've seen it where been in situations where there has been some highly emotional situation, and it's like I'm usually the one who has to step in and say, leave it. Do you know what I mean? Like, just leave it, because obviously someone's getting upset here, and the people in my life, I can't say who, like, but people in my life have not seen that person's getting upset. They just don't seem to register it. And I know it's a spectrum. Everyone's different, but I would imagine that I don't know. Maybe it'll turn out that some great author is autistic or was autistic. But one of the things that you have to do when you're an author is not just write everyone in your voice. And I'm not saying that if you're autistic, you're not empathetic. I'm not the most empathetic people I know are on the spectrum. It's not that I'm saying. I'm saying it's if you're having difficulty reading emotions in others and missing social cues, which is a huge part of autism for a lot of people. Not everyone, it's a spectrum. So I'm trying to gauge this. Like, I'm not trying not to be offensive to anyone watching this who's autistic, but I can imagine it could be difficult for someone who's autistic to write, say, dialogue, which for a really emotional scene, for two people talking in a way that would flow naturally to a non-neurodiverse person watching it in the audience. I hope I didn't trip over my words and then upset a lot of people. But Aid Thompson is now in the chat. Hello, Aid. Can I get a booze up this MFer? Thank you very much. Do you know what you can get, Aid? You can get yourself a absolute... Oh, the confetti came up. Yay! Confetti. Thank you so much, Ada. So kind. If you ever need to see the difference between ADHD and autism, just watch one of Graham's streams with Phil. Yeah. I mean, I'm diagnosed with ADHD, he's diagnosed with autism, and we approach the same situation very differently. I know that I approach it more emotionally, Whereas, Phil is very analytic. He's very, this is the way it is. This is what the figures say. And I'm like, well, yeah. Missing social cues is also a trait of ADHD. Yeah, but I think that's true. But I think that's also I think that's also the fact that ADHD people are too busy thinking what to say next. So I think it's slightly different. Powers of the people, Graham Price. Hey, Graham David Hughes. Just thought I'd check in to see how you're doing. I'm all right. Harry Flashman saying, boosh. Sheffield Stephen in there with some fireworks. I missed out on the whole thing because a cousin of mine is also very non-verbal. If you've met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person. Yeah, that's what I said. I said that poorly, Dong. To be fair, I did say it is a spectrum and everyone's different. It's superpowers. They don't ring disorder. If you can find order with that, it's a superpower. Yeah, maybe. Go for you walk, Graham says. I'm annoying you. It was like when I was in my 20s, I was really down on myself, but I realised the problem was I was making bad decisions when I was drunk, so I cut back and hated myself only for the Catholic guilt. You should not feel any Catholic guilt. Temple Grandin is animus behaviorist diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome like me. Temple Grandin? Okay. Temple was an amazing advocate for autistic people, says Ernie. If I knew what bouge meant, you young'uns, my dyslexia read you as just one of the Grandin streams with Phil. I was like, what? The Grandin scheme, the Grandin streams. Lol, my dyslexia. I read that one. Nice one, La. I'm doing stuff now, but I'll definitely give you some company in the night. Well done, mate. No worries, mate. Great. Thank you. Like I say, it's different for everyone, but yeah, I know for a fact that if some of the people that I know in my life had been put into situations that I experienced traveling, like their reaction to it would have been very different. I mean, maybe it would have been a more positive reaction. I don't know, but I think their reactions to be put into those situations would be quite different to the way I sort of just get on with stuff. Well, I have to think of get on with stuff, as we all do. Aid Thompson, nice having to Aid Thompson. It's past your bedtime, mate. Look, Aid, look at the time, Aid. 2009. It's past your bedtime. That almost rhymes. Right, where were we? We were talking before I so rudely interrupted with bouge. All this bouge. We were talking about Malta. You know what the cross on the Maltese flag is? No, stop, wait. It's not a Maltese cross. You're wrong. It's a George cross, and it was given to the good people, the very good people of Malta for saving the island of Malta from getting taken over by the Nazis. I think it was the only island in the whole of the Mediterranean that can get overrun by Nazis. It's like when you drop something on the floor and do you want Nazis? That's how you get Nazis. To be fair, ADHD has subtitles and Asperger's technically doesn't even exist anymore. We moved from the ICD and the DSM to the next version of those books. Might have a new taxonomy for those things. Yeah. Sheffield Steve, just listen to a good edition of Radio 4's Active Hour about soft power and the use of shortwave radio back when it was king and before Trump cut the Voice of America. Worth a listen 100%. Who knew that Graham could talk so much, says Mike Dix. I know. Who knew? Who knew? Where are we? Malta, that's where we are. Oh God, we've got so many M's to get through. Let's see if we get through the M's. The M's and the S's. We're going to be here all night. So Malta. So it's these islands here. So if you're watching this on YouTube, you'll be able to see Malta. There it is in the span of things. If you want to get there, there is a boat that goes from Palazzo every day. Oh, that's Pozzallo, because the ZZ is a TZ in it. Pozzallo. You can get. I don't know why it goes. It does like a little elbow out thing here. I don't know why it does that, but it does. So yeah, go elbow out and in to Malta, and that goes back and forth every day. And that's a nice way of getting there rather than flying in. I would recommend it because it means that if you get the train, right? If you get the train, right? Let me just say, come here. Right, what you want to do, right? Get down to Manchester, get down to London, hitchhike because it's too expensive to take the train, and then get yourself a really good deal, right? In there, and then go to Lille, right? Get a deal to Lille on the Euro train, and then go there, and then get the slow train. Don't get the SNCF; it's too fast. No, sorry, there was SNCF. Don't get the TGV; it's too fast. Screw that, right? Don't get that. Don't get that. What you want to do is you want to get the slow train, right? Slow train to Lyon, and then to Grenoble, and then up to Turin, and then down to Florence and the Machine, and down to Rome, and then that will go through down to Naples. Actually, the train that you can get, I think it leaves at midnight. And it's like an overnight train. It goes down here, goes to the foot, and in the morning it gets down to here, and it goes across. Like the whole train gets on a boat. It's brilliant. You just stay on the train, and then you're on a boat. You're on a boat on a train. You're on a train on a boat. It's brilliant. And then you go down the coast. There's another train you can get down here because that'll drop you off over here. And you go down to Palazzo. There's a lovely train you can get. You stick your head out the window. You can stick your head out the window. It's one of those old trains. It's brilliant. And then you can go over here and get to Malta. And then you get the train back. That's what I would do. But you know, I'm a lunatic. Sheffield's amazing how the right wing took over and then influenced the people. Is it me, or is Jägermeister in Germany better for you than what you get in the UK? I don't know. Just say cough medicine to me. We all know he's impossible to shut up. I love his efforts, though. Well, you know, you may as well play to your strengths, eh? You may as well play to the strengths. I'm a late person. I'm rarely in bed before 3:34. Benefits of having no kids. Lol. It's really interesting, isn't it? It'd be a good call center. It'd be good in the call center. The booze doth not wait. Sheffield is amazing. Sheffield Steve. I used to be such a Radio 4 slag. 7:24. It was never off the radio in the kitchen. I've moved to Radio 1 dance now for my slagging for that Archer's rave vibe. There's a flight though, yeah, says Cuthbert. Nah, don't get the flight. So, Malta. From North America and Arabic influences, listen carefully to local language. To the Sicilian-inspired cuisine, Malta is a microcosm of the Mediterranean. Few European countries have such concentrated history, architecture, and yes, beaches in so tiny an area. It's been an eclectic mix of influences and roll call of rulers over centuries, but there's no doubt Malta is not just a notional outpost of Italy or a relic of colonial Britain. This island nation, all 316 square kilometers of it, comprising the islands of Malta, Gozo, and Comino, has a quirky character all of its own. From prehistoric temples to Baroque architecture, feasts of rabbit to festas, I think that should be fiestas, of noisy fireworks, rattling buses, and colourful fishing boats. This nation has lots of unique charm. I got Boba Fetty going up. I got Boba Fetty. Yay, got Boba Fetty. Okay, I'll put that away. Right. Malta's oldest monuments are the mysterious megalithic temples on Gonzo and the temples on the southwest coast of the main island, built between 3800 and 2500 BC, so 3800 and 2500 BC. They're the world's oldest surviving freestanding structures. From around 800 to 18 BC, Malta was colonized by the Phoenicians and the Carthaginians and then became part of the Roman Empire. In AD 60, St. Paul was shipwrecked on the island where, according to folklore, he converted the island to Christianity. Arabs arrived in 870 and had a considerable influence on agriculture and language. Afterwards came a succession of Normans, Angevins, and Aragonese and Castellans. In 530, the islands were given to the Knights of the Order of St. John, a religious crusader organization founded in Jerusalem. The Knights expelled invading Turks in 1565 and were considered the saviors of Europe. Soon afterwards, though, the order declined and surrendered to Napoleon in 1798 without a fight. The British helped liberate the island in 1800 and began to develop Malta as a major naval base. The new member of the British Empire suffered greatly from World War II bombing. In 1947, the devastated land was given a measure of self-governance. The country gained independence in 1964, became a republic in 1974. In 2004, all the fours, Malta joined the EU and plans to introduce the euro as its currency in January 2008. Plans to? I think that's already happened. Well, there you go. Is Aid still there, or has Aid gone to bed? I was only joking, Aid. You don't have to go to bed. I wanna know what Aid thinks of my new setup with the telly and that. I need to sort out that. I'm gonna get. Do you know what I'm gonna get for there? Right, I'm gonna get a coffee table. Right, and it's gonna be on those travel cases. You know, the old style travel boxes. I've got to save up for it, but these are quite expensive. I can get one that looks like a travel box, and I'm going to put all my travel stuff in there, you know, the receipts and bits and bobs from my travels, and we're going to go in there. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Graham Price, I'm sorry to read that, mate. If I get better at hosting, would you be prepared to join my Sunday live for 15 minutes to talk about bowel cancer sometime? Obviously, it's just a decision, so there's no rush. I've been to Malta. My great uncle flew hurricanes there in the war, was shot down between Sicily and Malta and survived for 24 hours in the sea. Whoa. And then he died. Like, he was in the sea for 24, and then he died. Where'd you get the clock from? I want one. That's for Amazon. Sorry. I needed it quick. I tell you what, getting all of these bloody drawers was bloody difficult. Not drawers, shelves. Getting these shelves, so hard. Completely. What I wanted to do, because I already had like the lower sideboard that we had here, I just wanted a small shelf unit that would just sort of sit here to this height. Just like impossible to get. The only ones you could get, they weren't delivered until next week or something. So it would have been after I finished this show. I love Malta in the 90s. Amazing culture. It's become a bit Blackpool on Saturday night now, though. I'll say, oh, that's sad to hear. I prefer hurricanes to Spitfires, Mike. What about butterflies? Do you prefer hurricanes to butterflies? Yeah. Anyway, that's Malta. And how'd you make a Maltese cross? Stamp on his foot. Go away, Tang. Go away. Go away. How'd you make a hormone? Don't pay her. Stop it. Go away. Go away, Squeaky Tang. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go. How'd you make a Swiss roll? Push him down the hill. Sheffield Steve arriving in 2011, certainly missed those old days. Canada has CBC1, but it's nothing like Radio 4. Brits have no idea how awesome it is, and perhaps how much awesome it was. Yeah, Brits have no idea about a lot of things that you realise when you're travelling, and you're like, oh my God, we just think this is normal. Squeaky Tang. It's a great joke. Sheffield Steve, another good program about radio during the Cold War was the DW documentary. Letters without a signature produced by the BBC World Service to East Germany worth a watch. Does malted milk come from Malta and Maltesers? Yeah. Radio fall to some it's either too left or too right. That's a problem right now. Yeah. Yes, Sammy J, my mate's German and brings me a bottle every time he comes home. Oh, it's nice to be bottled by someone that you love. Graham Price, you've done so well with this, mate. I wish I could send the mega chat for you. It's fine, mate. Top marks though, yeah. Well, mate, this is the crunch, isn't it? This is the absolute crunch because if I can keep going, if we can just keep going, well, there is a part of me that's like, go for a walk, Graham. Go for a walk. Go for, how do you make your antifreeze? Hide her dressing gown. There you go. Pop her in the freezer. I did some cheese jokes before. I got some good cheese jokes. Next up, now this is going to be shit, right? This is not my fault, but I'm going to tell you now it's going to be shit because we already did this for Kiribati, but we're going to go back over to the Pacific Oceans. Let's travel down the Red Sea, through the Arabian Sea and the Ocean of India, and then we're going to go to the Philippine Sea and over here and all the way to the other side of the bloody planet. And then we'll zoom in and we'll go to the Marshall Islands. Hello, Marshall. How are you there? The Marshall Islands, it's a bit wide in this, but there you go. I don't know why it's so small. There's Jabo. Now you might know the capital of the Marshall Islands is Majuro, and you're like thinking, I've heard of that name before. That's weird. Why have I heard the name of the Marshall Islands? Well, dear friends, I'm glad you asked. For places that boats are registered, number 1 is Panama City. Number 2 is Monrovia, the capital of Liberia, which we've already talked about. And number 3 is Majuro, the capital of the Marshall Islands. Also the name of I think it's what you put in your mouth also. Cymru, thank you very much for the £2 super chat. Yamlin forward. Well done, brother. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Love it. Stuff like this is the reason I follow your channel. Well done. You're flagging Graham. I don't know, like Sheffield Steve's like you're doing shit, mate. How dare you? I'm trying my best. Should we do fun with flags? Is that what you mean? Should we get the flags out? Looking forward to the Philippines. That's where my partner is from. Love the Philippines. Awesome place. But yeah, this is. Oh my god. This map is just so bad. Like that is just like what? Okay. Where's Majuro? Where's Majuro? Where is it? Where's Majuro? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll type it in here, right? I'll type in Majuro if you're going to be like that, right? Majuro. Okay. Oh, right, it's all the way over there. There you go, Lagoon Road. Your Lagoon Road. There you go. Those atolls. Look, those atolls. Those tops of those volcanoes jutting out the water. Anyway, so that's where I went. Majuro. See, it says that in the middle of the, but you can't click on it. Okay, that's handy. So I've been here. That's quite fun. When I went Lagoon Road. There's a place along here. Can I do the? Can we actually do the little man? Can we do the little man? Oh yes, we can. Yes, we can. Little man. Oh my god, this is amazing. Right, so there's two. Oh, this is cool. If you go around the island, there's like two. I think it's around here. Around Darrit, there's two big satellite dishes, which is really cool. Hang on, let me see if I can just drop my man off here. Where's the two big satellite dishes? Are they here? No, bigger than that. Oh no, dreaming. Damn it! I thought they might be here. I think I can remember about the Marshall Islands is they had two big satellite dishes. Got a really nice picture of them actually. Might be on the other side of the atoll. Okay, all right. I'm leaving. Maybe it's at the other end. Oh, there you go. R.E. Laura. Let's go to Laura. I love when they just give a name like Laura. Okay. Laura baseball field. I need to find out where the bar is because I went to the bar. Isn't it mad though? It's like this little narrow road and it's Oh, there you go. Yeah. There it is. There's a thing here. Ah, it was there. Oh my god. I'm sure it was there. I'm sure it was in there. Have they taken them away? Do you not need them anymore? They had 2 big satellite dishes. Why would you get rid of them? Wonderfully big satellite dishes. Oh, I'm so confused now. I'm so sad. I'm so sad and confused. What is going on here? This is awful. This is the worst thing that could happen. Bottle swap. Welcome to the village. Thank you for being an ally. To all my trans siblings, do not comply. Power to the people. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jenny Robinson. That is really kind of you. Sorry, I'm just walking around an island at the moment on the other side of the planet going, where the satellites? I swear they were there. I swear there was 2 satellite dishes in this field here. I recognise these buildings. Why would they have these buildings? There's no satellite dishes. Do you know what I mean? They're missing. Someone's taking the satellite dishes away. Someone's robbed my satellite dishes. I'm very upset about this. I'm going to have to be having words. It's going to be so funny if I go out in the corner and the satellite dishes are just there now. And you're like, oh, great. You know, drama queen. Let me have a look. Pick him up. Let's go. Lower Beach. Oh. I've seen a lot of trans men on TikTok saying, "Okay, well, I'll use the women's toilets then." And these like guys with big muscles and beards and stuff, and they're like, "I'm going to use the girls' toilets now." Well, that's what I'm supposed to use. What can I say? Dead people. No. Oh well. I suppose that would be fun for a little while. I'm pretty sure they used to be there. I'm going to report a problem. They're not there. Maybe it's there in that corner. Maybe that's it there. D-lip. Oh yeah. Let's go here. Come on. This has got to be good. Got excited then. I thought that was a salad dish, but it wasn't. It was a stop sign. But there you go. So you know you're in the marshal islands. That's the flag. It's funny because Majoro sounds like a toothpaste brand, and the flag looks like a toothpaste brand. I'm just so disappointed that these amazing. Everyone's seen them now. They're not that great, Graham. If you see them. Okay. I'm going to type in satellite dish. Why would you do that? My God, what are you doing? Satellite dishes. Majoro. Marshall Islands. So yeah, the flag looks like toothpaste. Airport beach. Oh, that would be it because it'd be at the end of the airport, wouldn't it? That would make sense. Yeah. Yeah, let's go there. Big love to trans men because they get to choose their size. It ain't going to be small. Oh, okay, no. Right, no, it's in a grassy field. It's in a grassy knoll. I don't know why I'm spending ages looking at this. We're supposed to be getting through all these things. Jenny Robinson, thank you so much. That is really, really kind of you. Right, where are we? Where are we now? Oh my God, it's 8:30. Been going now. I haven't checked that for a while. Been going now for 35 hours and 30 minutes. Pretty much. Anyway, so what changed then? The lighting changed behind me. It's because of the TV changing. Anyway, so where are we going? The Marshall Islands. Marshall Islands are the place where they did the testing at Bikini Atoll, where they blew up the stuff. Marshall Islands population 73,376. The expanse of slender flat coral atolls is surrounded by tropical water. It's so surrounded by tropical water that anywhere at any time you can see, hear, and smell, feel the salt air and water. 1,000 or so coral islands make up the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Living on those narrow strips of land between ocean and lagoon, the Marshallese are expert fishers and navigators, having long been reliant on the sea. Local faces reflect the island's history. In the late 1700s, after 2,000 years of isolation, the Micronesian islands were variously visited, settled, colonized, occupied by British, French, Japanese, Germans, Americans, Russians, later by defense forces. Today, the more developed atolls have a sense of all these influences. Well-stocked stores carry international groceries, restaurants serve the food of several nations, and basketball courts on many street corners. On the quietest back roads of the Marshallese, continue to live in family compounds surrounded by flowers. The RMI's charm lies in its outer islands, which still feel like a pristine Pacific paradise. Top experiences: going to Laura. If a heady place of Marshall Islands getting too much, take a very pleasant dive along the palm-lined road to Laura. That's the name of the place. Found at the far western end of Majuro Atoll, Laura is famed for its quiet beaches. And then Bikini Atoll, thanks to its ominous nuclear history, Bikini, the site of the first peacetime explosion of the nuclear bomb. Of the atomic bomb. The site of the first peacetime explosion of the atomic bomb. That can't be right. I thought that was the Trinity test in New Mexico. Okay. A highlight is the USS Saratoga, the world's only diveable aircraft carrier, which still holds racks of bombs. Oh, Jesus. Bikini is a great spot for diving with sharks. Spotting a silver tip wreck on the wreck is not uncommon. And Mike Dix, thank you for the £2 super chat. Bus fare to the doctor's surgery tomorrow. Why am I going to need to go to the doctor's surgery? Mike, what's happening? Why am I going to go? Why do this? Graham, how long do you think you'll sleep for after 9:01 tomorrow morning? When I do go to sleep, it might not be for long. It might maybe be for like 3 hours or something. I'm not a big sleeper. I'm really not a big sleeper. Kat always gets worried if she wakes me up in the night. I'm always like, I don't care. Just fall back asleep if I want to sleep. And if I don't want to sleep, I just don't sleep. It's my crap X-Men power. Told you this. But yeah, Marshall Islands. Let's learn a little bit about the Marshall Islands. So I'm getting very distracted here. We're so not getting through these M's, aren't we? We're so not getting through the M's. I think Trinity controlled detonation rather than the bomb drop. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Bikini Atoll is what happened there. I think it's disgraceful. They moved all the people out who lived there. They could have tested it in the desert where no one lived, but no. Anyway, New Caledonia, Marshall Islands. Marshall Islands, the history. Marshallese are thought to have come over from Southeast Asia well, actually, they came over from Taiwan. What's that? This is wrong. More than 2,000 years ago, over time, the settlers organized themselves into lineage groups and spread throughout the double chains of atolls. They developed on their own lifestyle and their own social structure, benefiting the sparse and isolated influence, isolated environment. Sorry, the islands were first sighted by Europeans in 1526 by Spanish Captain Garcia de Loyasa. There was no further contact until 1788 when Britain's Captain Marshall rediscovered them and they were given his name. Traders and whalers visited in the early 19th century, but violent attacks by the Marshallese repelled them. It wasn't until the 1890s that German trading companies started to build links with some of the islands and create a network of island stations for trade in copper and retail goods. For Germany formally annexed Marshall Islands in 1885, and until German administrators arrived in 1906, the islands were run by a group of powerful German trading companies. During World War I, Japan declared war on Germany and occupied German Micronesia. In September 1914, the islands remained under Japanese rule until they defeated Japan by the American forces in World War II. When the Marshalls, along with what is now the Federated States of Micronesia, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and the Republic of Palau, became part of the U.S. Trust territory in the Pacific Islands. The U.S. moved in immediately after the war, resettling islanders and starting atomic bomb experiments on Bikini Atoll and Eniwetok Atoll in 1964. Between 1964 and 1956, there were 67 powerful nuclear bomb tests. Cumulatively, these tests were the equivalent of 1.6 Hiroshima bombs being detonated every day for 12 years. Wow. Though the bombing is long over, the Marshallese continue to grapple with the lingering effects of radiation. Entire communities have had to be evacuated and resettled. The Congress of Micronesia, composed of the U.S. Trust territories, was formed in 1965. Aspiring for political independence, the Marshallese withdrew from the Congress of Micronesia in 1973, and the Constitution became effective on the 1st of May 1979. Independence itself came in 1986, and membership of the UN in 1991. At independence, the Marshallese government signed a 15-year compact of free association, CFA, with the US, which, as well as providing economic benefits to the Marshallese, allowed the US to continue using Kwajalein as a missile testing site. In 2004, the second CFA Compact 2 was signed. The 20-year deal provides around $40 million US dollars per year in the form of grants and a trust fund, and the goal of which is to provide income to the government at the end of Compact 2. The second CFA negotiations also included an agreement to extend the lease of use for the missile range at Kwajalein until 2066. Wow. After the current lease expires in 2016. Landowners refused to sign a new lease, of course, however, and they've asked for $19 million US dollars annually for the rental of the majority of the world's largest atoll lagoon. The US has offered to pay only $15 million a year. Apart from cash infusions from the US, many Marshallese rely on subsistence agriculture, copper production, and copper. Mainstay of the country is recovering from the altered weather patterns experienced during the late 90s El Nino effect, and is subsidized by the RMI to assist the outer island economies. An astounding 42 million coconuts are harvested annually, a figure which could double in the next 5 years. Majuro's copper mill produces cosmetic soaps and oils, and some vehicles on Majuro run on coconut oil as a diesel substitute. One of El Nino's more positive effects was the redirection of schools of tuna towards the Eastern Marshalls. New fishing licenses have seen revenue from foreign fishing license soar. The RMI's 2 million square kilometres of ocean boasts a catch of around $50 million annually, and the country receives 5% of the landed value of each boat's catch. There is, of course, a concurrent need to monitor fishing industry and beware of overfishing. Cruise ships inject around $30,000 US dollars into the local economy every time they visit, boosting the sale of local goods and services and encouraging craftspeople to continue practicing their art. Yeah. Still not particularly happy with cruise ships. They do pollute a lot and do kind of mess things up for a lot of places that should be, tropical paradise, but it's not, because cruise ships have turned up and turned it into not a tropical paradise. Am I reading chat right? I hope this guidance will be stopped. Fun bat facts. There are approximately 18 different bat species found in the UK, which account for almost a quarter of all mammal species in the UK. Ooh, do we have vampire bats? If I had done this, I could definitely sleep on the proverbial fishing line. Graham has officially hit the Hunter S. Thompson level. What? Laryngitis treatment. I think Trinity was a controlled detonation rather than the bomb. I've read that. Maybe seen things too, but a quarter of the species is 18 different kinds of bats and a total of 72 kinds of mammals in the UK. Yikes, I believe it, lol. Thanks, Paulie Donkey. Thanks for the info. Right, moving on. We have got hello. Those watching out there. Twitch is still going. Twitch is still twitching away like a big twitchy weirdo. Guatemala, Guam, done that. Marshall Islands. Okay, I've only got 12. I'm coming up to only 12 hours to get through the rest of these countries. So next up, we got Martinique. So should we head over to Martinique? Does anyone know where Martinique is? Do you know where Martinique is? We're going to zoom out. Which way should we go? Let's go this way. Martinique is here. I've got it right in the centre. I've got it right where I want you, Martinique. There's Martinique. There, hello. Say hello to Martinique. Southern Martinique has great beaches, great fishing villages, and lots of activities to keep you busy. While the north, with its mountains and botanical gardens, is perfect for hikers and nature lovers. Population 396,000. Capital is Fort de France. Volcanic in origin, Martinique is still mountainous, a mountainous stunner crowned by the still smouldering Mont Pelée. The volcano that wiped out the former capital of Saint-Pierre in 1902. Offering a striking diversity of landscapes and atmospheres, Martinique is a cosmopolitan and sophisticated island that boasts stunning beaches, superb hiking, top-notch culinary experiences, an enormous array of activities, and rich cultural life. Get a bit of culture down your blouse. There you go. While it suffers from overcrowding in some places, particularly in and around Fort de France, life has become more sedate as one heads north. Life becomes more sedate as one heads north or south through some of the island's more alluring scenery. The rainforested mountainous northern part is most spectacular, but the south has its fair share of natural wonders, including lovely bays and gorgeous beaches. Add to this a dash of Gallic joie de vivre, and you'll understand why so many people love Martinique. I think Martinique's really lovely. I do. It's very neat and tidy compared with other Caribbean destinations. It's part of France. It's a French overseas. I think it's the Pomon. It's on the back of a euro. If you have a look at the euro, it's got a little picture of Martinique on the back of it. Sorry, I need to blow my nose. I'm sorry. Where are we going here? We thought there'd be much less bat species until we actually started looking for bat roosts where multiple species will house together. Ooh, those naughty little bats. So Martinique is in the Caribbean. Martinique is a runoff primary elections. What's going on here? Oh, that was to tell me to stop the show and start another one, but I don't need to because obviously I've got another 9 hours before I have to. English of the evangelical community. Right, let's turn it down. It's just so it doesn't turn off. Bat in the cave. Oh, better touch this. Touch the screen, Graham. Touch the screen. We thought there'd be much less bat species. There you go. Marshall Islands are also a ship registry. That's what I said. You see the word Majuro on the back of ships. Majuro, Monrovia, and Panama. Woo! Right. Where were we? We were talking about Martinique. Not to be confused with St. Martin. It's a different type of Martin altogether. It's the most common surname in France, Martin. I'm roasting. Oh, it just went down to 22 degrees C there on my little clock. This Caribbean Islands Lonely Planet, right? It's not in alphabetical order. It's in north to south order. You just got to remember what order the answers go in. You should look down. Martinique. So, a little bit about Martinique. When Christopher Columbus sighted Martinique, it was inhabited by Caribs, where you get the name Caribbean from. And they called the island Madinina, which means island of flowers. 3 decades passed before the first party of French settlers, who were led by Pierre Batlandy something, landed on the northwest side of the island. They built a small fort. What a bunch of twats. The settlers quickly went around colonizing the land and killed all the Caribs. The native Caribs escalated into warfare. In 1660, those Caribs who had survived the fighting were forced off the island. The British also took a keen interest in Martinique and invaded and held the island for most of the period from 1794 to 1815. The island prospered under British occupation. The planters simply sold their sugar to British markets rather than French markets. Perhaps more importantly, the occupation allowed Martinique to avoid the turmoil of the French Revolution. Not long after the French administration was re-established on Martinique, the golden era of sugarcane was to begin to wane. And then Scholler, this guy, the French cabinet minister who's responsible for overseas possessions, who convinced the provisional governors to sign the Emancipation Proclamation of 1848, which brought an end to slavery in the French West Indies. Widely revived by the white aristocracy at the time, Scholler is now regarded as one of Martinique's heroes. In 1902, after the most devastating natural disaster in Caribbean history, the Mont Pelée volcano erupted violently, destroying the city of Saint-Pierre, the old capital, and claiming the lives of 30,000 inhabitants. Shortly thereafter, the capital was moved permanently to Fort de France. Saint-Pierre, which had been regarded as the most cultured city in the French West Indies, was eventually rebuilt, but never been more than a shadow of its former self. In 1946, Martinique became an overseas department of France with similar status to those metropolitan departments. In 1974, it was further assimilated into political fold as a department of France. So not even an overseas department, a full department. In August 2007, Hurricane Dean pounded Martinique and entirely wiped out its banana crop. The hurricane caused damage estimated at $240 million and killed 2 people. Some of the hotels sat on the island plantations have shut their doors as a result, and it's certain whether they will open anytime soon. So there you go. That's all you need to know about Martinique. Right, next one. Next one, people. Slow descent into madness. You can do it. Madness. Well, we all go a bit crazy from time to time. So next up, we're going to go from the Caribbean to North Africa to Mauritania. There's Mauritania. So it's got lots of straight lines in it. French, British. Mauritania, driving through the vast, sun-bleached landscape of Mauritania, you'll be forgiven for expecting to see a post-apocalyptic hot rod from Mad Max Fury Road on the horizon. Instead, a solitary, turbaned figure tending a herd of goats tells a story of survival amid millennial-old geological forces. Mauritania, one of the world's lowest population densities, because look at it, man, it's all desert, is almost equally divided between the Moors of Arab Berber descent and Black Africans, a striking cultural combination as part of its appeal. With no doubt that Mauritania has some of Africa's grandest scenery. Millions of migratory birds in the winter come along here, blah, blah, blah. The Awadar region offers epic sand dunes, eye-popping plateaus, and green oases, plus Africa's biggest monolith. The Tanjant has similar features and both hide ancient and World Heritage listed caravan towns. However, the inland Mauritania is currently unsafe for visitors. So basically, don't go there. Don't go there. Do you want my fun fact? Would you like my fun fact about Mauritania? Come on, let's look at my book, which you can buy from all bad booksellers. I'll have a look in here, and if you're very lucky, I can send you a copy in put my name in it. Mauritania, under intense international pressure, Mauritania finally bans slavery in 2007? I'll say it again. Under intense international pressure, Mauritania finally banned slavery in 2007. Can't go to Mauritania if you're American, I don't think. They don't let you in. Which, you know, you kind of think quite rightly. Billy Badger, you can do it, Graham. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope so. I hope I can. Right, where's Africa? Oh, there you go. Have you tried down the back of the couch? Have you tried your butthole? So Libya, Morocco, Cameroon, Togo. Oh, okay. Mauritania. Mauritania. Right, so this is about Mauritania, that country you just saw. So we'll just have a look at it again so you know where it is. It's just there. It's that place there that says Mauritania. It's bloody massive. From the 3rd century AD, the Berbers established trading routes all over the Western Sahara, including Mauritania. In the 11th century, the Marrakesh-based Islamic Almoravids pushed south and, with the assistance of the Mauritanian Berber leaders, destroyed the Empire of Ghana, which covered much of present-day Mauritania. That victory led to the spread of Islam throughout Mauritania and Western Sahara. The descendants of the Almoravids were finally subjected by the Arabs in 1674. As colonialism spread through Africa in the 19th century, France stationed troops in Mauritania, but it was not until 1904 that, having played one Moorish faction off against another, the French managed to make Mauritania a colonial territory. Independence was fairly easily achieved in 1960 because the French wanted to prevent the country from being absorbed into the new independent Morocco. The Ode Dada, that's his name, became Mauritania's first president. Old Dada, what a name. Took a hard line, especially against mainly black African Southerners who were treated like second-class citizens who were compelled to fit in the mould. The opposition was brutally suppressed. The issue of Western Sahara, Spanish Sahara, finally toppled the government in 1975. The very sandy Spanish Sahara, a Spanish colony, was divided between Morocco and Mauritania, but the Polisario Front launched a guerrilla war to oust both beneficiaries from the area. Mauritania was incapable militarily and economically of fighting such a war. A bloodless coup took place in Mauritania in 1978, bringing the new military government that renounced all territorial claims to Western Sahara. A series of coups ensued, and finally Colonel Olteya came to power in 1984. For black Africans, this was even worse than Old Dada. Ethnic tensions culminated in bloody riots between the Moors and the black Africans in 1989. More than 70,000 black Africans were expelled to Senegal, a country most have never known. In the 1990s, the government became increasingly extremist. In 1991, Mauritania supported Iraq during the Gulf War, and aid dried up. To counter criticism, Teya introduced multi-party elections in 1982, which he won, but because the electoral fraud was massive. The harassment and arrest of opposition figures continued, and black Africans still face discrimination. Keep going, Graham, says Politics X. Thank you very much, Alex. It's very, very kind of you. I'm going to launch the confetti for you. Yay, confetti! Woo! Yeah, confetti. You get confetti. You get confetti. Keep going. Also known as Atlantis, King Atlas was the first king, and the Atlas Mountains to the north. The more you know. Ooh, there you go. I thought Atlantis was in the Atlantic, but also in the possibly in the Mediterranean Sea, because you know that meant the middle of the earth. Why did it? I turned the volume up and down about 10 minutes ago. Why are you asking me now? Trump's had another medical. Oh, one more day closer to the big beautiful day. Oh yay. Anyway, so Mauritania today, basically they had general elections, and they finally got rid of slaves, but there's still a lot of slaves there. Don't recommend it. Like I say, there's an iron ore train, which is worth going and checking out and seeing. I got to see it go past, which is just a phenomenal. That just happened to be going past. as I was, you know, we had to stop because the train was in front of us. Yeah, really good, really good. Everyone looks under their chairs. Confetti! Moonbase has just been announced. They're going to set up a moon. Right, don't get me started. Right, we're not supposed to be talking politics on this channel today. Mauritius is next. Delicious. It's Mauritius. Do you want to be delicious with Mauritius? I want to be delicious with Mauritius. Let's go over to Mauritius. I love Mauritius. This is the place of the dodo. Hello, that's Port Louis. That's capital. Great little place. The great little place. I've got drunk in here. It's been really good. Let's go. Let's go into Port Louis. Let's go down here. Let's see what we got. We got the port area. Let's see if is the Keg and Marlin still there. Oh, I hope it's still there. It's probably closed now. Keg. Oh, shit. Keg and Marlin. Port Louis. Woohoo! Babylon Bay, Keg and Marlin. Permanently closed. Oh, the Keg and Marlin's closed. Oh, I'm sad now. Oh, I'm so sad. That's where I did my Drink Around the World challenge. Oh, did anyone get a picture of the scoreboard before they took it down? Oh, I'm so sad now. There you go, Keg, pub restaurant. No one got a picture of that. It's all crappy pictures of crap. Why didn't no one take a picture of the Drink Around the World scoreboard? You bastards. Keg and Marlin. Have we just seen the same pictures over and over again? Or they're just like really similar? Because they're really, but no. Same pictures over and over again. Can't get them. Oh. Whatevers. You suck, Google. Oh. Great memories. That's where I did my Drink Around the World. Drink Around the World. Oh, let's see. There's a. No. Oh, how sad. I wonder what happened to the Keg and Marlin. I'm going to find out. I'm going to type it into the Googles. Whoop, 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 whoop. Keg. Oh, shit. Keg. Keg and Marlin. Port Louis. Why? Shut. Probably, yeah, COVID, wasn't it? COVID shut everything down. Keg and Marlin was officially ceased operations on November the 30th, 2023. The venue faced negative reviews of patrons citing inconsistent food quality, slow service, and high prices over the years. That sounds about right. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? Input meal closed. It's a goodbye. We'll see each other soon. Port Louis, drink your way around the world. Oh, that's a shame. I can't get a picture of the. Oh well, never mind. I was trying to see if I could actually go back. You can never go back, can you? Anyway, so this is where little old Mauritius is, right? Okay, and although it's telling me it's this name of pub, shut up. There is a boat. There is a ferry boat that you can get from Tower Massina over here, over to Reunion Island, this little French island here, and then you can get a boat over to Mauritius over here. A really cool place. You go to Port Louis. There's a fort there. You see the fort. There's also the Champ de Mars, which is a racetrack where you can go and get your race come in, your horse come in the middle of the city there, and if your horse comes in at 20-1, and then you can go and spend all your money on booze. That's what you could do, or do something else. Yeah, it's quite an exciting little place that you can go to. It's got a cool flag as well. The flag's a bit of like a rainbow flag. Oh my God, we've done it. We have crossed over into the 36 hours mark. We've gone to 36 hours. We've got 12 hours left of this. All you have to do is stay up for another 12 hours and I am freaking sorted, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a place called Cure Pipe. When you need to cure your pipe. There's a place north of Port Louis called Pamplemousse. There's a place called Three Old Bitches. Three Old Bitches, right? Where's Pamplemousse? Pamplemousse? Where's Pamplemousse? Am I dreaming? Did I dream there's a place called Pamplemousse? Pamplemousses. Where's my grapefruits? Pamplemousse. Pamplemousse. The new district court of Pamplemousses. There you go. Pamplemousses district. Oh, that whole area is called Pamplemousses. Pamplemousse. Come on. You can't not love somewhere that has a place called Pamplemousse. All right. I don't think you're loving this. I don't think you're loving this enough. I'm going to have to show you another reason why you should absolutely 100% love the bones of Mauritius. It's nutritious and delicious. Mongolia, Chinese visa, Kingdom of Bahrain, Egypt. Now this is Djibouti. Oh, okay. Other parts. Germany. No, this is. Is this the one I got in South Africa? This is the one I got in South Africa. Sorry, I just need to find. Is one angry pagan in today? I was going to show him. You know, he's talking about going to Komodo Island to see the Komodo dragons. If you go there, you can actually get yourself. I'll show you this. Get yourself a little. You get yourself a little Komodo dragon stamp for your passport if you want. I did, because you know I'm very special. It was a special stamp for special boys. And the reason why I'm looking through here is because I have a particular stamp that I would like to share with you, if you don't mind me sharing my stamp with you. I think it would be very cool. Yes, there it is. There it is there. Check this out, right? I'm sorry, but that is the coolest thing of all time ever. Yes, that's right. Look, right? It's got a little dodo on the entry stamp to Mauritius. Dodo. They got a dodo on the entry stamp. There's a dodo on the entry. There's a dodo. Like the entry stamp when you go in, like they stamp you you stamp your passport with a dodo. Like, what is not to love? Like, how can you not fall in love with a place that has like horses that come in at 20 to 1? They have a place where you can drink all these drinks. They have a place called Pamplemousse, and they put a stamp on your passport, right? That has got a dodo. Okay, all right. You're not convinced, right? Okay, come here. Right. They have a museum for this stamp, right? There's a stamp. Imagine it was like the most collectible Pokemon card ever. Yeah. The museum that was built to house this stamp didn't cost as much as the stamp. Like to build the actually museum to house this stamp. And let me just be very clear that the stamp is awesome. I've seen it. But there's other stuff in the museum as well. That's the only thing in the museum. It's not like you go into a huge, big room of like a big vault, and they turn like this, and they open the big door, and then you walk in. It's like, you know, you can hear your footsteps like echo around the walls and off the ceilings and down. You know, click, click, and you try to walk over as quickly as possible, and then there's this little tiny little tiny postage stamp that had a printing error on it. It had a printing it had a printing error on it. Now where are we? If we're going to go to it's this one. Is it this one? Maldives. Oh look, I've actually got my own Lonely Planet for the Maldives. Oh, that's cool. That's nice, isn't it? Does he get such a bad rap? Getting around. They're just not telling you any history anymore. Oh, actually, no. Pufferfish, idolatry. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay. All right. They're still doing a history section. Woo! Some archaeologists, including Thor Heyerdahl, he's not an archaeologist, believe that the Maldives was well known from 2000 BC and as a trading junction for several ancient maritime civilizations, including the Egyptians, the Romans, the Mesopotamians, and the Indus Valley traders. The legendary sun-worshipping people called the Redan may have descended from one of these groups. All right, mate, if you say so. Anyway, I could do a whole thing about the Maldives, but I'm not talking about the Maldives. We're talking about, Mauritius, Réunion, and Seychelles. All right, okay. So let's go to Mauritius here. Mauritius is delicious. So the museum is called the Blue Penny Museum. And it's number one. You know, they do like a little map, and they have like numbers on the map. You know, they do this. They have a little number. Like number one, it's like a little, you know, dot to dot. Number one is a penny. Is the top sites. It's got top sites list. Number one, Blue Penny Museum. No messing around. Can't go wrong. Although dedicated to the world famous Mauritian 1 penny and 2 pence stamps of 1847, the Blue Penny Museum is far more wide-ranging than its name suggests, taking the history of the island's exploration, settlement, and colonial period. It's got loads of maps. It's full of maps. Like, if you like maps, if you have a thing for maps, yeah, it's a place to possibly go. It's Port Louis' best museum, one that gives visitors a then and now look at the city, although travellers with mobility issues know that the stamps are on the first floor and there's no lift. Handy. Central to the museum's collection are 2 of the world's rarest stamps, a red 1 penny and a blue 2 pence post office stamps issued in 1847. To preserve the colours, they are only lit up for 10 minutes at a time. Every hour at 25 minutes past the hour. The stamps are considered a national treasure, and they're probably the most valuable objects on the entire island. I shit you, I'm not making this up. I shit you not. On the ground floor, you'll see fantastic selection of antique maps. Be still my beating heart. Engravings and from different periods in history, and photographs, as well as the country's most famous works of art. Superbly lifelike statue by Mauritian sculptor Prosper de Espany, carved in 1884. So there you go. Now you know. I'm quite like I'm just wondering how. I think I had Madagascar. I think I had a Lonely Planet for Madagascar, and at the time it included Mauritania in the region. I think so. I don't know. Why is everyone saying they never forget my first dildo fight? What is even happening? Is there a dodo? How could you not have a dodo? You must have a dodo. If you don't have a dodo, no dodo, no entry. You need to check if you got a dodo. Anyway, so what was I going to say? Is there anything? I was going to read about Mauritius, but that other book annoyed me when it was like, oh, this guy who's not an archaeologist said that it was this fantasy thing where all the people around the world Like they'll talk to each other on the internet. Hello.
Is anything keep you awake?
Yes. Have you got cans of Coke? You got a can of Coke?
Yeah, I got a full pack.
Oh, can I just have the can? Okay. I've got loads of this left. Yeah, you can give me a hug if you want. I'm getting a hug. Oh. I love you too. I'm so tired. I've only got less than 12 hours to go.
Woo, you can do this.
I can do it. Anyway, hi Kat, to Sarah. Could you imagine someone new there working and needs a stamp for the letter? That'd be really funny. Thank you. Is there a dodo? There is a dodo. He's the doing good. Hugs for the cat. The chat cat. Hey up, I'll put your fisherman's friends down. Mauritius, environment, architecture, culture. Mauritius, it's delicious when you eat this. History. Mauritius has no indigenous population predating the European colonizers, and so, unlike many other small islands, which colonization resulted in the savage destruction of the original inhabitants a short time later, its history is pleasantly free of episodes of brutality, at least at the point of the advent of slavery. And once it gets to that, the historical point is key to understanding the culture of tolerance and easy acceptance of all people. There's nobody in the ethnic melting pot able to claim precedence over the others. Although Arab traders knew of Mauritius, they would say, rather unfairly called the Island of Desolation, as early as the 10th century. I won't put that on the advertising blurb. Come to the Island of Desolation. The first European to discover these uninhabited islands were the Portuguese around 1507. They too were more interested in trade and never attempted to settle. In 1598, a group of Dutch sailors landed on the southeast coast of the island, which is now Vogue Grand Port, and claimed the island for the Netherlands. For the next 40 years, the Dutch used Mauritius as a supply base for getting to Java, or Batavia, as it was known back then, before deciding to settle near the original landing spot. Settlements, ruins, and a museum can still be seen at Vogue Grand Port near Mahaberg. The colony never really flourished, however, and the Dutch abandoned it in 1710. Nevertheless, they left them out. The Dutch were responsible for the extinction of the dodo. There's two things I hate: prejudice and the Dutch. The Dutch were responsible for the extinction of the dodo and introducing slaves from Africa, deer from Java, wild boar, tobacco, and above all, sugar cane. There was only one specimen of the dodo, and it almost got thrown. It was in the Oxford, I think the Oxford Natural History Museum, and it was getting back thrown on the fire. And there was a young lad who picked it out the fire and sorted it out and made it look all right. And if he hadn't done that, then Charles Dodgson, whatever his name was, Dodgy Sunday, the writer of Alice in Wonderland, wouldn't have included the dodo in Alice in Wonderland, which made the dodo so famous. Kieran Crossan, thank you very much for the £10 super chat. Just a wee steadier to keep you going. Less than 12 hours left. Woo! Keep it up. Come on, peeps. We can do this. Whoop, whoop, whoop. They also introduced slaves from Africa, deer from Java, wild boar, tobacco, and sugarcane. Bloody Dutch. Jesus Christ. What are they like? 5 years after the Dutch abandoned Mauritius, it was the turn of the French to abandon it. And Captain Guillaume Dufoy de Arcel. What an arse. Arse. It's the word arse with like a L on the end. Arcel. De Arcel sailed across from what is now Réunion, and claimed Mauritius for France in 1715. The island was rechristened Ile-de-France, but nothing more happened until the arrival in 1735 of the dynamic governor Bertrand Francois Marie de Labourdonnais. Labourdonnais. That'd be like that like Labour Lord Adonis. but it's like a Labour lord, so it's Labour Donus. Mauritius' first colonial hero. He not only transformed Port Louis into a thriving seaport, but also built the first sugar mill and established a road network. It was around this time that the Mauritius' best known historical event occurred. The San Germain went down during a storm off the northeast coast in 1744. The shipwreck inspired a romantic bestseller for someone, I don't care. British rule. In 1810, during the Napoleonic Wars, the British moved into Mauritius as part of their grand plan to control the Indian Ocean. Things started badly when they were defeated at the Battle of Grand Port just a few months later. However, British forces landed at Cap Malheureux on the north coast and took over the island. The new British rulers renamed the island Mauritius, but allowed the Franco-Mauritians to retain their language, religion, and legal system, and the all-important sugarcane plantations on which the economy depended. The slaves were finally freed in 1835, by which there were over 70,000 on the island. They were replaced or supplemented by labour imported from India and China. As many as 500,000 Indians took up the promise of a better life in Mauritius, often to find themselves living and working in appalling conditions on minimum pay. By sheer weight of numbers, the Indian workforce gradually achieved a greater say in the governing of the country. Blah blah blah. The independence happened when the president. There was a founded Labour Party, and the fight for independence was finally granted in 1968. Political landscape, economic front, 70s, strategy paid off, whopping 42%. And the riots brought the country to a standstill for 4 days and forced the government to make political concessions. The end. Diego Garcia. Do you want to talk about Diego Garcia? One of the most prolonged betrayals in British colonial history is surrounding the secret exile of Chagos Islanders from their homeland in the 60s and 70s in order to lease their main island, Diego Garcia, to the USA to use as a military base. The Chagos Islands were exiled from Mauritian territory by the British prior to independence in 1965. And Mauritius and the UK continued to dispute the sovereignty of the island. The islanders were resettled in Mauritius and the Seychelles between 65 and 73. Some 5,000 now live in abject poverty in the slums of Port Louis, where they continued the fight to return home. The islanders won a derogatory compensation of £4 million from the British in 1982, which was paid out to the poverty-stricken islanders in return for them signing away their rights. Many of them did not realise the legal documents that they were signing meant. And in 2000, the UK High Court ruled that the Chagossans had been evicted illegally and upheld their right to be repatriated. Nothing happened, so the Chagossans went back to the court. In October 2003, the judge rejected their claim for further compensation, though he acknowledged that the British government had treated the islanders shamefully and that compensation had been inadequate. In May 2007, the Chagossans won a further case of a court of appeal in London, in which the government's behaviour was condemned as unlawful and an abuse of power. The judges in the case also refused to place a stay on the ruling, meaning that the Chagossans were free to return to all the islands with the exception of Diego Garcia itself with immediate effect. In 2008, the case was overturned. The Chagos archipelago is now being ceded to the US military until 2016, in the far-flung future, while the islanders continue to pursue their rights through the European Court of Human Rights. John Pilger gives his angle on the story in the documentary Stealing a Nation. You can watch it online. Further information, ways to help the Chagossans, can be found at chagossansupport.org.uk. I don't know if that still works. Anyway, so there's this place, and then there's another island called like Rodriguez Island, I think, or something like that. This is brilliant. No, you've got to see this. You've got to see this, right? So right. So this is the north bit of the island, right? This is like the Pamplemousse end, right? And there's Amberan. Look at this. This is brilliant. Look at it. Watch it. There's a place called Flat Island, and there's a place called Round Island. And friends, the Round Island isn't even round. It looks like an apple that's had a bite taken out of it. That is absolute genius. No notes. No notes. If you're wondering where that's Rodriguez Island here. This is Rodriguez. This is part of this is part of Mauritius, and then you've got the Chagos Islands, which are a bit further out. What are you saying to me? So there you go, the British Indian Ocean Territory, and there's Diego Garcia. Can we see it from the sky? Yeah, I can see it. Look, there you go. Thank you, Google, for letting us know what that looks like. That secret military base. So secret now. Look how secret it is, being all secretive. We'll never know where it is and what it looks like. Okay, right, where we go? What's happening? Rebecca the Barbarian is a good read. I think the tagline was something like Treasure Island meets Deliverance. Oh, Jesus. Sounds great. I'm going to enter lurk mode, says Cumry. Seriously, though, the Dutch tend to be very nice and laid-back people, says Benny Larson. Don't see why not. Graham has been on so long, he's entered Zoidberg mode. Whoop, 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 whoop. Where are we on? Where are we on till? Oh, God, we've got so much to do. So much to do. Mauritius. Mexico, the next state, the next stop on our way around the world is going to be following the setting sun to the west and the mysterious lost cities of gold. Mexico, yay, Mexico. Mexico is the home to the Mayans down here. And the Olmecs over here somewhere, I don't know, and the Aztecs over here somewhere. All good. There's Mexico. There, beautiful Mexico, awesome Mexico, really cool. Very deserty in the north, deserty. Very jungly in the south, jungly. Beautiful country. Official language Spanish. Population 123 million. I think it's more than that now. With steaming jungles, smoking, snow-capped volcanoes, cactus-strewn deserts, and 100,000 kilometers of coast, strung with sandy beaches and wildlife-rich lagoons, Mexico is an endless adventure for the senses. Mexico's pre-Hispanic civilizations built on some of the world's great archaeological monuments, and the Spanish colonial era left beautiful towns full of tree-shaded plazas and sculpted stone churches, while modern Mexico has seen a surge of great art. The country has a fascinating history and an endless creative verve. And from underground dance clubs and the sheer art of Mexico City and the wonderful handicrafts of the indigenous population. At the heart of your Mexican experience would be the Mexican people, a super diverse crew from Mexico City hipsters to shy indigenous villagers of the Chipatas. They're renowned for their love of color and frequent fiestas, but also philosophical folk to whom timetables are less important than empathy. Or as they say, simpatia. You rarely read Mexicans less than you rarely find Mexicans less than courteous. They're more often positive, charming, and know how to please guests. They absolutely do. Top excursions: Palenque, which is the Mexican, the Mayan city of Palenque. Mexico City, which is the Mexican city. There's also Oaxaca City, which is which I'm probably saying I don't know how you pronounce that. It's Oaxaca, but X is pronounced the sh noise, isn't it? Sh. Oshaka City. It's a beautiful city. The pyramids of Teotihuacan, which I haven't seen actually, but I'd love to. Merida, put that up top of the list. Chichen Itza, definitely. San Cristobal, like the Oaxaca coast. I don't know how to pronounce that. San Luis Potosi, and volcano, Cabo Pulmo. It's quite nice. Quite nice to see you hanging out with me. Anyway, so Mexico. Oh my God, am I gonna have to get my Mexico book out? Let me get some Mexico book. Mexico. Look at that. It's a 50-year edition. It's got a sparkly gold. It's got a sparkly Lonely Planet. Okay, so let's read the story of Mexico. Just so you all know the story of Mexico. The guide. Why have you written the guide on the side of every single word? On every page it says the guide on the side of it. That's a bit rubbish. I don't like that. Why have you made it say the guide? Why does it say that? Index, storybook. I don't want a storybook. I want you to tell me what happened in the past. Tell me a story, Mr. Lonely Planet. Mexico Storybook Index. I don't want a storybook. What's this? Arriving family travel nuts and bolts. The guide. Guide. I'm really sad now. I'm flicking through this book and it doesn't have. It just presents. It just says here you go. And it's got ox. Oshaka. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that. It doesn't even tell you how to pronounce it. Bastards. I'm going to look it up on the internet. Phonetic spelling. Oh, spelling phonetic. Oh yeah, spelling. What you want in it? Of sorry. Let's see. Right, Oaxaca. Oaxaca. Okay, it's pronounced Oaxaca. Oaxaca. Okay, I can say Oaxaca. Okay, thanks. Maybe they put the history at the front again. I don't know what's even happening right now. The outdoors, the food scene, get prepared, itineraries, our picks. I don't think they do it. I really don't think they do the history anymore in some of these. Right. Plan your trip, itineraries, toolkit, storybook. No. I literally cannot see where they have a section about the history. That's terrible. Get prepared for Mexico. The least you can do is find out a little bit about the history, right? All right. When to go. Clothes, manners, words, food, exploration rounds. Dia de la Muerte. There's no history. I'm very sad now. Don't know what to do. Feel bereft. My lonely planet's let me down. Bastard. But do not fret. I have a backup. I've got to go back. Why would I not have a backup? Jesus, come on. There's always a plan B. Don't worry. There's always calm down. There's always a plan B. It's all right, because this has a section about the bit of Mexico that I want to talk about anyway, which is Mexicans Yucatan and Chiapas. I'm not pronouncing that correctly either. Which is kind of cool. And hopefully it'll have a little bit of history about the area. Oh, no, maybe this doesn't either. God, they're really skimping, aren't they? History. See. That's history. History. Oh, there you go. History. Look, history. Your history, no good to me. Woo! Maria, hey Maria, yay! Viva Mexico! Viva Mexico! The mayor created many city-states across southern Mexico, but the population began falling into decline before the Spanish arrived, resulting in the death of 90% of the remaining inhabitants. A couple of Spaniards, Diego de Mazarigos in present-day Chiapas and Francisco de Montejo in the Yucatan, in Yucatan, had an area under Spanish control by the mid-16th century. Then in 1821, Mexico won independence from Spain, and in 1824, the country pulled in Chiapas from the United Provinces of Central America. Long suppressed by Spaniards and Criollos, the Spanish, Latin Americans of Spanish lineage, the Mayan minority rose in the War of the Castes in 1847, which saw bloody massacres and the destruction of churches. And while the war ostensibly ended in 1901, so-called equality still festered. Social inequality still festered. As the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, kicked into effect in 1984, the mainly Mayan Zapatillas stormed St. Cristobal delicators. Their struggle has since quieted down. That they run autonomous zones outside San Cristobal. Is that it? Is that it? That's it? It's just like the Mayan created many city-states, and then they all went. No, there's still lots of Mayans still living in that Central America. Just has a little bit for getting around that bit of Mexico, which is the bottom bit of Mexico. That's the bit that comes around like this. Oh well, sorry. Been let down by my lonely planet. You suck. If you would like to read my experiences of Mexico, if you go to my site, Ginger Island, I will put you into a little link here. Go on. If you're bored, right, go to gingerisland.com. I don't even know if this is working anymore. I need to fix it up. Go to blog. And then go to the route of mail. There you go. And you can read there about my trip to around 12 different Mayan sites around there you go, route of mail. I'll put that into the chat if you want to read that, you know. It's about my trip to 11 different places. Copan Runas, Tikal, Chilan, Uxmal, Chichen Itza, Koba, Tulum, Lamini, and some others. Listen, so it's going around all these different Mayan sites, and loads of photos in there as well. What's the word for it? Belize and Mexico and Guatemala and Honduras. Okay, got there in the end. Right. Okay. Right. Where am I going? What am I doing? Can't remember. Hi, Benny Larson. Hi. Hello. Micronesia's up next. Known collectively as the Federated States of Micronesia. These four states are otherwise unrelated, and they're travellers looking to experience a variety of lifestyles are in luck. That's nice. So let's zoom out and just go this way. Whee! Zoom in a bit. Micronesia. So this is Micronesia. It's a very long country. It goes quite along here. What we want to do is we want to zoom in here to what is even happening here? What is going on? Maybe it's not just loading up. What is Google? What Google? What is wrong with you today? What is wrong with you? Anyway, Yap. Yeah, I want to see Yap. I don't want to see this. Not. What is even happening? Is that part of Yap? What? Yap. Ah, there you go. That's better. Oh, I wonder if you can walk along here. You can as well. Whee! So this is the island of Yap. I've been here, right? I'm going to walk along here. I'm going to look out for massive stone coins. You like the kind that Mario would like to collect if they were gold. So you got to have like a massive gold coin that's like nearly as big as you are, as they say. Living museum. Let's go along here. Aha. Can't see any giant giant stone coins. Where are the stone coins? Someone's moved all the stone coins. Give me the stone coins back. There used to be loads of them. Maybe someone came in the middle of the night and took all the stone coins. I don't know. Can't find anything today. I couldn't find the satellites. Couldn't find the stone coins. I'm very sad. There's a new thing that's come out, and you can just drive around like it's a video game. Instead of having to do this chunky it's nonsense. It's just my head in. I just want to be able to drive. You know, like my Super Mario Kart. I just want to be able to drive around at my own speed and go, oh, look, coins at the side of the road. Right. I'm not liking the fact there's no coins. Ah, there we are. Right. Ooh. Are they coins? Are they? No. Yes, there they are. Oh, thank God for that. Right. Okay, right. See these coins? See these coins, right? These coins. Okay, these are on an island in Micronesia called Yap. As in yappity yap. Don't talk back. Yes, I know it's actually Yap. And these coins have got a very interesting story. A very interesting story? Well, I think it's very interesting. So these coins do not exist. The stone that these are made out of does not exist on these islands. On this island. You can't get it. So the only way to get these coins, and they weren't very big ones. You go down here, you might be able to find some bigger ones. Nice big coins. Nice big coins. Am I going all right? Is my TV still around warned of retaliation? What is they doing? What are they doing? Come on, I want to see a big coin. I'm going to type in stone money. Stone money. Yep. Yep, stone money bank. Okay, that's more like it. Right, so I get my little man. Go and sit on the stone money bank. Where's my bank? Seriously, you told me there was a stone money bank here. You just let me. I remember this. I walked down here. Okay, so we can go no further. Right, more stone money. See the little ones, the big ones. Oh, nice. Right there. Right. See that bit of stone money right there. Okay. Actually, why don't they just look at the photos? There you go. I should have just done that in the first place, shouldn't I? Anyway, so there's the stone money, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, it looks like something from Mario. They're absolutely massive. They're huge. Some of them are tiny. Some of them are big. I hope this time tomorrow it's your face on the TV behind you. I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, so these are stone money, right? But that's a good shot. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to see, right? Okay, so we can zoom out. So the thing is, this is Yap, the island of Yap, right? You can't get the stone money on Yap. Where you have to go to Yap to get this money, right? You have to go. Can get it from Palau. You have to go to Papua. So you have to go, right? In like a little outrigger canoe, right? All the way to New Guinea, right? And that is 750 miles. 750 miles. So it's at least 1,500 mile round trip. I need to go there. You need to go to New Guinea, and you need to be able to chip out a huge rock into the shape of a coin, and then you need to put a log in the middle of it. That's what's got holes in because they put some wood through the middle of it, and then you need to drag it back to the island. So they'll put a stick through it, and then they'll probably put some more sticks perpendicular and make like a raft, and they'll drag it behind. But it was obviously a big weight, so it's a bit dangerous to be dragging something like that behind on your boat, especially if there's a big wind or something. I don't know. And so people did this, and they died. Lots of people died. Loads of people died. They'd go out on a big expedition. There'd be like 16 strapping young men, and only 3 of them would come back, and the rest of them would die. And the value of these coins, these big stone coins on the island of Yap in the Federated States of Micronesia, back in the day, this is hundreds of years ago, the value of these coins was not based on how big they were, or how impressive they were, or how well polished they were, or how round they were. The value of these coins was based on how many people died getting them back to Yap. True story. True crazy story. Anyway, and that, my friends, is how the West was won. In case you were wondering. So there you go. Now you know. Okay. Sorry I missed the chat. Evening, whoever you are. Hello. Evening all. Right, where are we up to? See, I'm gonna, because I'm nowhere near finishing all the countries in the world. I'm literally still on M, which is the middle letter of the alphabet, as anyone who watched Catchphrase knows. Still got so many countries. Although, to be fair, the world is a bit top heavy. The world is a bit top heavy. That's what I've done, and that's what I've got to go. But no way I'm getting this done in 9 hours. It's just not gonna happen. Just not gonna happen. We've been streaming now on Twitch. We've been streaming for 36 hours straight. That is cray cray. That is just mad. Graham, sounds like you have a rough voice. I'm thinking tea and honey is required. My friends, can you get Cat on that? Thank you so much. Anyway, so that's Micronesia. Listen, Micronesia. There's a lot of them, right? There's a lot of islands in Micronesia. There's tons of islands in Micronesia. You can go see them all. The 4 unique states of Costa, Pohnpei, Chuuk, and Yap have distinctive cultures, traditions, and identities, as colourful and diverse as a multitude of coral formations that live in their fringing reefs. Population of Micronesia is 104,700. It's an independent state, has a seat on the UN. Known collectively as the Federated States of Micronesia, these 4 states are otherwise unrelated, and travellers looking for experience a variety of lifestyles are in luck. Costa is a Pacific paradise and arguably SFM's most beautiful island. The Flying Spaghetti Monster, that's what I think when I see the initials, FSM. Its people are true believers, and here everything shuts down on Sunday, and full focus is given to all vibrant, all singing, all dancing church ceremonies with a relaxed inland island twist. Pohnpei is home to mysterious ancient ruins and plethora of lush landforms, and retains a system of chiefs and clans titles. Chuuk is renowned for its wreck diving, and while it just coming to terms with international tourism, the uncompromising nature of the Chuukese holds firm. Yap is a fiercely traditional state. Its people return architecture, customs, religions, and giant stone money. It's an entirely fascinating place. It's really cool. Yes. Next up, we've got Moldova. Should we go and see Moldova? See, because Google is really crap for islands. I'm sorry, it's just spin. Right, we need to spin the out. Let's spin the house. Spin. There it is. Right, in the middle. Zoom in. Yeah. There you go. That's how you know what you're doing. Right, there's Moldova. Sandwiched between Romania and Ukraine. Now you might think, oh my God, Moldova, you're trapped, you're landlocked, you can't get out. That's very sad. But don't worry, do not cry for me, Moldova, because it's actually it's fine. There's a river. It's okay. There's a river along the. See where the border is. There's a river. You can get ships into the river. There you go. See river. Don't worry. They can get out. It's okay. It's all cool. Moldova used to be part of the USSR, along with Ukraine. And Romania wasn't, but it should be part of Romania because it's very much part of Romania. Like it's very connected to Romania. Now there's a little dotted line here. You see the little dotted line? If you can just about see that, it's not very clear. That's Transnistria. That's a little breakaway republic. They still have a hammer and sickle on their flag. They want to be ruled by Russia for some reason. Travellers are finally waking up to the charms of this little nation wedged between Romania and Ukraine, which is no longer the world's unhappiest place. Oh, that's good. That's nice to know. What did I say about Moldova when I went there? Moldova, I mulled it over. Poland, Latvia, Belarus, Hungary, Romania, Moldova. Moldova is the only country in the world to have an extinct animal on their flag. It's an aurochs, a type of giant cow, the last of which died in 1627. There you go. Now you know. 36 hours and 45 minutes. Oh, no wonder I'm so tired. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Going mad in me old age. Yeah. Moldova, famously so dubbed as a book amongst the famously so dubbed in a book almost a decade ago. Moldova is increasingly known more for its unspoiled countryside and superb wine tours. As one of Europe's least visited countries, Moldova retains a certain off the beaten track charm, but even that's challenging as changing as budget flights from London and Europe, other European city make their lively capital, she is now, which I'm probably pronouncing that completely wrong, a popular weekend break. Meanwhile, those looking to plant a flag in a land few others have visited still have their Shangri-La in the form of breakaway Republic of Transnistria, where the Soviet Union still reigns supreme. As for Moldova's unhappy reputation, well, it's shed that too. Thank you very much. According to the most recent UN survey on the subject, Moldova is now the world's 55th happiest country. So there you go. We're all happy now. Go to Chisinau, the capital. Cheers now. Don't dream it's over. Listen, if you want to know more about Moldova, I can tell you all about it. But basically, it was part of the Soviet Union, and it became one of the 15 breakaway republics that became independent, including Russia. There was a Soviet Union, which was one country, and now there's 15 countries, and Moldova is one of them. But Russia wants to keep control of Moldova, and one of its little dreams is it wants to take over Ukraine, and then take over Moldova, and then have a bit more, and then take over Belarus, and have a bit more, because Russia being the biggest country in the world, it's not big enough. Sorry, bit of politics, but I think this. I dream this. You know, this is the thing. I wake up in the morning and I just think, do you know what? It's just not big enough. Anyway, oh no, I don't, because I'm not Vladimir Putin. Find it concerning that Guinness have strict rules about people not doing anything illegal, but are happy about people doing harmful things to themselves. Why is this harmful? What? Talking about Reverend Caffey. Yeah. Emoji time in chat. Hey, why is Mike saying there is there a dodo? I thought you said that ages ago. Did you not say that ages ago? Mikey, am I stuck in a time loop? I thought you put that up ages ago. Maybe I was putting new messages up. Am I gonna die? What is gonna happen? I'm a bit concerned now. I think that what was it? It's just like a Reverend Caffey. Am I gonna die? Like what's the thing? Is this what happens? Do you know anyone who died for not like sleeping enough? I mean, I'm not going out and operating any machinery. I'm not going to drive. I'll work from home. I mean, if you want to ban things that hurt, you're gonna have to ban ballet. You know, just saying. Anyway, Monaco. Well, let's go to Monaco because that's next in the M's. Mother's Milk. Is down here where it says Monaco. Whee! Nice, baby. There's Monaco. There. Who was in Friends? She was the one who liked everything very tidy. She was like the neat freak. I think she had OCD. Anyway, her name was Monaco, and she was a casino, Monte Carlo casino, and they also have a really terrible Grand Prix here where the cars can't overtake each other. Don't know why they do that. Squeezed into just 200 hectares, this principality may be the world's second smallest country, but what it lacks in size, it makes up for in attitude. Who read that? Who wrote that? Population of just 30,581. A magnet for high rollers and hedonists since the early 20th century. It's also one of the world's most notorious tax havens. Residents pay no income tax. It's also famous for its annual Formula One Grand Prix, held every year in May since 1929. Despite its prestigious wealth, Monaco itself is a long way from the prettiest town on the French Riviera. It's basically an ode to concrete and glass. Yes, honestly, I take it or leave it. Yeah, I'll leave it. It's really ugly. Positano on the Amalfi Coast, mate, all day long. All day long. I will sit there. I'll drink your Italian beer. I will drink your Italian coffee. I will eat your Italian ice cream. I'll do whatever you need. Hey, whatever you need to see me in Positano. Don't take me to Monte Carlo. It's a fucking shithole. Sorry. Shouldn't swear. Sorry for swearing. Sorry, Mum. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's really funny because all these like rich people who've got no taste go out there and go, oh, look, a concrete box. Oh, I like that. Anyway, despite its prestigious raise, it's really horrible. Dominated by high-rise hotels and apartment blocks that rise up into the hills like rags of dominoes, not to mention the utterly bewildering street layout that seems solely designed to confuse lowly pedestrians. It's a rather different story on the rocky aqua known as La Roche, which shuts out, where you get your Ferrero Rocher, on the south side of the port, and is home to a royal palace, as well as a rather charming little town that feels a world away from Monte Carlo's skyscrapers and super yaks. It's not a yacht if it doesn't have a sail. It's not super, and it's not a yacht. It's just an oversized bath toy. Just to say about that. Hey? Hi all. I had a bit of a break, but it looks like I'm back in time to see Graham's ADHD take the wheel. Yeah, baby. Gotta get going. Why does Mike keep saying, is there a dodo? Is that even a dodo? I don't know. It might be a duck. Is there a duck? I think Mike is glitching. Or either that, I'm going for a time warp. Let's do a time warp again. Right. Next up, we're going to Mongolia. That's a bit of a change of pace, isn't it? We're going to Monaco, the world's shittest flag. You know what? Monaco, come here. Indonesia wore it better. You don't like that, do you, Monaco? You don't like it all. They've got the same flag. It's a joke. They've got Monaco and Indonesia have got the same flag. It's a boring ass flag. That's why it's boring. Oh no! I'm glitching. Don't make me glitch. I'm sad when I'm glitching. Am I still glitching? Don't do this to me. Why are you making me glitch? I'm going to take a big swig of this drink. Is anyone else glitching apart from Daniela? Anyone else getting glitches? You see the dodos soon, Graham. They might not be real, but you're saying way. Alice in Wonderland still. Hey, not glitching here. Okay, good. Right, so where are we going? We're going to Mongolia. Hello, Mongolia. There's the capital. Ulaanbaatar. Great quiz question there. Ulaanbaatar, the capital. Lots of A's. Too many A's. Woo! I reckon that Mongolia should donate some of its A's to Kyrgyzstan. What do you think? Yeah? You say, Mongolia, listen, you got loads of A's there, which is lovely. You know, I respect you. You know, I'm going to let you speak. You got loads of A's. I think you got at least, let's say, too many A's there, right? Too many A's. And then Kyrgyzstan here has got too few A's. So how about Mongolia, you know, be a friendly neighbor and donate some vowels to Kyrgyzstan? Yeah? How about that? Do you ever think of that? No, you only think of yourself. Right, Mongolia, rugged Mongolia is an adventure destination where travelers can see the traditions of the past, still practiced today by hardy nomads dwelling on the country's vast steppes and deserts. For most of the 20th century, Mongolia was sealed off of the world. Seemingly so distant, the very name of the country became a byword for remoteness and isolation. The 21st century promises a polar opposite. We go that far. As Mongolia has opened up to the world, its citizens are traveling the globe and outsiders are arriving by the plane load for business and travel opportunities. Visas are relatively easy to require. Relatively. It's all relative. A handful of nationals won't even require one. Ooh. Always like to have a handful, don't you? Anything more than that is a waste. There are a few countries in the world with such stark difference between the rural and urban populations. While nomadic Mongols live the simple life, their cousins in Ulaanbaatar are launching headlong into the future. The capital is changing at a dizzying pace, and many Mongolians have bought wholeheartedly into the global economy, capitalism, and consumerism. By visiting, you are contributing to the remarkable development of this extraordinary land of Mongolia. Of Mongolia. Of Mongolia. 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 Tell me about Mongolia, Lonely Planet Guidebook.
No, I'm not going to tell you the history about anything anymore. You have to look that up on the internet. I'm not going to waste my time.
Listen, seriously, Lonely Planet, you've already written it. You wrote it in the old text. If I got an older copy of Mongolia, it would already have that text in it. Like, the history hasn't changed. I mean, you might have to put a bit of an update on it for what's happened in the last 10 years, but I mean, that's fine. I'll do that for you. Come on, we'll do it together. It'll be fun.
No, I'm not. I'm going to use really thin pages now because I just want money. And I'm not going to tell you what the answer is to any of the questions that you have.
I can't believe you buy a book. You buy a book and it doesn't have history. Well, this one does. Thank God for that. You know what? Tony and Maury, meanwhile, would be turning in their graves if they were dead, which they're not. They're not, you know. Right, people of the sun. The first steppe nomads to make impact beyond Mongolia were the Hunu, whom the Mongols now call the people of the sun, better known as the Huns. They created the first steppe empire in 209 BC under Modon, a charismatic leader. Hi there. He was like, yo. And they were like, ooh. They created the first steppe empire. The first steppe empire. The first step towards the steppe empire. The first step towards a steppe empire begins with taking a first step. Modon created a disciplined and strong cavalry corps, personally devoted to him, and used the cause to overthrow and kill his father, the tribal chief. Oh, that's nice. Between the criticism of the Qin dynasty and the creation of the Qin dynasty in China in 221 BC and the collapse of the Han dynasty in AD 220, the Chinese became the dominant economic power in East Asia. That's nice. Oh, this goes on a bit. Okay, so I'm just going to read out the stuff from the timeline. At the bottom of the page here, we've got a timeline. So I'm just going to say the numbers. So 209 to 174 BC. Reign of Modon as king of the Huns. The first steppe empire of Mongolia stretches from Korea to Lake Baikal in Siberia and south to northern China. Ooh. Should we have a look at that on the map? Should we have a look at what that looks like? Okay, come on, let's do it. So, it says it stretches from the Lake Baikal. Lake Baikal? It's Lake Baikal, isn't it? Yeah. Lake Baikal. Okay, so there's Lake Baikal. It's over in the south. Okay. The first is from Korea. So basically, it's the same, except it goes to Korea. So I'm gonna go. It stretches. Okay, so it goes like this. Let's go. Basically, it was that. There you go. I think something like that. Shut up, you. Right, there you go. That was all Mongolia. I'm making this up, but it might be. I don't know. Might be about right. Ooh. I love a good thunder and lightning show. Oh, thunder and lightning, very, very exciting me. Then from AD 557. Well, I would say 552, sorry. 552 to 744 AD. Succession of two Turkic empires, whose greatest ruler is Bilge. What kind of name is that? Bilge Kargan. Jesus. That sounds like a crap pub singer, doesn't it? Tonight, singing. Why did my wife leave me? Bilge Kargan. Kagan? Bilge Kagan. Following his death in 734, a monument is erected. Okay, cool. The Uyghur Empire occupies central Mongolia until it's expelled by the Kyrgyz tribe. I think the Uyghur moved south into western China and controlled the Silk Road for nearly 100 years. So the Uyghur Empire. The birth of Temujin, who was a jinn, but a Timu version of it. The child destined to become Genghis Khan. According to legend, Temujin emerges with a blood clot clutched in his fist. I like the way people are losing their mind at the moment because Helen of Troy in the new Odyssey adaptation is played by a black woman. And that's the biggest objection. You know what my biggest objection is? Right? Beautiful black woman, by the way. Do you know what my biggest objection is? That actress wasn't born out of an egg. I mean, was she? I would have read about it. It would have been in the news if she had been born out of an egg, but she wasn't. Can't trust actors. They just make it up as they go along. Right. So Genghis Khan establishes the Mongolian slate script based on the Uyghur alphabet. It has Semitic origins, but is written vertically from top to bottom. So that you can decide, you can write down where you are, top or the bottom. Genghis Khan calls a massive conclave in 1206 and creates his empire. He calls it the Great Mongol Nation. The son of Genghis completes the imperial capital at Karakorum. In addition to a great palace, the city has Muslim mosques, Christian churches, and Buddhist temples. Cool, everyone's happy. In 1258, Mongolian soldiers destroyed Baghdad and killed some 100,000 people. Wow. The siege marks the end of the 500-year-old Abbasid Caliphate. 1260, the end of Mongol expansion with their defeat at Mamluk, army of Egypt, and the Battle of Al-Jalut near the Sea of Galilee. Kublai Khan in 1271 claims the office of Great Khan and also makes himself Emperor of China by founding the Yuan dynasty. Oh, is this? Did they really mean Genghis Khan? But they now write it Shingus, but we call it Genghis. So they just put me on the wrong foot. Right, I'm off to bed. Good night, Diz. Graham, you're a star. Thank you. The Odyssey film looks amazing. I can't wait. Yeah, I think it'd be great. It'd be really good. I hope it's not like a lesson in how capitalism's great, though. You know, like The Dark Knight Rises. Have you seen the movie The Dark Knight Rises? I was watching that. And he put Dr. Batman in a hole, didn't he? In Afghanistan. And then they got like all the rich people. And they said walk across the ice. And they had to walk across the ice. And then they fell through the ice. I was watching it and I was like, who's the baddies here? And then the richest person in Gotham comes back in a plane and saves everyone. For some reason. Saves all the rich people. Quite like that kangaroo court. Anyway, so when I was saying Chinggis before, just remember, just imagine us say Genghis. They're just being awkward. They're just being awkward. Just going, oh, no, actually, no, you say Chinggis. You don't say King, you don't say Genghis, you say Chinggis. Actually, if you ask me, actually. No, he's just calling him the greatest of all, Genghis Khan. Okay. Why have I called him Genghis Khan all my life? And now you're telling me that I'm right, I'm wrong, you know? Quite sad now. The Dark Knight Rises has a bit of a tug, goes flaccid. Dark Knight Rises, yeah, those blue pills work. Okay, so I'm going to say this again. Birth of the child dentist to become Genghis Khan in 1162. Genghis Khan established Mongolian script. 1204. 1206, Genghis Khan calls a massive conclave. 1235, the son of Genghis completes imperial capital. Mongolian soldiers kill loads of people. Kublai Khan claims the office of the Great Khan and makes himself Emperor of China by founding the Yuan dynasty. Yuan dynasty collapses about 100 years later in China, but the Mongol government returns to Mongolia, refusing to submit to the new created Ming dynasty. They continued ruling as the Northern Yuan. Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, recognised as the first book of poetry written in English, includes an early account of Genghis Khan in the Squire's Tale. Wow. News travels fast. Well, it was 100 years later, but whatever. Birth of Mongolia's greatest queen, Mandulai the Wise Queen. Oh, yeah, she was called the Wise Queen, who reunites Mongolia by the end of the century. And then the Chinese are defeated, and they capture the Ming Emperor. His reign marks the rise of Western Mongolia and the Oryat people as the major powers of Inner Asia. That's Esan, Taishan. Founding of the 1449. 1586, founding of the first Buddhist monastery in Mongolia. 1603, a descendant of Genghis Khan and great-great-grandson of Queen Mandula, is enthroned in Lhasa, Tibet, as the fourth Dalai Lama, the only Mongolian Dalai Lama. In 1603. 1634, the death of Lingden Khan, the last of Genghis Khan's descendants to rule as the Great Khan. 1639, Zanabazar, a direct descendant of Genghis Khan and the greatest artist in the Mongolian history, is recognized as the first Jeptuan Damba. The Manchus expel the Ming dynasty with the support of their Mongolian allies in 1644. 1696, the Manchus defeat the Galdan Khan and claim Western Mongolia for the Qing dynasty, but some Western Mongolians continue to resist foreign rule for several generations. 1911, Mongolia declares independence from dying Manchu Empire and sets up religious leader as Bogd Khan as the head of state. 1905, the Treaty of Kakta is signed by Mongolia, China, and Russia, granting Mongolia limited autonomy. The mad Russian baron Roman von Ungern Sternberg briefly conquers Mongolia, but the Red Army and Mongolian forces defeat him. The Bogd Khan, the eighth reincarnation of the Jepsun Damba, dies, and the People's Republic of Mongolia is created on the 28th of November. 1937, purge of monks. 1937, again, former Mongolian Prime Minister is tried in Moscow on trumped-up espionage charges. 1939, because Russia can't just help but interfere with its neighbours, like that other country across the way. 1949, UN-sponsored plebiscite. Mongolians vote overwhelmingly to confirm their independence. Trans-Siberian Railway through Mongolia is completed in 1956. 61, Mongolia is admitted to the UN. 81, a pilot of the Mongolian Air Force becomes the first Mongolian in space. 1990, democracy's demon demonstrations. Democracy demonstrations break out in Ulaanbaatar. Democratic in 1990. 1996, Democratic Coalition was the first the non-communist government to win an election. 1998, on the 2nd of October, the Golden Magpie of Democracy, credited with leading to the 1990 Democratic Revolution, is assassinated in his home. Oh dear. 2008, hotly contested parliamentary elections. Ooh, hot. Mongolia's first ever Olympic gold was won in 2008 in the Beijing Grand Prix. And 2012, former President Nabaran Bayer is sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for corruption. 2013, the first stage of the $6.6 billion Oyu Tolgoi mine is completed, and copper concentrate shipments begin to China. 1 month later, the company fires 1,700 workers amid a dispute over the funding the mine's underground phase. Shouldn't like that's awful. 2017, after an election victory, the Mongolian People's Party acknowledges severe debt, declares a financial crisis, and accepts a $5.5 billion bailout from the IMF. Economic bailout. $5.5 billion to stabilize the economy over the next decade, which runs out next year. So there you go. The Mongol who slapped Stalin. But yeah, look, Mongolia is famous for being like just absolutely like a craziest place you could ever go. And really cool if you want to just get one of those big birds on your arm. Falconry? Is it falconry? If you want to be a falcon crest. I think it was a skit on Big Train. Can't remember that. Why are they calling him? Why are they calling him Genghis Khan? Not calling him Genghis Khan. Right, next up is Montenegro. Shouldn't tell anyone about Montenegro. Should be our little secret. But before we do that, I'm going to go to the loo. Right, to log my time. 20, 22, 12, 45. Okay, see you in a mo. think we're on 22, 23. Say, oh, okay, cool. Woof, I'm back. Time. Oh, I just splashed my face over. Is anyone still there? Are you all gone? Is everyone gone to bed? God, this guy's going on about Mongolia. He's still on the M's. He's never getting to the end of this. We're not getting to Zimbabwe, are we? It's very sad because I've got my Zimbabwean $50 billion nose, you know? Oh no, I've got to drag a puzzle to here. There we go. Unable to verify. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis? There you go. Hello. Look, this is my 50. Where's my $50 billion note? 50 billion. $50 billion. I know it's backwards for you. There you go. That's for you, like $50 billion. Graham. I've got the Wayne's World version of Ballroom Blitz, sung by Tia Carrera, stuck in my head now, lol. Right, so that was yeah, that was 10 minutes and 15. No, 10 minutes and 11 minutes. 11 minutes 15. Is that right? I can't remember. 15. That'll take it to 00. So it's 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 15. Sorry, I'm trying to work this out. Right, it's 10 minutes and 15. 10 minutes and 15 seconds. Woo! Okay. Schengen, Luxembourg is great. You can visit France and Germany from there. I love the EU and Schengen agreement. Yeah, been there. I've got. There's a bit of the Berlin Wall in Schengen as well. It's a bit bigger than my bit of the Berlin Wall. This is my bit of the Berlin Wall. I chipped off when I was like 11 years old. My bit of the Berlin Wall. I chipped that off with my cold dead hands. My warm alive hands. Will you be doing morning brew? Says Sarah. I don't know. I might not have a voice left the way things are going. Came in to wish you luck at the record attempt. Rebecca Bird sent me here. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you, Martin. That's very kind of you. We are. I'm trying to pass the time because what are we on now? We're on. So we've got less than 12 hours to go. We've got 10 hours and we've got 10 hours and 30. Oh shit. 10 hours and 30. Yeah, I think 10 hours and what do we need? What are we on? We're on 37. Yeah, 10 hours and a half. 10 and a half hours to go. 10 and a half hours to go. Graham, have you restarted the stream? Yeah. We're on 4 hours and 56 minutes at the moment, so we are all right, my friend. We're all right for another 6.5 hours. That's good. We're all right. Do not worry, your pretty little head. Thank you very much to Piper Scott for the £2 super chat. I like that. Has anyone from the record people been in contact with him? No, but Guinness World Records did. They did actually retweet, not retweet because I'm not on Twitter, but they liked or retweeted my thing saying I'm going to do this attempt. I realised also the guy who's my contact at Guinness World Records is on holiday this week, and plus it was a bank holiday yesterday, so everyone was off. But we'll see. Oh, let me see messages. For you, profile. Let's have a look. Okay, it's happening. And then view activity. Yeah, I don't know if it was on Threads or the other one. Let's have a look. Views, likes to get a like. Oh, Sarah Davis, I'm now following you back. Graham Haller, if you're watching, I'm following you back. Just follow everyone back. Oh, maybe it was in Blue Sky. I saw that they had, maybe they watched for a little bit and I started swearing. And they were like, oh, nah, this guy. Oh no, it was Blue Sky. It's the official blue ticket count that has done it. So yeah, that's good. That's good. They liked the post. So there you go. The agenda happening on Frigg's Day, Graham? No, it's not. Phil is going to be prepping his stuff. He's going down to London next week, so he can't do it next Monday. And as a result, hello. As a result, he's gonna have to do all of his shows. Like he's gonna have to prep them. He's gonna have to like film them all before he goes. So he's gonna be sitting there filming all these shows, like predicting what's gonna happen next week in Parliament and stuff. And maybe he'll do one where like he'll do one if Farage does something stupid, and then just as a backup, he'll do one like if Farage does something really stupid. Why is Tony Blair on the screen? What is going on? What is even happening right now? You're doing brilliant. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Amanda Castle Art. That's very kind of you. Lost Missionary is there with some electric guitars and some trumpets. Why not? Yeah. At least they have acknowledged it is going on. Yeah, I mean, you know, it might not work. They might say, Graham, you're supposed to wait. We did how we... But I'm going to say, because they did ask me to let them know, and I'm going to say I did actually email, like, one of the guys at Guinness World Records in London and say, I'm going to do this record next week. So, but you know, I might not have gone through the proper channels. Yeah, we'll see. Has anyone watched the interview? Has anyone watched the interview on Guinness World Records? Any of you people watching? Anyone? Reverend Caffey's got loads of cake there. Cake. So where am I? Malaysia. Oh, I don't want to be in Malaysia. We're way past that. Mexico, Montenegro. Should we go to Montenegro? Let's go from Mongolia to Montenegro. So Mongolia, right? So just so you know where it is. It's sandwiched there between China and Russia. There it is. And it's got this weird little place here. You think that the border's going to let you across here, but you can't. You got to go for a bit of China. These are going to be the difficult ones, Graham. You can do it. Okay, so where were we? Montenegro. Let's zoom into Montenegro. Hello, Monty. So Montenegro until 2007 was part of Serbia, and actually until about 1991 it was part of Yugoslavia before Yugoslavia all the Balkans balkanized. Do you know the word balkanized? Balkanization meaning for the breakup of a country into smaller countries. Comes from the Balkans doing this because this isn't the first time they've done this. So the Balkan nations balkanized. It's not like they did it from being one country being Yugoslavia, and then they split into 7 and went, oh, we're going to make a new term up now called the balkanization. That's when a big country or whatever splits up into many little countries. But now the term balkanization predates it. So you could use balkanization to describe what happened with the USSR. It was one country. It turned into 15. So loads more countries to visit. Got to watch later, Graham, about halfway through. Oh, that's good. Kat said it was good. Kat liked it. She laughed. She said she lolled, which is always good. It's usually quite difficult to get Kat to laugh. So to get it to lol, that's good. Let's see how we're doing on the totalizer for the Supreme Court. It's gone very much. We need to raise some more money for the Supreme for the Government Law Project. I'm gonna have a quick look what's going on in the world. I could just turn around, couldn't I? Taken together, micro. Oh God, what the hell? Micromanagement, macroeconomics. Labour has no coherent plan for country, says Tony Blair. Tony Blair. I was going to say shut up, but actually, do you know what? That makes Labour look good. No one likes you. So if you say something, they're just going to be like, whatever. Sorry, no politics. They were part of the Ottoman Empire, Hungary Empire, and the bloody Romans. Anyway, listen. Come here, because we got... we need to talk about Montenegro. It's like Bruno, except you do need to talk about him. How's it gone hotter? Like, seriously, how's it gone hotter? It was 22 a minute ago. It's gone up to 23. Montenegro bursting at the seams with majestic mountains, breathtaking beaches, and larger-than-life locals. Minuscule Montenegro proves once and for all that good things do indeed come in small packages. Isn't that right, ladies? It's not even 300 kilometers from tip to toe, but Montenegro's coastline crams in some of Europe's most spectacular seaside scenery. Mountains just jut sharply from crystal clear waters in such a way that the word looming is unavoidable. It's rather lovely. It's rather lovely. Let's have a look at the lovely. Let's go to Budva. Budva. Should we go to Budva? Should we go to the beach? Let me see. Let me see the beach. I want to see the beach. Show me pictures of the beach. Why are you not showing me pictures of the beach? There you go. See photos. Look at this. Wow, that's a nice picture of someone else's monitor. I love the way they're taking a picture of a monitor. That's fantastic. Well done, Google Maps. And this is a fuzzy thing. That's a terrible, terrible photo. Oh, hello. Hi. Are you alright? I'm getting delivery. I'm getting delivery. Is that full? Is that full? Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you kindly. I'm getting my kettle delivery. So that so I can have new more coffee. I'm talking about Montenegro.
Oh, I'd love to go there.
Yeah, we're gonna go one day. It's beautiful. Okay. I'm gonna try
See when you finished?
I'm gonna try my best not to fall asleep.
You can do it.
It'd be funny if I do. I'll just wake up and. Ugh.
You still be live streaming, so.
I know. Yeah, but I think you have to be awake.
Is there a rule that says you have to be conscious?
No, I don't think there is. But then that's stupid because then you could just film yourself for a week, couldn't you? There's no challenge in that.
Better than us if it fits in with rules.
No, because then someone just beat it straight away. I'm gonna try and get to 48 hours.
See you in the morning.
Okay, I love you.
I love you.
Bye. Okay. Coffee. I saw coffee from earlier. It stays hot for ages, isn't it? Caffeine. Give me lots of caffeine. Give me a little coffee. So cute. Anyway, Montenegro. I'm trying to find some nice photos, but people can't take photos. I'm going to have to address this. I'm going to have to go to Google and say, listen, give me a camera and a credit card, and I'll go and get some boss posters. I got loads of pictures of all these places. I could get loads of boss pictures for you. Give me a Canon. Give me a Canon. I'll do it with me Canon because I can. Me Canon. Right. So anyway, what was I talking about? Before I was so rudely interrupted. I'm joking. So here it is. Here's his brave little country of the brave little country that could. Which is Montenegro. So it got called flag actually. I like the flag of Montenegro. But there it is, standing proud out in the in Europe. So yeah. I don't know what you want me to say about it. It's got Bosnia to the north, Serbia to the other north. It's got Kosovo to the south. It's got Albania to the other south. And it also has a little ditty border down there with Croatia. It's cool. So what you can do is, if you're very clever, right, you can fly in to Montenegro, right? And then, get this, you can just go up the coast to Dubrovnik. Hey, there you go. It's not even 300 kilometers from tip to toe, but Montenegro's coastline crams in some of Europe's most spectacular seaside scenery. Mountains jut sharply from the crystal clear waters in such a way that the word looming is unavoidable. Ancient walled towns cling to the rocks and dip their feet into the water like they're on the ones on holiday. In the summer, the whole scene is bathed in the scent of wild herbs, conifers, and Mediterranean blossoms. When the beaches fill up with Eastern European sunseekers, intrepid travellers can easily sidestep the hordes by getting off the beaten track. In the rugged mountains of Dum Itor, or one of the many towns and villages where ordinary Montenegrins go about their daily lives. Hike, horse ride, mountain bike, or kayak yourself. You kayak yourself to somewhere obscure, and chances are you'll have it all to yourself. It is, honestly, I'll be honest about this, it is an absolutely undiscovered gem. People don't go there. People don't go there. You should go there because people don't go there. People have been talking about it for quite a while now about how it's an undiscovered gem. So you need to get down there. You know, you need to get down there, have it to yourself. It's beautiful, and then you got these beautiful beaches down here, lovely beaches on the Adriatic. And then what you can do is you can get a boat from here, and you can go to Bari in Italy, and then what you can do is not be able to get a taxi, and then you miss your connection, and then you don't get your world record. That's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. Bitter? Me? No. Never. No, never, no more. Okay, so Montenegro gets quite a few pages actually. Lots of cool things to do there. I don't really need to go on about Montenegro too much because we've already done Croatia, we've done Bosnia, and they've kind of got the same story, pretty much. You know, there was a war. They were all one country, and then they went, and there was a war. I've gone to Kosovo as well, I mean. Morocco is next. One of my faves. Tell you a funny story about Morocco. I went there back in 2001, A Space Odyssey. And I went there to see in the new year in Casablanca. We made down. And so we drove down to Casablanca. Well, we hired a car in Spain. And then we drove it down to Casablanca. I don't know that was legal, but we did. And then we got to Casablanca. We parked it. And we went in to a little hotel. And we spent a few days in Casablanca. It was really nice. Now, it was New Year on one of the nights. So we went to Rick's Bar, which was set up in the basement of the one of the hotels, like the Hilton Hotel, in the basement. And it wasn't anything like Rick's Bar from the film, but that's okay. You know, you can't have everything. And the beer was like £7 a pint, which at the time was outrageous. Nowadays, that's like normal. That's just normal pints. Jesus, thanks for Brexit. Thank you, Brexit. So we had a bit too much to drink. Anyway, we woke up the next morning in the hotel. I looked Dan. I said, Dan, wake him up. Whoa. I said, Dan, we're in the wrong room, mate. What? We're in the wrong room. This isn't our room. None of our stuff's here. This isn't our room. It's someone else's room. We're in the wrong. So we walk out. A bit confused. He's can't remember really what the hotel looked like. We must have come in blind drunk. And we were in room 16, which is the room that we were in. We were supposed to be in room 16. So what's going on? I don't know. So we went downstairs, and then we tiptoed out of the hotel. And to our shock, we realised we'd actually gone into the wrong hotel. We were that drunk. We'd gone into the hotel across the road from the hotel we were actually staying at. And we walked in and we were drunk. And we were going, room 16, please. And the person on the night desk just thought, yeah, okay, there must be someone staying in room 16. Took the key, slept in the room, came back out. True story. Love a bit of Morocco. If anyone's read my book, you know the story about Morocco. Well, it's not really Morocco's fault. It was got to show you Morocco on the map for you to appreciate this. Come on, come with me. Let's go see Morocco. Come with me, and you'll see in the world of pure. Anyway, right. But wrong hotel, Graham. Yes, we went just in the wrong room. We were in the wrong hotel. In fact, we were in the right room in the wrong hotel. So in room number 16, it's just that we were not staying in that hotel. And obviously the night manager hadn't called someone to say, hey, have you actually got someone staying in room 16? So that happened. Was I confident me, striding up to the desk? Room 16, please. Oh, okay, here you go. Lol. Anyway, so let me tell you a little story about a time my life turned upside down. So I was, I came across, as it sometimes did, on the boat to Ceuta here, and this is during the Odyssey expedition. So I've been in Spain, right? Came across on the ferry, and then I went down to Casablanca, Rabat, and then we went down to Marrakesh, and then I had to change bus, and I got to Agadir, right? And then I went down here, right? And then we went down here, right? Okay. And then we went along here, and then we had to get into sort of, I don't know, what do we do here mode, right? Go along the water, okay. We went all the way down here. Now this is very difficult because no one's down here. I went to Dakhla. Hello, Dakhla. Went to Dakhla. Kept going down. I stayed the night in Dakhla. It's a very long way. Got down to the border here. So we got down to the border town. Here you go. Right. This is where the border of Mauritania and what's it called? Morocco is, right, okay. Well, actually, it's Western Sahara, but de facto, Morocco's got it. And my lonely planet, in fact, darling, sweetie pie, I don't think it's that you don't believe me, but sometimes I just want to make sure myself, because sometimes you think, well, maybe I wrote something in my book, and now all my books need to be pulped because I told a fib, because I got something wrong. But I was convinced that my lonely planet said this. Where's the Morocco? And then there's not that. Okay, Cameroon. Burkina Faso. Okay. It's West Africa. Okay. Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Senegal. Right. Tell you what, right, stay there. Don't go anywhere. Okay, thank you. West Africa. Okay, West Africa. This is a thumbed tome. Maybe these will be in a museum one day. You belong in a museum. Anyway. Ooh. There you go. Monrovia. Look, I'm in Monrovia in that. Look. Monrovia. Can you see that? Can you see? Oh, hang on. Doesn't matter. It's just I paid. So Mauritania. Okay, so when you go on your lonely planet, when you used to tell useful things, you used to say getting there and away. Right, there we go, getting there and away. Car, train, getting around, sleeping, eating, getting there and away, orientation, getting there and away. Okay, back to the beginning. Mosques, religion, art, wildlife, don't care. Need to know about visas. Don't care about climates. Visa. Okay, right. I'm not going mad. This is the copy of West Africa, Lonely Planet, that I was using on my travels, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to manually focus because I love you. And I'm going to just make sure that you can read this here and you can tell me what it says, right? There. Does it say at the bottom here, Visa in advance, €25, right? At Moroccan border, €20, right? So you would think that means you can get a visa on the border and it's cheaper than getting it in advance. So why would you get it in advance? It's actually cheaper to get on the border. So go all the way down here, and I just want to point out the kilometers here. You can read it there. You can see quite clearly if you're watching on YouTube. Sorry if you're not watching on YouTube and you can't see what's up. You see quite clearly there. 2,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers through the desert. And I get to the border. And this is a big faff. So if we show you this, you might be able to see, is there any border facilities? Don't know. Can't really see much, can you? Maybe that's not way across the border. Don't know. I just don't know. Zug. Oh, there's a place called Zug. No, I think this is it. Anyway. There you go. It is. This is where came over the border. Okay, cool. Right, now this is like desert. This is proper desert. Okay, this is proper Mad Max style desert. In fact, going through the desert, through no man's land, there's a lot of like burnt out vehicles and stuff. It's a bit like Mad Max, you know, like the shell of vehicles that have been burnt out, like hit a mine or something, right? So you can't walk across the border, and the car I was in wasn't going across the border, so I had to get in a car with this guy. His name was Adam Hussein. True story. So he was a really nice guy. And Adam Hussein said, listen, get in the car. I'll take you across no man's land. I'll take you to the border. It's okay, cool. So we're on the way over. And he says, have you got a visa? I said, it's all right, I don't need a visa. Lonely Planet says, it's all right. And he goes, you sure? All right, yeah, be fine. Get to the border point. You need a visa. What? It says here that you don't need a visa. You need a visa. What? You need a visa. You need a visa. Go and get a visa. But the nearest visa is, let's just confirm this. Sorry, can't see what I'm talking about. Nearest visa, 2,000 kilometers away. Through the, Sahara Desert. Where do we get the visa? Where do we get the Rabat? Sorry, Rabat. Rabat. You want me to go back to Rabat? There. You want me to go to Rabat? You want me to go to? You've got to be kidding me. You have got to be absolutely. You're shitting me. You're just being funny now, right? This is just like for shit and giggles. Seriously, you can't be saying this. This can't be real. Literally can't be real. And they're like, no, it is real. And the way that I've messed that up is quite funny. So I had to wait to find a car that's going back across no man's land, Mad Max, land. So I find that, and then I got off at the other side, and I'm in this car, and I've got to drive back through the desert, and there's a guy in the car, and he's really annoying, and he's playing shit music, like loud, out of his little tinny speaker in his old phone. It wasn't even like a smartphone, just like shit music. And he kept tapping me on the shoulder, like quite aggressively. I was in the front seat, tap, 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 turn around, and he'd talk at me in a language that I can't understand. And that's fine normally, smiling up. He kept doing it. It was really annoying. And he was there, sort of looking over my shoulder the whole way, the whole way, the whole 9 yards, as the Yankee Doodles say. And so I'm a nice guy. Didn't tell him, didn't scream in his face, won't you just leave me alone? And what I did was I went fishing. No, I didn't go fishing. There's a place called Fishing here. Isn't there a place called Fishing? That's very strange. So I got in this car, and I had to pay quite a lot of money to squished in to this car, and I went to Dakla here, right? Had to stay the night in Dakla because by now it was like the whole day just gone. Next day, got up. Had to get on I had to get a coach all the way up to Leonde here. Then I had to get another coach. Then I had to go all the way up here to Agadir. Got another coach. Went via Marrakesh to Rabat. Got to Rabat. Took a long time. As you can see, we're talking 1,905 kilometers. In fact, realistically, because of all the wiggles in the road, it was 2,000 kilometers. I've tested it. I've typed it into Google to see how far it is. It's 2,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers. Went to Rabat. Got it in. Can I get this now? No, come back tomorrow. What? Come back tomorrow. I can't get it now. No, come back tomorrow, maybe. Okay. So, hand in my passport. Nothing I can do. Come back the next day. I had to pay for somewhere to stay that night in Rabat. Next day, I'm waiting outside to get my passport, bright and early. Waiting all morning. Finally, give me passport. To get back on a bus, don't I? You know, and muckadoodling. To get back on a bus in Rabat. I got a bus that is going down here to Marrakesh, probably via Casablanca. And then I had to wait in there for a bus in Marrakesh for a bus to Agadir. Yeah. And then I had to get another bus down to from Agadir. I could get a bus to Laayoune. So I did that via I got to get off in Tantan. Sorry, another bus here, Tantan. Then I had to go down to Laayoune here. And then for this bit, I don't know if I got another bus. I think I might have to just go in a Set Plus shared taxi. I stopped in Dakla. And then eventually I had to stay the night again in Dakla, another night. So this is like 3 nights now. Three nights, right? Keep going down. Next day, and I meet this French guy, nice big French guy. His name's Michel. He's at the border on the Moroccans don't care. They're just stamping me out. They're stamping me in. They don't care. They're just stamping me in. And he takes me across no man's land because I can't walk across there. It's dangerous. And he's in a camper van. We're bouncing through, me and Michel. And he's French. He speaks with English. I speak a little bit French, whatever. And I get to the border. He says, "Have you got a visa?" I said, "Yeah." I know. I said to him, "Have you got a visa?" And he goes, "Oh, you don't need them." I said, "I did. I was here last week and I had to get a visa. I just had to do a 4,000 kilometer trek up through the desert and back again." And he went, "No, it's all right. They change the rules all the time." I went, "You kidding me?" He went, "No." And he went in. I went, "Can I ever get a visa?" And they went, "Yeah, here you go." And it was $20. My visa that I got in Rabat was $25. Anyway, so that's what happens when I don't know. I laugh about it now. So when I talk about Mauritania, I might not say nice things. I mean, it is a country that only actually outlawed slavery in 2007. They actually got around to. I think it's quiet. Oh, good. Keep going, says Politics. I will. How's it going over there? How's it going on over there? He keeps inviting me to add as a guest. He wants me to add people as guests. But do you have like a conversation? Is that the plan? Is that what you do? I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. My dong brother, not comfortable, Alistair. What? What's going on? Anyway, I'm going to finish this I'm going to finish me this. Right, caffeine hits. How's it all going in the chat there? You all right? Hey, should we do Wordle? Should we do Wordle? God. Yeah. You want to do Wordle? Okay. Not Wordle, but Worldle. Oh, hang on. Before we do that, got some good news for you. We're nearly there. We're nearly there on our 38th hour. The 38th hour. Yeah. Just too warm, Graham. Lol, what? The Neil Kinnock stream was really interesting. Nice one, Alex. Oh, did Alex have Neil Kinnock on? Oh, that's nice. Yes, we've done it. Yay. 11 o'clock. That means we are in our 38th hour. Actually, no, it's the 39th, really, isn't it? But we're up to 38 hours. 38 hours. That means we've got 10 hours to go. 10 more hours. Day's work, bit of overtime. Okay, let's play. Where's my money? Where's my money? Where did I put my money? I don't know where I put my money. Oh, there it is. I'll come back. I'll come back to you, Morocco. Right, so let's play Wordle. Can you play Wordle? Okay, a country, territory. Oh, hang on, you can't see what I'm doing. Let's play. Let's see what it is. Right, it's basically sorry, make it big enough so you can't see the bullshit. The adverts. There you go. What country is that? Anybody know? Anybody know? Graham, have you told the press? I don't know anyone in the press, mate. Hey, I went to a state school, Alex. I don't know anyone. No one I know. Anyway, here's Denmark. Denmark. Guess that? Yeah. Let's guess. Woo! It is Denmark. What a good guess. Yay, and we get confetti. Woo! Can you guess the two neighbours of Denmark? I'm going to say Sweden. Sweden, which looks like a flaccid penis. I'll say Germany, because that's outline of Germany. Woo! I'm on it, Graham. Oh, thanks, Alex. Yay. Copenhagen. Although you know they spell it with a K. I think it's rude to spell it wrong. Can you guess where Copenhagen is? Well, it's not on Zealand. You see, if it was on Zealand, it'd be over there, but it's not. Sorry, it's not on Jutland. If it's on Jutland, it'd be over there. It's on Zealand, so it's there. Woo! Yay! Look at this little weirdness over here. Just a little bit. Guess the flag for Denmark. Yes, of course, can. Didn't even think about that. Which of these facts is true about Denmark? It's a member of the European Union, of course. I get loads of confetti here, guys. What thing is in Denmark? Oh, that tower, because you can take that's the tower that you could actually take a horse and cart up to the top of it, isn't it? Suicide Cliff. No. Now, I think it's the Rune Tarn. But now I don't want to ask. I don't want to put that because it's two A's. And I said it earlier. If it's got two A's, it's Dutch. If it's got double A, it's Dutch. But I think it's called that. Yay! Okay, it's always Dutch if it's got two A's, unless it's occasionally Danish. The emblem The emblem. Oh, is it the shit tree? It's such a shit tree. This, I hate it. Is it the shit tree of the flag of Equatorial Guinea? I don't think so. Is it the one that says literally Vietnam on the front of it? I don't think so. Is it the one that has a tortoise on it? I don't think so. Is it the one that is on the flag of Moldova? I actually was talking about this earlier today, and I said about how it has an auroch on it, which is an aurochs, which is a type of cow that doesn't exist anymore. Will it have do you think it'll have like a swordfish on it and a flamingo? No. Right. So that leaves palm tree one, which I don't think it's going to be. It leaves this one. Together we aspire, together we achieve. Again, why would they be writing in English? It's so just by the law of probabilities, I'm going to go with this weird one because, I mean, you know, it's got a polar bear on it. It's got 3 lions by the looks of things. I mean, maybe it's an English thing. I don't know. It's got 2 half-naked men. Let's go with that one. Yay! Woo, woo, woo! Yeah. All good. Whoop, 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 whoop. What are the 2 most spoken languages in Denmark? Well, Danish, of course, and German. Yay! Because you have to, because you have to. How do you say my name is? Well, that's obviously German, because it's got a German letter in. Ich heiße. And this is obviously Danish, because it's Danish. Yay! What is the per capita GDP in US dollars of Denmark? Oh, mate. Oh, what? Okay. 83k. Sorry, I thought it was going to be a bit more than that. Oh well, got that wrong. The GDP comparison round has been skipped because Denmark does not have enough neighbours. Oh wow. What's the estimated population of Denmark? It's 6 million. Oh, hang on. Why'd you go to the next one? I didn't say go to the next round. I didn't even say go to the next round. What are you even doing? Population. Let it sit with me for a moment before you climb off me. Jeez. Some people. So good idea if Graham broke now, then he'll not need to again. If I broke now, so good idea if Graham broke now, then he'll not need to go again. Broke now? Broke what? Oh, broke the show up. It's all right. I don't need to do it for another 6 hours. What's the currency used in Denmark? Well, you might think it's a euro, but it's not. It's a krona. I told you, you silly crone. Oh, can you put the 4 most populated cities of Denmark in the right order? Short answer, no. So let's have a go. Let's have a go to Copenhagen. Our house in the middle of our street. Our house. I think it's that. I might be wrong. I knew it was wrong. Those 2 bottom 2. Poops. Poops the loops. What has a larger surface area? The Netherlands or Denmark? Let's look at the map. Hey, let's cheat. Netherlands or Denmark? It's got to be Denmark. It's got to be Denmark. It's got to be Denmark. Come on, it's got to be Denmark. Is it Denmark? I don't know. Might not be Denmark. It is Denmark. Oh, thank heavens for that. It would look very silly. They made it look like the Netherlands is bigger in that picture. Size comparison. Look at them kissing. Look at them all in each other. There we go. Wordle. Woo! Waddle. Ah. Trivia. What? I got the trivia question right. I got the question. I got it right. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I got the trivia question. I'm so sad now. I'm very sad. You lie. You lie, Wordle. You lie. Should we play Global? Global game. Global game. Accept the settings. I normally start in Iran. So you ever played this game before? It's like hot and cold, right? So you got to type in a country name, and you got to say whether it's hot or cold. And you look down here, and it tells you how far away the closest border is. So I need somewhere that is 5,000 kilometers away from Iran. So that will leave it somewhere around here. So I'm going to go with Algeria. Oh, so it goes redder when you're closer. The closest border is 735 kilometers. Now, there's lots of countries here. So what you need to do is either suss out whether it's above or below. So I'll do that by putting the word Switzerland in here. Switzerland? No, it's not Switzerland, so we have to go down. So we want 700 kilometers south. That's not that far, you know. But it can't be touching. So it's somewhere that doesn't touch. It'll have no touching. So Mali touches it. Burkina Faso doesn't. Oh, Burkina Faso is adjacent to the answer. Oh, lovely. I'm liking the look of this. You only answer one trivia question out of 3. Did I facts? Oh, mate. I didn't even realise there was 3 questions. I just answered the right one. Right, so it was only 700 kilometers away. The EFF. Can't be Mali because Mali touches it much as such as Algeria. So maybe baby. Oh, this is difficult. It's probably down here. So let's go for Benin. Benin. Oh, it might be Nigeria. Mystery country is Benin. Yes. Woo! 5 guesses. Oh, that's pretty good. You can go back to the trivia round, by the way. Oh, I'm going back to the trivia round. What's the what was it called again? Wordle. The populous city, population, spoken languages, emblem, landmark. Did that one? Trivia. Oh, I didn't do. No, what is going on? Trivia. Oh, facts general. The famous interlocking plastic bricks that originated in Denmark are Lego. I've got that is in. Oh my god, that's an insult you asked me. In the Nordic Union. Oh no, the Kalmar Union. I was a bit too fast there. In the late 14th century, Denmark joined Norway and Sweden in a personal union known as the Kalmar Union. Okay, well, the more you know. The more you know. I've done some mad ones like Sofia, Bulgaria, and Athens, Greece. What's that, Sammy James? What? Have you heard of extreme day trips? You fly in the morning, have 6 hours on destination, fly back. You're in bed at night. Yeah. My cousin does that quite a lot actually. But I mean, if you think about it, on my journeys around the world, I did a shitload of extreme day trips. I was doing an extreme day, that's how I travelled. And I'd get a bit embarrassed, when I told people, they go, how long did you spend in, Agra? And I went, well, I got there in the morning on the overnight train. And then I went to Taj Mahal the first thing in the morning. Then I went to the Red Fort in the afternoon. Then I got on the overnight train and went to Jaipur. And then I went to Jaisalmer. And then I went to the next day. I spent every night on a train in India for like 3 weeks or something. And had 1 day in each place. That's all I needed. I was on my own. Didn't have to go some nice place for a meal or anything. I just wanted to see the forts and see the sights. So yeah, extreme day trips. I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it's a brilliant idea. My only issue is that it involves flying, and I don't like flying. And look, it's a Strait of Hormuz. I can tell, but it's not straight. £40 on Ryanair, Stansted, Luxembourg. Yeah. I mean, it's cheap enough, isn't it? Good. I think it's a good plan. I like it. I like the cut of your jib. Right. Where are we here? Grenada. We've done Grenada. Morocco. Let's talk about Morocco. I like Morocco. Morocco can stay. I can't believe these new Lonely Planets. I don't know any history. Am I going mad? I mean, like, seriously. I might send it back. Do you reckon I send it back and say I want some history? Maybe I'm just not finding it. Or maybe Djibouti. Maybe you've just got to go to the beginning of each chapter. Plan your time, long weekend. They've actually turned Lonely Planet here into no, it's just not there. And also, like, just trying to get find one country. So they used to have on the old Lonely Planets like this, right? You can see those lines there, the grey lines, so it's really easy to find where you are in the book. This is just, I don't know. One of the reasons why I stopped buying rough guides is that the pages were too thin, and it just wasn't set out in a really good way. I need to be able to sort of go to this page here and find a map of the area that I'm going to. I can't be going to like page 47 to find. There you go. Look, see, it's a few pages in, and that would get absolutely trashed on the road. Whereas back in the day, when Lonely Planets were good, it was literally always just the first page, right? Had a conversion, and little charts and everything, and then you had your map there, and it's full color, and it's shiny, so you can find it really quick. You don't have to. This is a book for people who don't carry books in their backpack. Do you know what I mean? That's just gonna fall. That's just for going on someone's shelf to go. Well, we're thinking of going to Africa one day, or Africa. You know what I mean? Just not good enough, really. Twitch still working, says Russell Cannon at 22:54. That is good news, I think. It's not straight. Okay, then. No, it's a gay of hummers. Yeah, totes. I'm told it means something rude in the Finnish language as well. I don't speak it, so cannot quantify it. Right, I'm going to have to go again. God. Oh, I hope this doesn't keep happening. 23, 17, 30. Okay, back in a moment. Hello, I'm back. I'm presenting again. 23, 19, 55. Okay, so that's 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Ooh. Left a bit a minute ago. Right. So what I've decided to do, because I'm so far behind on this, right? I'm going to get my world. Oh, I've got daddy long legs up there. Can anyone see the daddy long? No, you can't see. There's daddy long legs. Daddy long legs. Listen, really good news. I noticed on Blue Sky that Guinness World Records, the official account, the blue tick account for Guinness World Records, have liked my post about doing this. So I sent an email to the guy last week saying I was going to do it on Monday when the podcast was out. So, I mean, they can't say I didn't tell them. Well, they can say that, but you know. Okay, so I'm thinking what I'm going to do is got a lot of countries still to go, right? So we've got to get through another. I'm on page 600, and I've got to get to page 975. So I have 375 pages to go. So we can divide that by 3 on average. There's some countries just have 2 pages and some have 6 or 7 or whatever. But yeah, we'll divide that by 3, and that gives me 125. And then if I do 10 minutes on each 125. If I do 10 minutes on each, no, because I don't have to. That's ridiculous. I've got to get. No, hang on. Sorry, I can't do this. I can't do this. Sorry, for a mistake. My brain's not working. There can't be 125 countries left on the list. So let's say there's. There can't be 100. I mean, look how far through I am. Let's say I'm 2/3 of the way through, right? So it says there's 221 countries, and I'm 2/3 of the way through. So you want to do 221 divided by 3, okay? Or we can just type that into a computer because I've got a big computer that can work things out for me, so I don't have to do it myself. 221 divided by 3. Okay, that's 73. So if I do 10 minutes on each one, that's 730 minutes. So if I go, 730 divided by 60 is 12 hours. Don't have 12 hours left to go, do we? Do you have 12 hours? No, not anymore. We've got 10 hours. Okay. All right. But I think it's less than that. Right. The more time I'm wasting doing this, and do you know what? When I get to the end, I can just speed up. There's a lot of pages there that I'll just there's a lot of pages that just do nothing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my clock. I'm going to set my timer for 10 minutes, and I'm only allowed to talk about each country for 10 minutes, right? And that's it. I've got to shut up and move on. Okay, that's what I do. Isn't there 184 legally recognised countries? No, there's 193 members of the United Nations, and then there's Kosovo and Palestine. There's Vatican City and Palestine that have special observer status, and then there is Kosovo, which is recognised by over 100 countries around the world, including Britain. There's Taiwan, which is recognised by a few countries now, but not many because China's talked them around. Ha ha ha. Sorry. So yeah. Sorry. You have 80 countries left. You have 80 countries left. So, no, I can't have it. Do I? We're on Morocco. We've got 80 countries left. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Right, 10 minutes. So we'll stop talking about Morocco. Morocco's great. Go to Morocco. I like Morocco. Nice places to go in Morocco. You can go in the Atlas Mountains, go for a walk in the Atlas Mountains. You go to Fez, go to Casablanca. That's really cool. Marrakesh is really cool. Western Sahara, there's not much there. There's a lot of desert, which is nice. But if you like deserts, okay, right. Next country. 10 minutes, starting from. Oh, hang on. Starting from now. Okay, right. So we're counting down 10 minutes before we have to stop talking about the next country. The next country is going to be Mozambique. Mozambique, which is, if you're playing Scrabble and you could use real names, Mozambique will be the country name, the single name that you will get the most points from. Mozambique beckons with its coastline and swaying palms, its traditions, its cultures, its vibe, and its opportunities for adventure. This enigmatic Southeast African country is well off most travellers' maps, but it does have much to offer for those who venture here. Long dune-fringed beaches, turquoise waters abounding in shoals of colourful fish, well-preserved cobbles, remote archipelagos in the north, pounding surf in the south, and graceful dhows with billowing sails. Add this to this colonial-style architecture, pulsating nightlife, a fascinating cultural mix, and vast tracts of bush. Discovering these attractions is not always easy, but it is unfailingly rewarding. Bring your patience, a tolerance for long bus rides, some travel savvy, and a sense of adventure, and jump in for the experience of a lifetime. Top experiences in Mozambique include Mozambique Island. I don't actually know where that is. Let's find out where this is. Cathal, thank you very much for the €5. That's very kind of you. I'm going to endorse the confetti. Woo! Everyone gets confetti. Mozambique. Where were we? So we go in here. Oh, Nicola. Oh, Jesus. Agosh. There you go. Aha, there it is. So this is the island. This is Senegal Island. So there you go. There's an island there. Go check it out. It's an island. Yay. Number 2, Maputo, which is the capital. Maputo, which is down here. It's kind of cool. There's no train station there. It's all fallen into rack and ruin. It's kind of cool though. You know, it's got a vibe of all falling apart. With this waterside setting and Mediterranean-style architecture and wide avenues lined with jacaranda and flame trees, Maputo is easily one of the most Africa's most attractive capitals. It's also the most developed place in Mozambique, with a wide selection of hotels and restaurants. Okay, that's cool. Lake Nyasa, which is, I think it's up here. I think. That doesn't make any sense. Oh no, the Quirimbas Archipelago is worth checking out. Which is up here. There you go. This is the archipelago. Lovely islands up here. Hidden like pirate treasure off Mozambique's north coast. The islands of the Quirimbas archipelago conceal a multitude of secrets, from the brilliant coral reefs of the Majubi to the ancient baobab trees of Quilalula. Whatever. These little islands here. They look boss. Look, go to these islands in Mozambique. Look, there's little islands. That's cool. And what else have we got here? We can go to Inhame. We got to go to, there's an archipelago there, which is really cool. Right. As far as going there is concerned, would I recommend Mozambique? Yeah, I would recommend Mozambique. Mozambique's a member of the British, well, not British, but the Commonwealth. It's a member of the Commonwealth now, you know. Did you know that? It's a member of the Commonwealth. It wasn't even part of British Empire or a British protectorate or anything like that. It was Portuguese, but the Portuguese pulled out in 1975 and trashed the place on the way out, just like they did with their friend across the way here in Angola. Yeah, the country fell into civil war for a long time. So yeah, I'm not happy about So yeah, Mozambique and Angola were Portuguese possessions, along with Macau and Goa and Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Hilgara, £5 super chat. I do keep dropping in to check Graham's descent into madness. Madness. They call it madness. I'm getting there. So what else have we got down here? We've got a lot of cool stuff. I would recommend going to Mozambique. Okay, so I'm gonna have to move on now. I wouldn't recommend not going there. Next one is Burma, or Myanmar, in brackets Burma. So I've only ever been over the border in Myanmar. I've only been here. This is where you come, the Golden Triangle, and you come over the border here, right? And this special border, basically you can cross over. It's a special border. You leave your passport, and they give you a little tag or something, and you come over, and there's a little bar here, and you can go get yourself. That's not nice. Not some ladies. No, you go there and you get yourself some good old fashioned Myanmar beer. But yeah, Myanmar. Let me tell you about Myanmar. It used to be called Burma. Called Myanmar. The people who've been running it for ages are gobshites, but what can you do? And it looks a bit scary. The outline of it. It looks like it looks like an alien head with like a really long mouth. The alien out of American Dad. It looks like that side profile with his mouth, like the jaw really open. Do you know what I mean? In fact, you might not be able to see it that well. So what I'll do is I'll type in the word Myanmar. If I can type Myanmar. There you go. Do you see what I mean now? Do you see what I mean about it looking like a... Oh, it just disappeared. Why did you disappear? I don't want you to disappear. That was quite nice. There you go. I just wanted you to collapse. There you go. So there you go. There's Myanmar. There. Next one. Benny, if her mother hadn't been disowned. Anyway, it's the dawn of a more democratic era in this extraordinary land where the landscape is scattered with pagodas and the traditional ways of Asian culture. I love the way they say that, but they're actually wrong because they've fallen back into rack and ruin. Poor old Myanmar. Myanmar retains the power of surprising, delighting the most jaded of travellers. Bedazzled by the wonder of something. Contemplate the 4,000 stupas scattered across the plains of Bagan. Stare in disbelief at the golden rock of Mount Kayaktiyo. Teetering on the edge of a chasm, these are all important Buddhist sites in a country where pious monks are more revered than rock stars. In 2015, Myanmar voted in its first democratically elected government in more than half a century. Sanctions have been dropped and slaves of the country off limits for years can now be freely visited. Thankfully, the pace of change is not overwhelming, leaving the simple pleasures intact. Drift down the Ayeyarwady River in an old river steamer, stake out a slice of beach on the Bay of Bengal, trek to a minority village in Shan Hills. Best of all, you'll encounter locals who are gentle, humorous, engaging, incisive, and inquisitive and passionate. They want to play a part in the world. Now is the time to make that connection. Unfortunately, no, the military junta's taken back over. So ignore everything that just said. You can go to Burma if you like. I just went over the border, so I could tick it off the list. I'm waiting really for the democracy to come along, and then I'll have to worry about being a bad person by going to Myanmar. The capital is no longer. It used to be Rangoon. And then they changed the name to Rangoon to Yangon. And then they changed the name of the capital. They moved the capital to Naypyidaw. What were they thinking calling it Naypyidaw? I don't know. Anyway, it's a beautiful country. The road to Mandalay. There's where Mandalay is. When you've hit the road to Mandalay? That's where Mandalay is. And you can see there, they've got the temples up in the mountain. It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. But while there's a military junta in charge, don't visit there. Don't go there. It's somewhere you shouldn't go. Unfortunately... oh my God, they gave them 6 pages. Namibia is somewhere that you should go. Okay, so if you like Mad Max Fury Road, we're on to the ends now, which is good. We're in the end game. Namibia used to be called Southwest Africa, and it's now Namibia, and the capital is Windhoek. There, the capital, which is cool. But what you want to do is you want to there's Windhoek. It's just a normal town, just a normal sort of city with buildings. What you want to do is you want to get down here to the Skeleton Coast. There you go. That's what you want. See that? See that? Skeleton Coast. See what I mean? This is what you want to do. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. 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 So obviously mostly desert, Namibia, but they do have, this is important, listen up. Listen up, people. They have Wimpy. They have Wimpy there. I've seen a Wimpy. Sure saw a Wimpy. It's amazing. Fair enough, as long as she was a good lass. Yes. It's all good. It's all good. Namibia. Oh my God. I hope by the end of this, my voice doesn't sound like Jordan Peterson. If Namibia is African for beginners, as is often said, what a wonderful place to start. Oh, that's nice. For a few centuries in few countries in Africa can match Namibia's sheer natural beauty. There are a few stirring desert realms on the planet, from sand sea and perfect dead tree valleys at Susuvli to the otherworldliness of sand dunes plunging down to the sea, the Sandwich Harbour and the Skeleton Coast. Inland, running through the heart of the country, a spine of mountains creates glorious scenery, with rivers and wetlands in the Cap Rivi Strip and the endless gold grass plains of the Kalahari. It's difficult to think of a more iconic African landscape that Namibia doesn't possess. Namibia's human story is every bit as interesting as that written in the rocks, soil and sand of the country. Through their architecture and museums, Ludovits, Swakopmund, and Windhoek, the capital, tell a complicated story of colonial settlement and oppression, while elsewhere the chance to interact with many traditional people who call Namibia home will likely provide you with some of your most memorable moments. So Namibia was German before World War I, when the scramble for Africa happened. They went, we'll have that. And so it's a weird little panhandle so they could get to the the Zambezi River. Yeah, after World War One, Germany lost all of its colonial possessions, including the northern half of Papua New Guinea, including the Nauru, including Micronesia, including Namibia and Tanganyika and Togoland and some other places. It lost them. They were carved up by the spoils of war, carved up by the victors. The Skeleton Coast is a treacherous stretch of shore where many ships have become graveyards off the coast of Namibia. But just look at that. I mean, it's just look at that. It's pure desert, absolutely pure desert. You see, when you go to the desert in most places, like the Sahara Desert, when you're driving through it you're driving through it, right? In Morocco or somewhere. It doesn't look like desert. This looks like desert. That is just dunes forever. Like slowly moving waves. So get down there, go and have a look. Boss. Kalahari's over here. It's Kalahari. Do it. Bushman Village. Go and see it. Namibia, Botswana. Recommend it. South Africa, recommend it. Go to Durban, get a bunny. Happy days. Now, did I mention Nauru? Let's go to Nauru. Let's go to Nauru for a poo. Right, is everyone still there? I don't know. Going for a wander. I thought they were going for a wank then. Go for a wander, be back presently. So we need to fly. Unless you mean, then you don't fly. And there you go to Nauru. Nauru, my little potato-shaped island in the sea. Nauru's beauty can be glimpsed along the coast, three bears swoop over green cliffs, aqua veins along wild ocean vistas, and sunsets are spectacular. While the coast is beautiful with opportunities to swim and snorkel, we'll watch a fiery sunset over coconut trees and salt bush. Head to the island's interior and you'll find deforestation from phosphate mining and an eerie landscape of limestone pinnacles. The exposed rock reflects the sun rays and chases away the clouds. There's lots of sunshine but frequent periods of drought. Meanwhile, the wealth accrued from mining, followed by the poverty once the stores were depleted, have brought the country to near collapse. During the phosphate boom in the 1980s, Nauru was the second richest country in the world in terms of per capita income. 30 years later, it has an estimated average income is $2,500 per year. Since 2001, Australia's controversial offshore refugee processing centre has been a major contributor to development on Nauru. Perhaps tourism, once thought unneeded, could help Nauru get back on its feet. Transport and hospitality services are thin on the ground, but smiles are plentiful. Listen, right? Nauru is a very interesting place, right? First of all, I mentioned Ocean Island when I was talking before about Kiribati. I don't know if anyone was paying attention, but there's Ocean Island and there's Nauru, and they're quite similar in that they're both potato-shaped islands that are basically the ancient inside of a volcano. So you can imagine like a coral, an atoll is the top of a volcano, right? Well, imagine if rather than that, it was all soil that got just pushed up from the bottom of the ocean. Right? Soil got pushed up, and you had this column of magma, like just a big column of magma, like 2 kilometers high, and then over the eons, the soft the soft mud around it has all just fallen away, and so you ended up with this column. So if you were standing at the bottom of the ocean, you looked at Nauru, it would just be like this sheer column going up, which means there's no port. If you look, just look at it. There's no port. There's no harbour. There's no anchorage. Like where do you anchor your ship? Like the depth is like 2 kilometers. Once you get off this around from here, it's too deep, right? And the only thing that it had going for it is, as it said in the description there, the fact that it had all of this bird shit, guano, which they could use to mine for nitrate. But Nauru is a canary in the coal mine when it comes to this is us, right? This is us, because this place, right, had the highest per capita income in the world, the second highest in the 1980s, because of all this easy to reach phosphate, all this nitrate. And what they did, and they scraped it off the topsoil. It was bird shit accumulated over millions of years. They scraped it away, and it was taken away to make fertilizer and explosives. And they left these coral pinnacles, and the coral pinnacles are exposed to the sunlight, which makes a column of air, and as it said in the description, pushes the clouds away. And there's no rain. They had to import rain from they had to import water from Australia, which is thousands of miles away. So imagine you're there in Nauru and you need to import some water from Australia. Here's Australia, right? Hello, it is literally 2,000 miles away. 2,000 miles away, right? But at least they can get the water to them. If you scale up Nauru to the earth, there's no one else there to provide us with all the services that we need. They don't have the water, and the money that they did have, they just wasted. They didn't invest it in the place. Now, there's another island called Ocean Island, right, which I mentioned when I was talking about Kiribati, right? And what the people on Ocean Island did was they collected all the money for themselves, and they bought another island because they knew that their island wouldn't be worth living on once all the guano was gone. And so they bought another island, and they bought an island off Fiji, and now the people who used to live on Banana Island or Ocean Island have now moved to that other island because all the good stuff's gone. Nauru was an independent country. It wasn't part of any other country. This is really unusual. Most island nations are actually 2 islands or 3 islands or many islands or thousands of islands. It's very unusual to have 1 island. It's so far away from anywhere. They didn't want to share the money, and when they did have the money, is that Ocean Island there? Is that Ocean Island? No, yeah. I think that's Ocean Island. I think that's Ocean Island. Sticking up there. Maybe that. No. I think that's it. I think that's Ocean Island. Sydney Point. No, it'd be called Banaba. But yeah, that's part of Kiribati over there. Nauru wanted to go alone, wants to be its own country. It's got a seat on the UN. It's got a population of 8,000 people. And when things were good, when things were very good, they had so much money it was ridiculous, and they spent it all on shite. They spent it all on. So they bought football teams. They bought a cruise ship. They bought jetliners. They built a big runway and so they could land these planes, and they did all this. They just wasted it. They bought property in Honolulu. I swear I'm not making this up. Right? They paid for a musical called Leonardo the Musical. I don't know if it was about DiCaprio or about Da Vinci, but it was called Leonardo the Musical, and it flopped. It was an absolute miserable failure, and they spent so much money. People on this island were like driving around just the island, just doing laps in Lamborghinis and Ferraris and all kinds of stuff. It was absolutely ridiculous, and they got rid of all the easy to reach stuff. They took it away. It was and then suddenly they were like, oh, they were faced with not just an ecological disaster, but an economical disaster as well. Hello? Do you see the parallels? This is exactly what we're doing with oil. All the easy to reach stuff that you can just take off, just get a shovel. All the easy to reach stuff is just not getting. It's gone. And they just wasted all the money. They didn't set up a sovereign wealth fund. They didn't save for a rainy day. They wasted it on shite. I mean, what kind of shite could you waste it on? I don't know. Maybe like rockets that blow up. Maybe I don't know, massive yachts. Maybe just shit. Maybe like a Met Gala or something. I don't know. Maybe anything but helping the people out. Anyway, so now the canary in the coal mine, Nauru. I spent 4 days there, by the way. I spent 4 days on Nauru. Because that's how long it took to unload the boxes off the ship and put them all on, because there's no port. We had to sit in the water and do it onto these 2 barges that they had. They'll come out to the ship, and then they'll drop that, and then we had to anchor up to there's a weird thing where you had to these big chains that came off the island that 2 kilometers deep, and you didn't anchor like you normally did. You attached yourself to these chains, but in the water. It was a bit weird. But yeah. Emmy, thank you very much for the £1 super chat and the cake. Oh, thank you. Pie. Oh, that was like a really good pie. I can't eat my pie. It'd be really funny if it just disappeared then. Thank you very much, Emmy. That is very kind of you. I'm going to give you confetti. Yay! Confetti time! Oh yeah. You got this, Graham. You're a star. See you in the morning. See you in the morning, Jeff. See you in the morning, Jeff. See you in the morning. Time on to break out the Red Bull. I hate Red Bull. It tastes like a fizzy medicine, isn't it? Cold fizzy cough medicine. I probably need some cough medicine. Graham has already discussed Polynesia amongst the technically not countries. Yeah, yes, I have. But I just thought I'd mention Nauru. It's so sad. It's so sad what happened to Nauru, and I feel like screaming because this is exactly what this is. Oh, let me probably couldn't take it. Listen, I'm gonna turn the kettle on. I've got this. A travel book, a journey to every country in the world. So I could use this, but it'd be a bit ungainly. But it's got some really, really cool pictures in here. This is most splendiferous. It's obviously a coffee table book. But it's got some amazing, amazing pictures. 200 countries. 200 countries listed. Let's see. Let's see which ones it did and didn't do. We're gonna have a look at the back. Ooh. Other places of interest. Dependencies, overseas territories, departments. This is like the ones that got away. Svalbard, Tristan da Cunha, Tokelau, Wollaston for 2.5 intervals. Reunion, done that one. Tick that one off. Zimbabwe. Okay. So the World Book. Story of the Travel Book. There you go. Oh, it's a lovely map of the world. Afghanistan, Albania. So it's got 200 countries. Costa Rica, Cuba. Oh, it's got 200 countries. Guatemala. So what are the extra ones? So I'm assuming it must have Palestine as a separate country, I reckon. Let's have a look. Mongolia, Nauru. Oh, just talking about Nauru. Nigeria, Norway. Palau. Oh, Palau. Gorgeous Palau. Hang on, I didn't talk about Palau. Did I miss Palau out? Shit. I know, man. Oh, no, I'm not there yet. Oh, God, I'm only on in. That's bad, isn't it? I missed that country out. Well, you're nowhere near it, Graham. Panama. I missed Panama out. But the things to do in Panama: perfect beaches and poisonous dark fogs in the Bocas del Toro archipelago. Absolutely, mate. Papua New Guinea, Paraguay. Oh no, it's not there. Palestine's not there. So 200 countries. So it'll be 190 members of the UN. Sierra Leone. Oh, maybe they've got Tibet as a separate country in here. What do you reckon? Tibet? Is Tibet in here? Suriname, Sweden, Taiwan. Yes, Taiwan's in there. Okay, cool. Taiwan. And the 4 Asian tigers. Obviously, that should be in there. Tanzania, Thailand, Timor-Leste. Oh, no, Tibet's not in there. Tibet is not in there. Naughty. So what's making up? So the 193 members of the UN. Palestine's not in here. What are we missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Spain, Serbia, Norway. No way, it's Norway. Italy, Kiribati, Liberia. Okay, Vatican City at the back, I guess. Oh, look at this country. It's called You Are Gay. Vatican City. Okay, so Vatican City's in there. That's not a member of the UN. It's got special observer status. So that's in there. Okay, so what about Kosovo? Moldova, Italy, Lebanon, Liberia, Italy, Kiribati, Kosovo. So Kosovo's in there. See that Kosovo is in there. Okay. We've got Kosovo, Vatican City. So that's 195. Ooh, maybe it lists England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland as I know what it'll do. It'll just put Ireland. Right, I bet you any money there's an England. I bet there's an England on its own. Yeah, that makes sense. England, yes, I was right. England. They're following my these are the ones that I did for. In fact, every single place in here should be somewhere I went on the Odyssey expedition. England, and then so that means that there is going to be Scotland. Now, I don't think they will count Northern Ireland. I think Northern Ireland will be in this. I think they just put Ireland and just have the whole scope. Yeah, Ireland. Oh no, actually no. They've cut off. They've cut off. Oh no. Okay, so Northern Ireland are done as a separate country. Ooh, Elemento. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, well, it's interesting to me. You're probably watching this going, I couldn't give a shit. But, you know, I'm trying to suss out what country. They don't have a name. They don't have an index. There's Nauru. There's Nauru there that I was just talking about. So there's a guy there with a noddy bird. See that? It's called a noddy bird. Racist. Oh my God, poor Graham. I will be honest, I expected massive eye bags by now, but you look as fresh as ever. Says, did it? Don't you wait, I'm fresh as a daisy. Just get the wet wipes out and I'm sound. So is Northern Ireland a separate Nicaragua? I guess they'll just have a picture of the Giants Causeway then. North Macedonia. Yeah, Northern Ireland's a separate feature. Okay, so that's interesting. So that means that technically it's 192 members of the UN, plus we've got Kosovo. We have got Vatican City. We've got England, Wales, Northern Ireland, Scotland. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 198. So what are the remaining places? What are the two? Shut up, yo. What are the two remaining places that? Oh, hang on. No. Kosovo, Vatican City, Taiwan. That Taiwan. That's 199. Ooh. So just one more. Western Sahara? Did they go for Western Sahara? Maybe. Vietnam. Wales. Yemen. No, they didn't go for Western Sahara. Okay, so Western Sahara's not in there. What do you reckon for... We decided not for Tibet, didn't we? I had to look for Tibet, couldn't find it. I'm surprised that Tibet isn't in here. I suppose you're not going to be Thailand. No, because it would be before Timor-Leste, wouldn't it? It's because Thailand to Timor-Leste. Any ideas? What are you trying to figure out and why? Okay, so on the back of this book, it says 180 images, 200 countries, one complete picture. Okay. So there's every member of the UN in here. But they haven't counted the UK as a country. They've broken it into 4 countries, which is what I did when I was traveling. They've got Kosovo in here, so that's imagine it's 192 members of the United Nations plus England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales instead of the UK. So instead of 193, you've automatically bumped it up to 196. And then we've got in here Kosovo. We've got Taiwan. And we've got Vatican City. So we've got one more. And Palestine's not in there, I've checked. And Western Sahara's not in there. Tibet isn't in there. Any suggestions? What could be the missing country that's not really a country? But we're going to include it anyway. Because Kosovo, there's Kosovo. Kosovo is in there, which isn't a member of the UN. Maybe Western Sahara is in there, but it's got its Sunday name. It's got a proper name, which I always forget. New Zealand, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Palau, Panama, Peru, Poland, Romania, Rwanda, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Oh, maybe it's South Sudan. No, that's a member of the UN. It's got a seat in the UN, so it's part of the 192 or 193. But I'm saying that you got to take one away because the UK isn't listed. It's going to be 4 parts to it instead. Sao Tome, Principe. Maybe Somaliland. That'd be going out on a limb, wouldn't it? Serbia, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Singapore. These are all members of the UN. Slovakia, Slovenia, Solomon Islands. Maybe they're getting ahead of the game. Maybe no, they haven't got. I thought they might have Somalia and Somaliland, but they don't. Greenland, Tim. That. Oh, you might be onto a winner. I think you're right. Or it could be Antarctica. Not a country though, is it? Yeah, it says country. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Greenland. Good shout there. Good shout. Good shout, my friend. Eswatini, Germany, Honduras, Haiti, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Guatemala, Grenada, Greece. No, it's not there. It's not there. Ghana, Greece. It should be after Greece. It should be after Greece. It's not like it's not Greenland. Suari, if I remember. Oh yeah, maybe the Faroe Islands. That'd be a bit of a wild one. Why would you have the Faroe Islands? I mean, they are beautiful. It could be Antarctica, you know. It could be going out on a limb. Fiji, Finland, France. No. No. Algeria. Andorra. Angola. Yeah, you're right. Antarctica. We got it. We got it. It's not a country, but they'll let us off. I'll let them off. There you go. Antarctica. Oh, I think it'd be a bit bad if they left that out, to be honest with you, because it is, about amazing pictures, and you get amazing pictures in Antarctica. There you go. Oh, I'm glad we worked that one out together. See, we worked it out. We solved the mystery. But my guess would be Puerto Rico, Andorra, Somaliland, the Council of Sudan, Sauron. My guess would be in Puerto Rico. One of the islands. Who was it who said Antarctica? Who was it? Was it me? I thought I read it. I thought someone said Antarctica. No one said Antarctica. Oh my God, I'm going mad at my old age. I could imagine someone. Always put your money. You just put your money on the Dalai Lama's in a race because he'll be the one to bet on. Very good. This is another great book. This is Lonely Planets and Wonders of the World, and I've been to a few of these. Not all of them by a mile. And you only say, "Oh, we've been everywhere. You've been everywhere." So, for instance, I've been outside the Sophia Mosque in Turkey, but I've never actually been. I've been outside, but never been inside in it. I think you said Antarctica, Graham. Oh, cool. I think someone. Now I've been there, but here's the problem, right? I've been to that place, been there, right? Walked around it. Probably got some camcorder footage. I can't remember it at all. But I've been there. I've been to the Ghats of Varanasi. God, it stinks. Dead Sea, yeah, been there. Dead Sea on the Jordanian side, which is kind of cool. And then, I was talking about Petra in Jordan. Cool. What about Monaco? Monaco will be in there. Yeah, we got it. We got 193 members of the EU. The UN. But England, the UK was split into England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. So that'd be actually 196. So we had you had to suss out what the other four were, and they were they were Kosovo, Vatican City, Taiwan, and Antarctica. There you go. We solved the problem. Okay. All right. Anyway, so we're going to go back to the back to where we were talking about. Back to the normal book, the world. Where was I? Next up, got another fave. We have got, this is an absolute fave of mine. I love the bones of this place. But we're going to have to get there quickly because I've only got 5 minutes. I've got 5 minutes for each place now. What was even wrong with me today? I don't know. Nepal, there we go. Nepal, I'll type it in. I'm going to type it in here so we can see the edges of it nicely. Oh, it's not even done it. Normally it makes the nice, normally when you type in the name of the place, it makes usually highlights the border, whatever. Anyway, there's Nepal. There it is. Which is it's not appalling. It's absolutely appealing. And there's Kathmandu there. Wedged between the high Himalayas and the steamy Indian plains, Nepal is a land of snow peaks and Sherpas, yaks and yetis, monasteries and mantras. The Nepal Himalaya is the ultimate goal for most mountain lovers. Some of the Himalayas' most iconic and accessible hiking is on offer here, with rugged trails to Everest, the Annapurnas and beyond. Nowhere else can you trek for days in incredible mountain scenery, secure in the knowledge that a hot meal, cozy lodge, and a warm slice of apple pie await you at the end of the day. Then there's the adrenaline kick of rafting on a roaring. Then the adrenaline kick of rafting on a roaring Nepali river or a bungee jump into oh god, what is going on here? 2 objects that are the same. That one and that one. Confirm. Oh, unable to verify. That one and that one. 10 seconds. Oh no, what? Oh, my live has been disconnected. Ooh, I've made 3 cents this week for my lives. Sorry, I'm just putting my phone back on. I got this extra backup. Bada bing, bada boom. Woo, we're past midnight now. Hello and welcome to the show. This is the Guinness World Record attempt for the longest solo live stream. I am Graham Hughes. I'm from Liverpool, England, and at the moment I'm going out on 3 channels. I'm going out on YouTube there. I'm going out on Twitch there, and I'm going out on TikTok there. So hopefully covering all the bases. I've been yapping on now for 39 hours, pretty much, give or take, which I think is pretty good. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good so far. Don't you? Have you been to the fire pits in Turkmenistan? No, I want to. So there's a place I want to go back to. So this place I can't remember. It's great. You get older, you can't remember stuff. Go back. Be like going there for the first time again. So yes, Nepal, wedged between the high Himalayas and steamy Indian plains. I've said that. The Nepal Indian, a cozy lodge and a warm slice of apple pie that waits you at the end of the day. Then's the adrenaline kick of rafting along a roaring Nepali river, or bungee jumping into a bottomless Himalayan gorge, canoeing, climbing, kayaking, paragliding and mountain biking all offer a rush against the backdrop of some of the world's most dramatic landscapes. Other travellers prefer to see Nepal at a more refined pace, admiring the peaks over a gin and tonic from a Himalayan viewpoint, strolling through the medieval city squares of Kathmandu, Patan and Bhaktapur, and joining the Tibetan Buddhist pilgrims on a spiritual stroll around centuries-old stupas and monasteries. I cannot recommend Nepal enough. Nepal is one of my favourite countries in the world. Wouldn't recommend going up Everest. If you want to do a hike, there's the Annapurna hike, right? It's fine. Go to Everest Base Camp, it's fine. Don't go up Everest. You might die, which is always a good reason to not do something. But also, even if you don't die, it sucks because you got to queue up to get to the top. So trek to Annapurna circuit, go to Everest Base Camp, Go to old Kathmandu. A mate of mine was actually in Kathmandu when the earthquake happened 10 years ago. That was really shocking. That was awful. Yeah. It was all right. The population of Nepal is around 29 million, and the capital is Kathmandu. So onwards and upwards. Hang on, I've got to sneeze. Okay. Right. Next up, we have got. Where are we going to go next, Graham? I don't know. Where are we going to go next? We're going to go to the Netherlands. Ooh, isn't that nice? It was nice for them, innit? They always get so much shit. Netherlands, the Low Countries. Very low. Don't forget, Holland is just a part of the Netherlands. And Zealand, as in New Zealand, is named Zealand because it's a Zealand. I don't want terrain on there. Don't need it for Amsterdam. That's very cool. Right, I'm gonna set some stuff up. I'm gonna be back in a moment. Damn, if I go away from the camera, I've got to write down my time to make sure I come back and I log my time properly. So 11, let's say 30. Okay, right. Wish me luck. I will be back, and I'm gonna make myself a drink. Okay, let's go. Hello again. 13. What are we on? 20. 20. Okay. Whew. So that was. Oh, that was quick. I know. 1 minute. 1 minute 50. Okay. Right. I'm gonna go get the thing. I don't know what's happening. Oh dear. What's happening? Where's my? Oh, there it is. I was looking for this. It was just on the table. It was just so funny. I'm not all with it, I tell you. God. It's almost as though I'm a bit fatigued. So give it more coffee in. Yep. That's the plan. That's the plan, Mr. Stan. Oh. Don't need that. I want that one. Netherlands, duchies like Holland and Utrecht, all part of the Holy Roman Empire. They got inherited by Burgundy to go into personal union, which in turn was inherited by Habsburg. You are surrounded by friends in a nice calm space. Is that what, Alex? I love you, man, but you actually want to keep me awake. If I think I'm surrounded by friends in a nice warm space, I'm just going to fall asleep. I'm going to go, oh, that's comforting. So yeah, your job is to freak me fuck out. Yeah, that's your job today. You're going to be like, oh my God, have you heard what he's done now? This milk is questionable. You can only die once, can't you? Labour has no coherent plan for the country, says Tony Blair. Unlike Tony Blair in Iraq. That's funny because he did. How are we doing out there? We all right? Do you know what? My voice was fine. So I started drinking that Coca-Cola. It's got citric acid. Citric acid. That's in Coca-Cola. It's no good. No good for your no good for your larynx. Farage is behind you. It'll be brilliant, right? I can't say it. Does anyone want to go over to the other channel and see that I'm still? Make sure I'm still going out. It's okay. It's okay. When Habsburg split into Austrian and Spanish branches, lowlands became part of the Spanish realm as a result of Reformation for independence against Spain. Yes, it did. And that led to the War of the Spanish Succession. Put that there. I'm going to move that little strap. Oh my God. So it is now past midnight on the 27th of May 2026. I am 39 hours into this. Now the trick is I've just got to not fall asleep. Where's our coffee? Says Mr. Tina Jones. I don't know. In the kettle. Sort yourself out. I'm from the future. I'm informers. No, because I can escape. I can escape. Run away. Welcome, biscuit. Maybe I should do another one of them weddle things. I'm feeling Suriname for this. I don't know. Suriname? Looks like a chicken. Looks like a chicken. Ha! Suriname! Yes, I can. And I'm going to do it in order. Yay! More confetti. Next round. Yes, I can. Paramaribo. Paramaribo. Maybe I could just put my keyboard here so I'm not like being a weirdo, being like an 80s person playing the keyboard. You know, Paramaribo? Yes, there. The flag for Suriname. It's a shit one. I think it's that one. I don't like that. I like the colours. Guyana's got a great flag though. I like Guyana's. I can say. Do you know what? I think it does drive on the left. I've got a feeling. Drives on the left. Yeah. You weren't expecting that way. Central Suriname Nature Reserve protects one of the largest blocks of untouched tropical what in the world? Central Suriname. So it's not going to be a coral reef because that wouldn't. It's not going to be tundra. It's not going to be savanna. It's got to be rain. It's got to be rainforest, right? Right? Yeah, right. You knows it. For centuries, Suriname was ruled as a plantation colony by the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Duchy. They passed the duchy on the left-hand side. Can you guess which landmark is in Suriname? Well, it's not going to be a bloody camel, is it? I mean, that is that a landmark? It's just like a muddy river. It's just literally a muddy river. Why would that be a landmark? Ugh. Some graves in a mosque? Yeah, probably. What's the muddy river? Okay, so it's not a cathedral. Not a cathedral. Could be a synagogue. It's not Mostar. It's not a bridge. It's not a cathedral. It's not a mosque, and it's not in Niamey. That's the capital of Chad, isn't it? Or Central African Republic or something. City de Carcassonne. Doesn't that just mean like it can't be Fort Santiago? That makes no sense. It's got graves. I'm just trying to see the stones on the graves. I mean, it could be a synagogue. But what? Can't be a cathedral. It doesn't. It's not cathedral enough, is it? Anyone got any ideas? Anyone got any ideas? I know it's synagogue. Hey, it was a synagogue. Yay! I had no clue there. Right. The national emblem of Suriname. Okay, so first of all, it's not going to have that. It's not going to have that. It's not going to be the bloody he always lands stable. That's the Isle of Man, right? That's, I don't know, bloody Oman or something. That's somewhere in Africa. That says Republic of Costa Rica. So no, that's not that. Right, this one here. It could be this one. It could be this one. Or it could be this one. Do you know what? That's got the star in it. That's like the star on the flag. And there are two sexy men wearing little tiny loincloths. Yes! I'm sure being gay is illegal in Suriname. Anyway. What are the two most spoken languages? Well, Dutch to start with. That is a good question. I'm going to go with this one. What do you reckon? That sounds like a Central American language or something, or like a native language. Cashin? No. I didn't even see what that was. Why did you go to the next one before I got to see what it was? Oh, this is there. Ah, it was Savannah, name of another country. I say my name is in Dutch. I mean, it's got 2 A's in it. It must be Dutch. Yay. What is the per capita of US dollars in Suriname? Oh, it's got to be Southern. Let's go for It's pretty poor, you know. Pretty poor. Yes. Good guess. The population of Suriname. Do you know who would know this? I reckon Graham Hughes would know this in his fantastic book, Man of the World. I think he'll definitely know the answer to this question. So I'm going to look it up. I reckon he's telling me that the population is over 500,000. Right, so it's going to be that one. Yes. What currency is used in Suriname? Well, it's not the Balboa because that's Panama. It's not going to be the peso because that's a Spanish country. Suriname. Do you know what? I've got some Suriname money in this desk somewhere. Some Guyana money. Suriname dollar. Suriname pounds. I'm going with dollar. Yay, Suriname dollar. Woo. The 5 most populated cities in Suriname in the right order. Okay. Well, that's the capital, isn't it? New Iniquity's tiny. That's the. That's it. No, I've got everything wrong there. Okay. Next round. Guyana by a mile. Yay. Like, seriously, it's like twice as big. What are you talking about? Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Cool. Good morning, everyone. Says me, Mom, what are you doing up this late? It's very late. I guess landmark. The IJ is pronounced EA, which is definitely Dutch. Dutchy. Right, that's for that other game. What's it called? Global game. So we'll do Iran. One time it was Iran. Felt a bit cheated, to be honest with you. Right, so it's the other side of the planet. So it's either like in the Pacific Ocean or it's Brazil, near Brazil. I can't smell tonight. It's almost as though I've been up all night. Ooh, how is that? 1,000. Okay, we need to triangulate. 1,000. It's close to that. Ooh. So it's either here or it's over here. It's close to him. So I'm going to go with. You got. I'm going to go with Honduras. Ooh. That's very close. Oh, it's 180 kilometers. Oh, that's put the cat amongst the pigeons. Right. So Honduras, it's got a not touch. That's really interesting. So Honduras, it borders Guatemala here, which is massive. But you know what? It's pretty close to Belize, right? It's pretty close to Belize. And I think it's only 180 kilometers from Belize. So I'm going to go with Belize. Final answer. Oh, come on. Come on. It can't be Guatemala because that touches it. It can't be El Salvador because it touches it. It's got to be Mexico. It's got to be Mexico. It's got to be Mexico. It can't be anywhere else. It's got to be Mexico. Hey, the mystery country is Mexico. Mexico. Belize of Costa Venezuela. Every time I pop on, Graham is eating. I know. I'm just trying to get really fat. It's just too bad that Graham Hughes is so tired right now, says Benny Larson. What? Am I? Am I behaving like someone's really tired? Probably. I don't know. Anyway, Amsterdam. Okay, let's get into it. Let's talk about the Netherlands. The Netherlands. You never talk about the Netherlands. Coming to first. It's a bit more in focus than it was before. Oh, that looks like focus. That's all right. It's a boozy. Where's that guy? The Netherlands. Tradition and innovation intertwine here. Artistic masterpieces. Windmills, tulips, and candlelit cafes coexist with groundbreaking architecture, cutting-edge design, and phenomenal light life. But they got a shit flag. It's just a French flag on its side. It's just the Luxembourg flag, except the color is a bit different. The shade of blue is a bit darker. Geography plays a key role in the Netherlands' iconic landscapes. More than half the pancake flat country is now below sea level, and 20% has been reclaimed from the sea, making rows of ponders, areas of drained land, omnipresent. The flat, fabulously scenic landscapes make cycling in the Netherlands a pleasure, headwind notwithstanding, and the country is crisscrossed with some 32,000 kilometres of cycling paths. In a country that values socialising and conversations more than drinking, cafes, pubs are places for contemplation and camaraderie. Many cafes have outdoor terraces, which are glorious in summer and sometimes covered and heated in winter. Most serve food from bar snacks to fabulous meals. The most atmospheric is a brown cafe, the ultimate place to experience the Dutch state of gezelligheid, which means conviviality or coziness. Be convivial. No, the French flag is the Dutch flag on its side. Canal Frapp says this is borderline cruelty. I'm sorry, Canal Frapp. What have we done to you? The top things to go and do in the Netherlands: Canal Ring in Amsterdam. Make sure the C doesn't drop off that suggestion, mate. Rotterdam's architecture, artistic masterpieces in the Rijksmuseum. Yeah, that's what I've seen. Cheese tasting. Oh yeah. Amsterdam's brown cafes. Not my scene. Maastricht, Texel, Delft, Deventer, and Delft is the ceramics, isn't it? The blue ceramics. I don't actually like that. It's just fine. I know some people do, but it's not my cup of tea. It's not even my cup of coffee. But yeah. The Netherlands were actually the first to use that colour combination too. The French flag was copied from the Dutch one. I don't care who copied to. Having a flag that's just 3 colours in a row is boring. It smacks of a lack of imagination. I don't stand for it. I want to permit this. You can do something with it, to make it look cool, but you don't. You just have 3 colours in a row. Rubbish. Go to the back of the class. Start again. Okay. Next up, we have New Caledonia. Should we go to New Caledonia together? We all know about the Netherlands. It's next door, isn't it? Sure. Let's go to the Netherlands. Let's go to New Caledonia together. Now, I've been to New Caledonia. A long, long time ago. I can still remember. I can't remember what I did there. What doing in New Caledonia? Did I actually stop there? One of the places that I stopped, I think. Then we went to Is that Mystery Island? I think Mystery Island was over here somewhere. Mystery Island. Mystery. Oh, that's Vanuatu. Okay. There you go. There's Mystery Island Pier. If you ever see a picture of me in like a big cooking pot being eaten by cannibals or fighting with cannibals, that's where I got that picture. It's a Mystery Island. New Caledonia. Where was I? Oh, here. Went to Numia, the capital. I think I went to watch someone play a musical instrument. I seem to remember. It was good. I liked it. So New Caledonia is French. The French island, New Caledonia here. And I don't think people there necessarily want to be French. You don't want to be, so I'll just show you where it is in the world. Where in the world? Hang on. Get rid of this nonsense. Get rid of this nonsense. There's Australia, there's New Zealand, there's New Caledonia on the way to Fiji and Vanuatu here. So yeah, New Caledonia, meaning New Scotland. With its seductive World Heritage listed lagoons, New Caledonia offers aquamarine hues and white sandy beaches. It is the South Pacific with a French twist, especially around Noumea with its warm hospitality, European elegance, gourmet food beneath palm trees, resorts and bungalows. Long, gorgeous beaches are backed by cafes and bars with horizons that display tiny islets. Head out to the Loyalty Islands to experience tribal accommodation and soak up the Kanak culture. Legendary Ile de Pins is worth exploring, and a road trip to the northern coast of Grande Terre is highly recommended. Be lured into kayaks or microlights, rock climb, sail and dive into the world of corals, canyons, caves and shipwrecks. Go whale watching or snorkeling, or relax on a warm sand of a desert island. The New Caledonia's dazzling lagoon surrounds it with every hue of blue, green and turquoise. By becoming a World Heritage Site, the lagoon has helped bring people together to celebrate and protect it from the village level through to the government. So there's a chance that they might go. Hey Graham, as a Dane, my national flag has two colours. It's still the oldest continually national flag in the world. Yeah, and the Danish flag is the bomb. Danish flag looks great. You see the Danish flag, you go, that's Denmark, right? You're not going to mistake it for another place that is exactly the same flag. Although, obviously, the cross on its side thing, yeah, that's been used in a bunch of, obviously, Faroe Islands and for Iceland and for Norway and for Finland and for Sweden. But you look at that and you think, yeah, Scandinavia, know where I am, different colours, bold colours. It looks good. It's the original and best. Everyone else is just imitating. Same with the England flag is crap. On its own, it's crap. The Scottish flag is okay. The Welsh flag is brilliant. It's got a dragon on it, for God's sake. But yeah, put the English flag and the Scottish flag and St. Patrick's flag together. You get the Union Jack. That's a great flag. That's a cool looking flag. But yeah, three colours in a row. I'm not having it. I'm just not having it. Anyway, that's the flag of New Caledonia, because they just have the French flag. Actually, I think New Caledonia actually has its own flag now. They did allow that. It was like a little bit of oh, go on then, have your own flag, you flaggy people. New Caledonia could be on its way to becoming the world's newest country after Bougainville, which is up here. There's Bougainville there. So yeah, not far from Bougainville. Maybe I'll have to go back to Bougainville and get a boat down to New Caledonia sometime in the future when that becomes a state in its own right. But yeah, New Caledonia, well worth checking out. I went there and I went to there's like an old prison. Like have you ever seen Papillon, which is set in French Guyana? Like, I don't know, the French seem to have this like morbid fascination with just being horrible to prisoners, don't they? Like, they just make it as horrible as possible. Anyway, I went into the old prison in New Caledonia. That was quite cool. That was quite cool to see. What's this? What's this island here? I don't know what this is. Piscine, natural, shrine. It's got a shrine. Okay. I think I might have like climbed up on a hill somewhere or something. Historical landmark. What are you? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so that's New Caledonia. Huzzah. And for Oland, Lego is fine. I've been to Oland. Yeah, they do have a flag that is yeah, that is almost psychedelic Oland. I love it. But you're right, can't let Oland. It's good coffee that. Oh, bloody hell. It's pretty strong stuff. Oh, my hair's on your chest. So what I'm thinking of doing is I'm gonna let me see. I'm gonna make a timer. Right, here we go. I'm gonna make a timer for 30 minutes. And I'll have to keep resetting it. Right. The reason for this is if I fall asleep, that'll wake me up. I think Belgium came first. The German flags used to be red, white, and black. I was playing a game of Trivial Pursuit against my dad many years ago, before he got ill, before he got dementia. And the question was that he wanted the answer to. He said, Graham, what are the colours of the German flag? And I said, quite rightly, they are black, red, and yellow. He went, no, they are black, red, and gold. And he wouldn't let me have it. Never got over that. Anyway, so we're going to another country now. We've been to New Caledonia. We're going to now another place, which is called New something. We're going to go over here. Over here. Where are we going to go? There's Newy. Where is it? It's in the ocean. I've lost it. I can't find it. There it is. New Zealand. Hello, New Zealand. Oh, sorry, you couldn't see what I was doing there. I thought it was being funny. Can't look at that. I'm not thinking of lamb chop. You know, because the New Zealand lamb used to do the advert and he had the lamb chop in the shape of New Zealand. I mean, North Island does look like a lamb chop, doesn't it? So, New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand. Where do you want me to recommend? As the planet heats up environmentally and politically, it's good to know that New Zealand exists. This green, peaceful, and accepting country is the ultimate escape. New Zealand is bigger than the UK, with 1/14 of the population. Filling in the gaps are the sublime forests, mountains, lakes, beaches, and fjords. That's spelled F-I, not F-J. That have made New Zealand one of the best hiking destinations on Earth. Tackle one of 9 epic great walks, or just spend a few hours wandering along the beach, paddling in a canoe, or mountain biking through some easily accessible wilderness. See how Maori culture impresses itself on contemporary Kiwi life. Across New Zealand, you can hear the Maori language, watch Maori TV, join a hangi, which is a Maori feast, or catch a performance with a traditional Maori song, dance, and usually a blood-curling haka, war dance. Sounds good to me. It sounds good to me. So, Eriti Droda, I don't know how to pronounce that. The land of the long white cloud. That's the one. So, where would I recommend? Auckland's quite fun to go out in, I guess. But if you get out of there, Hamilton's nice. I'd say what I really love, right? There's a place over here. Called Napier. Oh, I love this place. Look at Napier. Right, can I get me a little man? Come on, let's go. Let's go for a walk around Napier. Do you want to come with me? Let's go for a walk through Napier. Look at this. Look at this. It's all Art Deco. It's all like the entire town got knocked down by an earthquake in the Look at this. Australian Mutual Providence. Look at that font. Wonderful. The whole town got knocked down in the 1930s by an earthquake, and it got rebuilt in Art Deco style. So it's like one of these amazing Art Deco. Like, what is this? Art Deco towns. You get people dressing up as like best of, what's his name? Thingy Worcester. And do you know what I really love about New Zealand and Australia? They have verandas, because they understand that when it's sunny, you don't want the heat, like you don't want the sun right on you. And when it's raining, which is it does 90% of the time in the UK, you don't want the rain coming down on you. You know what I mean? You can't be dealing with that. Can you get the rain away? Ooh. Anyway, let's go down to the water. Oh, I remember the water here. Let's have a look, see if we can find any more lovely little this marine parade. Oh, there's a cat. Was that a restaurant over there? Yes. What's that? Napier Art House Backpackers. I mean, come on. What's not to love? I don't love that. That's rubbish. Anyway, so this is New Zealand. This is Napier in New Zealand. Well worth a visit. Like, trust me on this one. It's just a lovely little town. And you know, if your town's going to get destroyed by an earthquake, then you can rebuild it. Maybe don't build that. That's not very Art Deco-y. Not giving it the style. These stupid museum bastards. Why do people build museums that look like completely out of place these days? Like it's a big thing, isn't it, with architects? Anyway, so yeah, little things like that. Love it. Love it. Love it. Where else can we go in New Zealand? Well, I'll tell you where you can go in New Zealand. You can go to Hobbiton. Yeah. Do you want to go to Hobbiton? Like, it's really a really thing. It's a really thing. It's a really thing. Hobbiton. There we go. Hobbiton movie set tours. Can we go? Oh, yeah. Look at this entry. Look at this. We can go in. Can we go in? You can see the hill. Oh, cute! Look how cute is that? That's like the hill that they used for the Hobbit. I don't know how they keep it. So oh, they use sheep, don't they? I was like, I don't know how they keep the grass so trim. But yeah, you go to see Hobbiton, and they show you the set and everything, which is really cool. And then oh, look, come on. Hobbiton. Go to the set. As you know, it's really lovely. And then afterwards, they show you how to shear a sheep, because it's New Zealand and they just can't help themselves. It's so cute. Anyway, that's Hobbiton. So well worth checking out. It's not a movie set. It's real. It's for reals. There's also National Park, which is worth seeing, which is down here somewhere. Where is it? National Park. No, this has got normal names now. Oh, there was a national park called National Park. I will find you. National Park. There you go. National Park. There we go. So if we get our little man, let me put him down here. Hello. Oh, hello. Youth Hostel National Park. Wee. No. I don't know. I was looking for something, but it's not there. I was looking for the hill that they used to, the mountain that they used to be, for the volcano out of all the things. You know, for Mount Doom, doubles for Mount Doom. It was a real volcano that they used. Well, a volcano that's kind of a bit timid now. Rotorua, the Road to Ruin. This is well worth checking out. Rotorua is there's a Maori village there, and there's also Hot Springs, Springs Nature Park, and golf course. Why is there a golf course? Like, why do we need a golf course? That's bizarre. But you can come here, and it smells a lot of bad eggs. You know, that's all right. You know, worse things happen at sea. Okay, so Wellington, well worth checking out. Wellywood. Well, you would, wouldn't you? Wellington International Airport there. And there you've got Miramar, which is where the this is where all of the Lord of the Rings stuff was filmed. And because it's right next to the airport, they just had planes coming in all the time, so they had to re-record all of the voiceovers for Lord of the Rings. It was a bit of a nightmare, really. And also, if you go in here, what is it? What is even happening here? There's like Weta Workshop experience, so you can go and see all the stuff from Weta Workshop, which is really cool. And also, I've lost it now. Roxy, where did the Roxy go? Oh, there it is, the Roxy Cinema. Check this out, right? This is the Roxy Cinema. Right, so this was taken over by some of the people from Weta, because it was fallen into rack and ruin. So they decided to do it up, and there's a golem there. There's a bronze golem. There's this really great little bit of Art Deco artwork on the wall, and then they've got the Thunderbird 2. I don't know if that's the original. Channel from Red Graham Slays at GeoGuessr. Well, I was playing GeoGuessr earlier today, but it doesn't reset till 1 in the morning, so got 9 minutes left. Thunderbird 1 there, Flash Gordon. There's Gollum. And if you get a picture of can you get me a picture of the sky, please? I want a picture of the sky. Why won't you show me the sky? I want to see the sky. Check this out, right? See the ceiling? Can you see the ceiling there? I'm not nowhere to lie. Isn't that absolutely amazing? That's painted on the ceiling. It's a massive, you can't see from this angle, but there's a massive robot, and there's always like rocket people who are like flying towards him. It's very, 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 very cool. Anyway, so that's worth checking out the Roxy Cinema. Wellywood. And then South Island, I would recommend Christchurch, but obviously they had to rebuild after that horrific earthquake that they had about, God, it must be over 10 years ago now, wasn't it? Oh my God, it's more than that. It's 15 years ago they had that earthquake. I think it was wasn't it like 2011 or 2012, something like that. Anyway, that's Christchurch, which is good. Dunedin is quite good. This was a town set up right by I think it was the son of Robbie Burns came over because they were fed up with Scotland. They loved Scotland so much they left, and they set up Dunedin, which is another name for Edinburgh, isn't it? And you can go there, and they've got a fantastic whiskey distillery there that you can go and visit and try some whiskey out. And they've got a statue of the great man himself, Robbie Burns. They've got a statue of him. Let's see. Let's see the statue of Robbie Burns. That's just weirdly on the other side of the planet for some reason. Settlers, Borough Street, Woolworth Street, Unity Park, look out. Where's the Robbie Burns? Where's the Robbie Burns? Burns. Statue. And statue. Robert Burns statue. There you go. I thought it was there. Right, anyway, so let's drop our man. Let's drop our man here on the octagon. In the octagon. Ah, where is he? Oh, he's over there. Well, look at this. You wouldn't think that was New Zealand, would you? You'd think it was Scotland. Where's the Labby? Oh, there he is. Hello, Labby. Labby, come back. Ah. See, this is why I don't slay GeoGuessr. There he is. That's a really terrible picture. Why has he gone? That's like, you stand there and the sun turns the sun off. It's terrible. Maybe you should just do a show where I just take you around the world in using this and say, hey, check this out. It's really nice. Like just sort of. The thing is, I've seen what they've done. Basically, you can drive around this now. Like it's what is going on here? You can drive around using Street View mixed with AI, but it's only if you pay £200. If you pay £200 a week, you get to. There's Robbie Burns there. There he is. There's the Robbie Burns. If you pay $200 a month or something. You get this like top level of what's it called? Like AI on Google. You know, Google Gemini. It's like Gemini Pro plus Ultra Sexy times 9.0 or something, and it allows you to basically make a little character or a car, and you can drive around real streets like it's Super Mario Kart using the data from Street View. It's only available for US streets at the moment, but eventually it'll be available for everywhere. That just sounds boss to me. Anyways, that's Dunedin there. Dunedin, which I really recommend. What else do I recommend? Well, we're going around the South Island. These are the fjords. Look at these. Fiordland National Park. This is just absolutely breathtaking. I have some amazing footage. Been going past here on the ship. There's also the glaciers here. There's the Franz Joseph Glacier or something, and the Fox Glacier. It's really famous, Fox Glacier. Well worth checking out. Well worth checking out before it disappears. And Milford Sound. I don't know why that reminds me of salad fingers. It's like Milford Sound. Oh, you're not singing it the right way. And then if you're feeling a little bit adventurous, there is a place down in the South Island called Queenstown. Down in Queenstown, they have the highest bungee jump. Well, it was the highest bungee jump. I think it's been surpassed by the one in Taiwan now. Taiwan. But they used to have the highest bungee jump in the world. It was called the Nevis High Wire. It's probably somewhere. Nevis bungee. That's really helpful. Sorry, you couldn't see what was happening there. It's drawn a triangle. It's open. It's open and you can go now. We're not going to tell you where it is. It's around here somewhere. Maybe because it's just an edit. I want to see who gave 1 star. Who gave 1 star? So lowest rating. 1 star. There's one person gave 1 star 6 years ago. That's quite funny. Oh, you can't see it. You can't see it because the screen's cutting off. Sorry. Anyway, so we've got like amazing bungee jump there. If you want to be adventurous, we've got all the boss stuff you can do in Queenstown. Spent the night in Greymouth once. I think I went to see the new Spider-Man movie. Well, it was new back when it came out in 2002. On my own in Greymouth, I think. I seem to have remembrance of doing that. And where else is worth going to? There's loads of places. It's just a lovely place. Get over there, get yourself an electric car and just buzz around. It's like the most greenest island country in the world. I think like 95% of its energy is made from like geothermic power because it's just on a volcano. it's just on Mount Doom, you know. Lots of Scottish folks emigrated to New Zealand, Graham, for religious reasons. The first lot did it. Oh, really? Well, I know Rabbi Bender. It was set up by Rabbi Bender's son, and that's why there's a Dunedin was set up by his son. He led the expedition, and that's why there's a statue of a rabbit in there, which is kind of cool. A black double-headed eagle on a red background. Yep, good taste. Much more interesting than the plain lines of different colours. Yeah. Is that the flag of Albania? The double-headed eagle on a red background. Yeah. Love that. I really like the flag of. I don't mind the flag of Montenegro is quite similar. I quite like that. I do like the flag of North Macedonia. Reminds me a bit of the Japanese war flag. The flag of Vanuatu is awesome. The flag. I tell you what, the best flag is. Right, best flag is South Africa's. South Africa's is just so well designed. It's a really, really, really well designed flag, and I'll tell you why. Because you get other flags where they've got lots of colours, and it appears really, really busy, right? Whereas the flag of South Africa, oh shit, hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to bring it up here, but it's like really low quality. There you go. So let's just have a quick look at it, right? That is a genius flag, right? So you've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 colors. You got 6 colors on your flag, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. But it doesn't look like it's 6 colors. Like normally, if you had that many colors on the flag, it would just be like, oh man, that's killing me. Do you know what I mean? But it manages to balance them so nicely. Like the bands of the white aren't too big, and they match with the band that's gold or yellow, and it's like symbolic as well. It's the way it does do a little bit of a nod towards the different flags that have gone before in South Africa, but I love the way it makes the Y shape, like the convergence, like the people coming together and then going forward together. It's everyone. Do you know what I mean? Like everyone's coming together and then they're going forward together because we read from left to right, and that looks like you've got this person come from this corner, got this person come from this corner. They meet in the middle and then they walk together. It's just, honestly, it's really good. I can't enthuse about this flag enough. It's a fantastic bit of design. Whereas other flags, I mean, especially tricolours. Tricolours leave me cold. What can I say? How are you, Graham? For getting this far. Thank you. I'm not particularly tired, but my throat's killing me now. Yeah. So should we go to the next should we head off to the next bit of our adventure around the world? We've been to New Zealand. I'm just having a look to see in the book if Milford Sound, clear sunny day. Rotorua, I mentioned Rotorua, where they have the geothermal vents, which are well worth going to see. You go and sit in hot water. Powered by magma. Magma. So next we have oh, actually, look at the time. We've gone past 1 o'clock. That's it. We are now, this is very exciting. We are now at an insane 40 hours. We've done 40 hours live streaming. So we've been streaming now since 9 o'clock, pretty much non-stop. 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Longest solo live stream, Guinness World Record attempt. And to keep me busy, I'm trying to talk about every country of the world. But I've got to hurry up because I'm taking too long. Okay, talking about each country because I get dead excited, you see. I'm an excitable pup. So here we have New Zealand, Nicaragua, which is over here. Nicaragua. Affable Nicaragua embraces travellers with offerings of volcanic landscapes, colonial architecture, sensational beaches, and pristine forests that range from breathtaking to downright incredible. Looking for the ultimate rush, Nicaragua's diverse geography, intense energy, and anything-goes attitude is perfect for exhilarating outdoor adventures. Get ready to chuck a whole gamut of new experiences off your list, including surfing down an active volcano, diving into underwater caves, canoeing through alligator-infested wetlands. How do you not want to do that? Swimming across sea channels and being between tiny white sand islands and landing for a 90+ kilogram tarpon beneath a Spanish fortress in the middle of the jungle. And whether it's dipping your toes into the crystalline Caribbean or paddling out to the crashing waves of the pounding Pacific, Nicaragua's beaches always deliver the goods. Nicaragua does great outdoors, are relatively untamed, making this so-called land of lakes and volcanoes a fantastic place for an independent adventure. And no matter how far you go, you will always find friendly locals who are willing to share their culture with strangers. Isn't that nice? Unfortunately, there's been some problems. There's been some Nicaragua. They've had some issues recently, and is it's not as safe as it was. But I'm just checking if yeah. Oh no, it's fine. I'm just looking. I'm just double checking. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. I was just looking. I thought there was a problem in Nicaragua at the moment. But no, I've been to Nicaragua. It's really, really lovely. Stayed in Managua. So you got these two massive lakes. You got Lake Cochiboloca or whatever, and well, I thought that was Lake Managua, but whatever. You've got Granada, which is well worth visiting. You can see here some beautiful pictures. Right on the massive lake, right on the Hughes Lake. We've got a little corn island with no cars, and no place where no cars go. There's also the island, the Otepe here, which is Lago de Nicaragua's beloved centerpiece. Yeah, this is. I don't know why it's saying oh God, sorry, you can't see what I'm pointing at. Lago Cocky Bollocks. I don't know why it's saying that. That is Lake Nicaragua. That lake there is Lake Nicaragua, and that lake over there is Lake Managua. I don't know why the names have changed. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Trump changed the names. Anyway, this is twin volcanoes, right? Lush hillsides and walking tracks, archaeological remains, zip lines here, monkeys and bird life and waterfalls. Well worth checking out. This is two volcanoes on here, and it's just kind of magical. It's just kind of magical. Let's get rid of that, and then we can go to satellite view. So you can see, I mean, look at those volcanoes. Don't they look boss? Yeah, you sometimes see a bit of steam coming out the top of these, and you're like, ooh, hello. And they do look like proper volcanoes, like a cartoon volcano. So if you drop me, can you drop me here? No, that's not fair. Can't drop me anywhere. Go on, drop me somewhere. Yes. Ooh, look at this. Yeah, I see. Look, there's a volcano there. I mean, come on, it looks like a volcano. That's so cool. So yes, that is Nicaragua. Well recommended. Where else can we go there? The Pearl Keys, the Rio San Juan, Coffee Country, the remote beaches of Popio. I don't know. Anyway, so that's Nicaragua. If you're flying into Panama or Costa Rica to come and see me, I would not recommend going to Nicaragua. I wouldn't recommend going to Honduras though. It is quite a little bit more dangerous. Just a wee bit to keep you going. Ah, thank you, Viper Scott. That's very kind of you, my friend. Next up, we are going to Niger, which is here. So here's what you need to know. Niger was French, okay, and Nigeria. So here's Niger. So I'll type in Niger. Niger was French and Nigeria was British. So Niger they speak French. The capital is Niamey, dominated by two of Africa's most iconic natural features. The Niger River is The Niger River is the Niger River, even is the southwest in the Sahara in the north. Landlocked Niger, so it shares borders with 7 countries at this time. Niger is considered unsafe to visit, so yeah, don't go there, peeps. Don't go. You'll die. You'll die. I think you'll probably be alright. Just go over the border and then come back again. Niger rarely makes waves in the international consciousness, and when it does, it's used invariably for the wrong reasons: coups, rebellions, and famines. But for those who visited this desert republic in the past, normally return with stories of warm and generous population living in ancient caravan cities on the edge of the Sahara. In the north, the stark splendor of the Air Mountains hits the Neolithic rock art and stunning oasis towns. With the expansive dunes of the Tenari Desert are dinosaur graveyards and deserted medieval settlements, while the south is the ancient trans-Saharan trade route town of Agadez and the Sultanate of Zinda. Is anyone still watching? I can't believe there's anyone still watching this. This is amazing. Thank you for keeping with us. That's Niger. Not much to say, really, except it's desert. It's very deserty. If I press the satellite button here, you'll see how incredibly deserty it is. And then if I go to Nigeria, here we go. Which Nigeria is deserty at the top, and it gets more jungly as it goes down. And this is interesting, right? Because again, the north of Nigeria is more Muslim, and the south is more Christian. So Maiduguri here in the top right corner. This is where Boko Haram began in 2009. In fact, it was a couple of weeks before I was due to travel through Nigeria. I was planning on traveling from Lagos to Abuja and then up to Maiduguri here, and then to cross over the border and go to the capital of Chad, because it's right on the border. Like, you know, spend the day in the capital. It's right on the border there. I thought that'd be quite cool, but I couldn't go up there because of the worry about having there's a lot of schoolgirls who were kidnapped just before I got to Nigeria. Abuja is the capital of Nigeria. And I've been to Lagos, I've travelled through Port Harcourt to Calabar. Calabar was great. And I got in late at night because I was, if anyone's watched the Guinness World Record interview that I talk about driving in Nigeria and trying to bribe the drivers to get on the right side of the road and slow down. And I got to Calabar quite late. It was later than I was supposed to get in, and didn't know anywhere to stay. And there was a guy who worked in the guest house. The guest house is full, and he's like, "But you can stay at my place." Oh, brilliant! So his name was Roland, and he was a pygmy, and he took me to his place. It was just like a little hut. It wasn't anything fancy. And he was working the night shift, so he wasn't going to be. And I come in, and he's got these 2 like massive ornaments on the wall like this, 2 spiders, huge spiders, the size of my hands, right? And one's like that, and the other one's like that. And I go in, and I'm like, oh, and laughing and stuff. It's like, oh, you don't like spiders? And I'm like, no, I don't, not really, no. It was okay. I get rid, and he goes over with a little dustpan and brush, and brushes them into the dustpan and then chucks them out the window. They were real spiders. They were actual real spiders. I thought they were ornaments. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Got to be kidding me. Oh, terrifying. By the way, when I did my impression of Roland there, if you've ever met any pygmies in real life, they tend to have a voice like they've been chugging on helium. And it's because they're shorter, like, they have shorter vocal cords. And as a result, you can think, well, in Lord of the Rings, right? Lily, the hobbits would have been talking like this all the time. I'm just saying, because they would have had shorter vocal cords because they were littler. No one thought of that, do they? Oh, go on, Frodo. I'm so glad you're here. At the end of all things, Sam. I love you, Sam. I love you, Master Frodo. But yeah, not long to go. You're a champion. Smash that record, says Rebecca. I probably shouldn't be doing my pygmy voice because I'm losing my voice anyway. Anyway, gotta say, loveliest people you'll ever meet, like in traveling around that you meet, traveling around places in like Africa and in Central Asia and these places. People go, oh, don't go there. People will come and get you. And the reality is, I keep saying this, the sad thing about life is that someone means you harm in this life. It's usually someone that you know. It's usually someone that you know. Simple as that. Don't have time to plot and machinate, or they're in your face and they fly off the handle, or it's just like, this is just a stranger. There's just this idea that there's people hanging around the corner waiting for you to jump out and go, rah! Anyway, Nigeria. Let's talk about Nigeria for a moment. Hobbits have special chords which deepens their voices. I suppose they got hairy feet, yeah. Nigeria might well be West Africa's most exciting country, but with the sensory overload of its largest city, Lagos, and a reputation as a difficult destination is often overlooked by travellers. Nigeria is a pulsating powerhouse. As the most populous nation on the continent, nearly every fifth African is Nigerian. It dominates the region. Recently, though, the boom has shown signs of bust. The economy has been hit by a drop in crude oil prices. Well, they shouldn't be worrying about that at the moment, eh? But Lagos, the main city, is resurging with burgeoning tech industries, posh restaurants and clubs, and exploding art scene. This mega city is the face of modern Africa. Outside Gidi, as Lagosians call their city, you may feel as if you're a lone explorer getting a glimpse of the raw edges of the world, immersing yourself in deep layer cultures, from Yoruba shrines to slave ports, and the ancient Muslim cities in the north, currently out of bounds for security reasons. Like, you can't go to the north of Nigeria because of Boko Haram, which means education is forbidden. Like, that's what Boko Haram means. It's like education is, it's just a bunch of bloody weirdos that they're affiliated with ISIS, and the mentality of these people is just it's not great, and it's not reflective of Muslims as a whole. I mean, most Muslims that I know, that I've ever met, and the people I've met traveling, have been the nicest people you'd ever hope to meet. And then there's this minority of lunatics who are like, oh, I'm going to take our religion and make it really seem really shit to everyone. To the river deltas and among stunning natural environments, there are plenty of wonderful antidotes to a sometimes exhausting journey. Terrifying journey, you mean? Terrifying. It recommends Calabar here, tucked into Nigeria's southeastern corner. The capital of the Cross River State has a rich history and is well worth a trip. So that's where I went on my journey around the world without flying. I went from Lagos, and then along this A road, this A212. And then I remember we went to here, and then I don't think we went to Port Harcourt. I think we kind of just went above it and then down to Calabar here. I think that's the route we took, and Calabar was really cool. Can I go into Calabar? Oh, I can go into Calabar. That's cool. Let's do this. Let's do this. Clear that measurement. Now, okay, that's the airport. No, Calabar has a massive flag. It's got the biggest flag you've ever seen. It's just a mad big flag. I mean, it's just like ridiculously big. I think it's the biggest flag in Nigeria, and it's of the Nigeria. This is the Nigerian flag. I feel like I can hear music playing very quietly. Oh, flag point. Have I got music playing? To going mad in my old age. Big key town. Cool. Look at this. Global shift. Oh, yeah. Town hall. You would think it would be at the town hall, wouldn't you? No, that's not very big. Technical roundabout. Bizarre. University Calabar. Massive flag. Massive flag. Calabar. Okay, I can't find the massive flag. Jesus Christ. All right. Anyway, I wouldn't recommend you go to northern Nigeria, but you know, if you're flying into Lagos and you know just going there for the night, I wouldn't be too worried. I wouldn't be too worried. So we're going to go on to somewhere where I think that you probably should be worried if you're going at the moment. For the next country, we're going to go over to North Korea. To North Korea. Most people form their opinions in North Korea from news reports and James Bond movies, but there's more to the Democratic People's Republic than military parades and standoffs with the UN. Now on its third hereditary ruler, this nominally communist state has defied all expectations and survived a quarter of a century since the collapse of the Soviet Empire. This is your chance to visit the world's most isolated nation, where the internet and much of the 21st century remain unknown, and millions live their lives under the rule of an all-encompassing personality cult that affects all aspects of daily life. Few people even realise that it's possible to visit North Korea, and indeed the compromises required to do so are significant. You'll be accompanied by 2 state-employed guides at all times, and here one side of the count of history. Those who can't accept this might be better off staying away, but those who will be able to undertake a fascinating journey into a rather unsettling world. I mean, it speaks volumes when you look at the difference between South Korea and how built up it is, and like North Korea. There, just look at it. I mean, look at it. There's just nothing going on. I'll talk a little bit about how I crossed the border here to go in. And, you know, I had 2 choices when I was going to North Korea. There was the way that you know, if you were money bags, if you're, I don't know, being sponsored by an oil company or you know, some tobacco manufacturers or some arms manufacturers or some kind of merchant of death, then, you know, and you had a little unlimited budget off them. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll go to Beijing here and I'll get on I'll go to Young Pioneers Tours. I got on the website, paid them the $3,000 or whatever it is, and I get on the train from Beijing with the tour group, and then get to North Korea and go on a tour of Pyongyang for a few days, and then go back to. That's what I'll do. But I didn't have that kind of money. Didn't have that kind of luxury. I'm not a nepo baby. I'm not, you know, born into kind of like huge amounts of wealth. So instead, what I did was I did check that this was an all right way of doing it. I went to the demilitarized zone, the DMZ, people who can talk right, and DMZ village there. And if we go to this here, Unification Bridge, They actually use this bridge. It's quite interesting that they do use that bridge there. Yeah, let's have a look. So they had this massive flagpole. So they had this battle of the flags in on the other side. They'll put up a massive flag, and they have these like towns that they build, and there's nobody there. It's really weird. It's like a fake town, and there's a flagpole. They have like these have a flagpole. Anyway, so here's the border. You can see the border here, and over here you have the South Korea border area, and you have like watchtowers and things. It's all very strange. South Korean border area, and I don't know why the white line is not going the right way here, but essentially, I think these are the buildings that I think that's that. I think that's the peace huts. They look like the right colour anyway. United, yeah, peace negotiations, yeah, South Korea border area, joint security area, JSA, Freedom House. So what the idea is here, although I don't know why Google's drawing the border all over the shop there. If you can't check it out. United Nations peace negotiations. Okay. South Korea border area. There you go. Okay, so as you can see there, these huts that you're looking at, right? These straddle the border, and then you've got this like this bit of concrete here. So you got gravel on this side, you got sand on that side, and that's the North Korean side. And they had these huts, and they straddle the border, and basically, if it's if you were having a negotiation with the North Koreans and you didn't want to step onto their territory, they have a table in the middle of these huts, and show you from here. So yeah, they have like a table in the middle of these huts, and so the delegation from North Korea can sit down with the delegation from South Korea, and there's a line down the middle of the table, and they don't go into each other's territory. So if you walk around this, you're technically stepping foot in North Korea. Although Google doesn't seem to think you are, because it's redrawing the DMZ to whatever it wants to be for some reason. But yeah, DMZ Forest. It's a very strange situation, and it's sad. It's really sad, you know. It's the will of one crazy man, really, who could stop it at any time and just say, "Listen, let's go watch K-pop Demon Hunters and have a good time." Okay, so I talked about North Korea enough, and now I'm going to go. Oh God, from one place that's sort of, you know, split between one country split for arbitrary reasons to Ireland. Hello, because it's a Northern Ireland. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing you. I'm not showing the map. I keep doing this. I think I'm showing you the map, but I'm not. So there's Belfast, where they built the Titanic and the DeLorean. There's London Derry. Derry. London Derry stroke Derry. If you ever watched the TV show Derry Girls, it's just absolutely hilarious. If you've not seen it, definitely worth checking out. And then you've got Ballycastle and Bangor. You've also got worth checking out the Devils, the Giants Causeway. That's in Northern Ireland. A lot of Game of Thrones was filmed there. You can go to a lot of the destinations, the filming locations. They do a lot of tours for that. And here's what Lonely Planet has to say about Northern Ireland. From the breathtaking geological wonders of North Coast to the gritty murals of Belfast, Northern Ireland is full of dramatic beauty that beckons to the traveller. Dragged down for decades by the violence and uncertainty of the Troubles, Northern Ireland today is a nation rejuvenated. The 1998 Good Friday Agreement laid the groundwork for peace and raised hope for the future. And since the UK province has seen a huge influx of investment and redevelopment, Belfast has become a happening place with a famously wild nightlife, while Derry has come into its own as a cool artistic city, and the stunning Causeway Coast gets more and more visitors every year. There's still plenty of reminders of the Troubles, notably the peace lines that still divide Belfast, and the passions that have torn Northern Ireland apart for over the decades still run deep. But despite occasional setbacks, there is an atmosphere of determined optimism. Don't get too political, but I really, 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 really feel like one of the things that they should have done in the wake of the Good Friday Agreement is made sure that all the schools were mixed. You'd have an entire generation now who grew up with busy mates who are Catholic, or busy mates who are Protestants, or their lovers, or their husbands, wives. You can't separate the kids. That's the worst thing you can do, because then you grow up not knowing anyone from the other side. And that's one thing that if I could change one thing about how the Good Friday Agreement went down. Anyway, here's the Giant's Causeway, isn't it? Over here. Where's the Giant's Causeway? Can't find the Giant's Causeway. Am I going mad in my old age? I'm gonna get stung here for the. Do you know what? I've actually never been to the Giant's Causeway, so sorry for anyone I'm offending by going. Hang on, isn't it there? No. Is that it? Is that it? No, it's not. Yes, no, it's not. Ugh, right. Causeway. There you go. It's Causeway. Must be it, right? It says Causeway. It says on the thing. Anyway. Oh, I'm getting kind of seasick going in and out here. I'll just type it into the bloody Google here. So it's on the north coast, isn't it? Giant's Causeway. Schmills. Yeah, there we go. You can't really see it that well, that's the problem. Don't forget Dan Patrick, says Baymax. Yes, don't forget Dan Patrick. It's that's actually the best place in the whole of Northern Ireland is Dan Patrick. I'm not seeing what's the new one? There's a new one by the people who did Derry Girls. Because Derry Girls was written by a woman, wasn't it, from Derry? And isn't there a new song, a new TV show called like Halfway Between Heaven and Derry or something? Has anyone seen that? Is it any good? Let me know. Let me know in the chat if you've seen it. But yes, I feel like quite ashamed that it wasn't until, and I mentioned this when I was talking about Ireland the other day. Maybe it's part of the stream, I don't know. But I feel ashamed like that because when I was doing the Three Blokes in the Pub podcast, we went over to Belfast and we went to Stormont, and I met with what's her name? The Alliance MP woman. She's brilliant, and I forgot what her name is now. And she always really, really puts a point across really well when she's I'm really fatigued. Yeah, I'm really tired. So you gotta help me. But what's her name? Oh God, that's gonna kill me. Saoirse Eastwood. Met with her in Stormont, and this is when Stormont wasn't in session because of the bloody DUP being dickheads, and we talked about Brexit, and this is before Brexit happened. The fact that Northern Ireland voted not to Brexit. I voted not to Brexit. I voted for something else. What's it called? Met up with one of the guys afterwards met a guy in Belfast, and he worked at the Queen's University. Is it Queen's in Belfast? I'm sorry, I'm not with it at all today. I'm going to sort of check this. I'm going to double check that is Queen. Otherwise I'm going to look like a tit. Queen's University, Belfast. Yes, it is. And he was one of the people who worked on the Good Friday Agreement, right? And he was talking, and it was just like, it was almost like a throwaway line, and it wasn't like he was getting upset about it or he was getting angry about it or anything like that. And he mentioned the fact that the Irish population still hadn't recovered from the potato famine. And I said, what? He goes, it hasn't recovered. And I'm like, but that was like the 1840s. And he said, yeah, check it out. And I still hasn't. And I looked it up. I remember looking it up and I think I got on my phone. I couldn't believe it. Absolutely couldn't believe it. Sitting there. I did history A-level. Well, history GCSE, history A-level. I studied history and politics at university. And that was the first time. That's the very first time someone said, oh, do you know what the British did? It's like, bloody hell. Anyway, so, Queen's University, Belfast. I think a few of the people that I met when I was in Belfast, and I went down to Dublin, met some politicians down there, and there were a few who wanted to talk on the record, and there's others who's just saying, Chatham House rules, don't say who I am, because there can be reprisals. What we did was we actually went down to Newry here on the border, and we went there on the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and I remember it's like a pub there, and it was just having this conversation with just the local people in the pub. We were filming the three blokes, thing, and talking about the situation. It was like, it's mad, and they're saying, what are they going to do? How are they going to police us? Because this is at the time when, I don't know if you know too much about the whole Brexit situation, but it because the EU and the European Convention on Human Rights was so tied in to the way that Good Friday Agreement worked, there couldn't be a hard border on the island of Ireland. There just couldn't. And since there hasn't been for so long, by then it had been 2 decades, things had changed. People had their homes that the house was in Northern Ireland and the driveway was in the Republic of Ireland. It just didn't matter. And it was a real experience. Yes, Queens. It showed the population of Ireland was 8 million, less than 7 million, I think. That's just mind blowing. It's the 1840s. It's nearly 200 years ago now. Wow. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah. But, yeah. Yeah. It's Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick. Which I've never been to Downpatrick, but I will make an effort to go next time I go to Northern Ireland. I've got a really good friend who lives in Ireland, and obviously I've got friends who are moving over there now because they're trans, and staying in Britain isn't a great idea if you're trans at the moment. So definitely hoping to do a journey over there. And wonderfully enough, my hometown of Liverpool does a ferry over there. So go over there in an electric car and do an electric car tour of Ireland. I think that'd be really cool. And also, by the way, we can't live and work anywhere we want in Europe anymore because Nigel Farage took that right away from us. Didn't take it away from himself, though, did he? Don't forget, you can go and live in Ireland. You don't have to ask anyone. You don't have to ask anyone's permission. You can just go. He's lived there for 5 years. You get an Irish passport. You have. It turns out you have got somewhere to escape to, but Ireland's quite expensive, so make sure that you know, obviously it's not that easy, but you know it's an option. You used to be able to go and live in France and Germany and Belgium and Luxembourg, and you could live in the Netherlands. You could live in Denmark. You could live in Sweden. You could actually live in Norway. You know, no questions asked. Just go move there. You could move to Poland. You could move to Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. You could move to Hungary if you wanted to. If you're feeling fruity. You could have lived in Romania and Bulgaria. You could have lived in Cyprus, Malta, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Croatia. It's beautiful, beautiful places. Lived in Czech Republic or Czechia, Slovenia. You know, you just move, just stay there. You know, take your drinks budget with you to Czechia and max out your credit card. Yeah, tragic. Benny Larson. I went to a Catholic school for a few years, and yes, I got caught by the nuns running in the hallways. Benny Larson, I mean, if that's all you got done for, then you got out quite well. I went to a Catholic infant school. My infant school was run by nuns. That was fun. Like it's a bit weird in my family, like the because my family was sort of, well, not Catholic, but my great grandparents, my on my mum's side, so her mum, my mum's dad, his parents, they were from Ireland, and his mum was Catholic, and no one knew. It's a massive secret. It was only on the day that she died, I think anyone found out. She's Catholic, and her husband, dad, was not just a Protestant. He was an Orangeman. One of those people who go out with the bloody drumming and marching and all that shit. Yeah, they obviously couldn't stay in Ireland together, so they eloped. They moved to Liverpool, and everyone's like, "Oh, Graham, you can get your Irish passport now." I'm like, "No, it's not great grandparents. It's only grandparents." A family friend, you enter the house in the Republic, and about halfway through the hallway, you pass into Northern Ireland. Says Liam. Yeah. So you've heard that as well. That's crazy, isn't it? And they were going like, no, we're going to put hard boards on. And the other thing that's pointed out, like, look, right. So someone points out they counted how many places you could cross the border, and it was just like absolutely insane numbers of places that you could cross. I think it was over 100, like way over 100. I think it was like several hundred places that you cross the border. Because when you look at Northern Ireland, don't forget we say Ulster sometimes, and we shouldn't, because Ulster is also these that's a Kenny and places over there, right? So there's 3 counties over this side, and there's 6 counties in Northern Ireland of Ulster. So it's 2/3 of Ulster. It's not all of Ulster, and so you imagine like how difficult it is just for to have territorial borders between countries, and this isn't even territorial borders between between counties of Northern Ireland. It's just bonkers. Anyway, so I'm probably using the wrong terminology here for pissing everyone off. But then you look at Scotland, right? And honestly, if the Scots decided to rebuild a wall, I once looked at this, right, because I was writing a story, and I was like, there's only a handful of places you can cross the border, There's not many roads. Look, see here, right? Scotland, England. There's no roads there, mate. That's all fields. There's no roads. It would be so much easier for Scotland to build a big fuck off wall, like an Attack on Titan, to keep the English out, than it would be for them to try to do some hard border on Northern Ireland. So that's where your ginger came from, your orange heritage, says Baymax. Yes, I'm ashamed and appalled. But yeah, but like growing up in Liverpool, because half my mates were Catholic, half my mates were Protestant, or half my mates supported Liverpool, half my mates supported Everton, and then you go somewhere like Belfast, and it's so segregated. It's really scary. It's like, it's quite intimidating. And I remember getting in the taxi. This is when I last went, and I remember the taxi driver talking about mixed marriages. And I thought to myself, that's quite an arcane thing to say. Talking about marrying someone who's not the same ethnicity as you. But he wasn't talking about that. He was talking about Protestants marrying Catholics. And I'm coming from Liverpool, going, that happens every day. What are you talking about, mate? And it just seemed really weird to me. So down the road from where I grew up in West Derby, there is still a nunnery, the convent, and there was a monastery as well. So there's was it the Carmelite monastery or the Carmelite nuns? It's the Carmelite nuns, isn't it? But yeah, and there was Catholics, there was Protestants, and I know now I'm older, especially up in North Liverpool and Everton and those kind of areas, you'd get pubs that were a bit sectarian, but generally speaking, even with what was going on in the 80s and the 90s when I was growing up, it was it always felt like it was always felt a bit like intangible. Do you know what I mean? I didn't really get it. I still don't get it, to be honest with you. Yeah, I talked to someone who's very, very, very like into it, like into the differences, and I just say, what is it then? Do you think that when you take communion, the wine is just symbolic, right? But you think that it's actually not symbolic, it magically turns into blood when you drink it. And that's what you're fighting about for centuries. Anyway, definitely the wall across Scotland's border to keep in the EU in and Farage out as our 4x4. That'd be funny. Graham, I guarantee that was no joke. It was the number one rule you couldn't break. One time I was maybe a foot away from crashing into two nuns. Oh my god. One of the nuns in our school, I don't think she ever used it, but she used to have like a big wooden stick. It was a Toblerone, like a big wooden Toblerone. She used to walk down the corridors, smack it into. We were like infants, kids were like 5 years old, and she's there like, you better be good. It's unbelievable. I'll say. Yeah. Anyway, so we need to crack on, don't we? What time is it now? My God. So, where are we? Yeah, I remember looking into the whole Scotland, England. If it got so bad in England, like we've got to build a wall. But what's really interesting, right? Did you ever see the map, man, about this border? About the border between Scotland and England? Like they reckon this is one of the oldest borders in the world because the top, this bit of Britain came from a different continent to the bottom bit, and they smushed together. And the other mad thing is like this mountain range, going through Scotland, the Grampians, isn't it? Going through Scotland is the same mountain range as the Appalachians. Here going through America. Isn't that it's the same mountain range? That just blows my mind. Anyway, right. We've got to crack on with this because I've only got, how long have I been going for now? Been going for 40 hours. I've only got 8 hours to get through the last Christ knows how many countries. Okay, so keep going, bud. See you in the morning. Hey, okay. Good night, Alex. Thanks for stepping in. It was mainly the same in the South Baymax, even down in Wexford Baymax. Northern Ireland in the 70s, 80s. You either supported Man United or Liverpool. That was it. Also, you had to choose between Celtic and Rangers. It was weird that the English teams weren't aligned to religion. Well, you know, Everton and Liverpool, like, don't you get some older fans telling you that Everton was a Protestant team and that Liverpool was the Catholic team. But that, in practice, like, if I think about it, like, most of my mates who were Protestant supported Everton and most of my mates who were Catholic supported Liverpool. So I don't know where, sorry, vice versa. So I don't know where that came from. But yeah, nowhere near like what happens up in Scotland, in Glasgow. I remember once chatting to the manager of Simple Minds. I think he was the manager of Simple Minds, and I was giving a talk at like Lipper or something, and he was talking about them doing a gig in Glasgow, in one of the stadiums. I think in the Rangers stadium. Which one is it? Is it Ibrox? Am I getting this horribly wrong? What's Rangers Stadium called? Rangers Ibrox. Yeah, it's Ibrox. They were doing a gig in Ibrox, and Simple Minds are Irish, right? Sorry, I'm gonna check everything before I say it now. But yeah, rock bands. Oh, they were formed in Glasgow. Sorry, they were. Oh, so was it Simple Minds? Oh, it couldn't have been Simple Minds then. I can't remember who it was. I thought it was an Irish band, but it might not have been. It might have been Simple Minds. And they I think they put up as Irish flag, you know, the Irish tricolour. They put it up in Ibrox, and there was like nearly a riot about it. It might have been Simple Minds. Apparently, they're Scottish and Irish. But yeah, Benny. I got verbally disciplined by the nuns in front of class. It was so bad, I longingly looked over my shoulder at the cane. Oh my god. Home stretch, Graham. God damn right, L. For the last 70 countries, Northern Macedonia fell down in the alphabet. Yeah. I will sort this out. By the way, you know, as an Evertonian, I have to say, I'd rather you supported Liverpool than the Man United. I just gotta say. So where have we got to go next? We've been to Nigeria. We've been to North Korea. We've been to Northern Ireland. Is there somewhere else we can go that is also northern? Yes, there is. Thank you for asking. There is a group of islands over here. That are part of. Oh shit! Oh, Japan, Taiwan. There we go. Oh, I really hate this. This is so bad to try and find things. Oh, there we go. We have a group of islands. Oh, sorry. Called the Northern Mariana Islands. If you want to know where they are, there's the Philippines there. There's Taiwan over there. And there's the Northern Mariana Islands. Let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look at the Northern Mariana Islands. It's actually all of these islands that go up here in this chain. Guam is actually part of the same chain, but it's kind of kept separate but equal, I guess. Northern Mariana Islands is part of it's a U.S. Commonwealth in the Pacific Ocean. The Northern Mariana Islands can seem like a package tour nightmare. But show a little curiosity and you'll be rewarded with turquoise waters, white sands, of fine diving and snorkeling. Oh, and a grotto. Who doesn't want to go into a grotto? So Saipan is the name of the main island. The Commonwealth of North Mariana Islands, located in northwestern Pacific Ocean, is undergoing a massive change as its fiscally challenged capital. Its fiscally challenged capital, Saipan, painfully comes to terms with the loss of its lucrative Japanese tour market, but travel trends tend to come and go. There is and the charm of the island endures, or the islands, floating in American accents and convenience stores. Northern Marianas capital of Saipan is a package tour favoured. Get beyond the main islands and you'll find a less cluttered version of paradise where turquoise waters and white beaches are livened up by an upsurging chamorro culture. But you know what? Like I look at like these places, and I think, well, I mean, okay, let's have a look. So, how far is this? Measure distance. What's that? That's like, to get to the next island, it's 73 miles. To put that into perspective, right? It takes me 20 minutes to get from my island to town, and it's 20 kilometers. That's nearly 6 times that time to get there in a speedboat. You're looking at you're looking at like 2 hours there, 2 hours back. I don't know. The distances in the Pacific are just crazy, and that's in the same chunk of islands. So that's kind of nuts. When I went to the Northern Mariana Islands, we went over the Marianas Trench. I think this is the trench. Is this the trench? Is that it? Are we going into the trench there? It's like Challenger Deep or something. Oh, it was the TV. The TV remote was the TV remote. I turned the sound had turned it all the way down behind me. You can't see, but there's a TV over there with the news on it to prove it's live. I kept hearing like just when like you got a speaker, no, a headphone, and it's on the table or something, and you just like I can still hear that. So yeah, this is the Mariana Trench here. So if you ever want to get rid of something forever, throw it down the trench. This is the deepest part of the ocean. This curve here, the Mariana Trench, and the deepest part of it is called Challenger Deep, and it's 11 kilometers down, which means that it's further down. It's like an extra 3 kilometers down than Everest is up. Challenger Deep. There you go. Oh yeah, I zoomed in the right place. So when I was on the cargo ship coming in to the Northern Mariana Islands, coming into Guam, they had the sounding because you get the sonar going down to the bottom of and I saw like it was coming back up, and there's like not enough digits, but it was 11,000 meters deep. I was like, bloody hell, it's something. You throw something down there, it's not coming back up, is it? It really is a beautiful planet. It absolutely totally is. So Northern Mariana Islands and Guam are both American islands. They went back and forth over the years. I think they were German, maybe. No, they weren't German. But yeah, eventually after World War II, America said no, we're having this, and they kept them as a reason why the Philippines can't. That's not the Philippines. Japan can't get any kind of sphere of influence out of here again if they decide to go crazy and bomb Pearl Harbor again. Another thing that I thought was really interesting being on the ships that you could see, you see things that you normally don't see. So I reckon. Let me just check. but I reckon submarine cable map. Yeah. So when we were on the ship, they have a submarine cable map like this, because obviously you don't want to put your anchor down when there's a cable, and so you can see where the cables go. And I thought it was really fascinating that if you use control, that it? No, that's it. There's Hawaii. There's Hawaii. Yeah, there you go. So you wonder why America hangs on to these little specks in the ocean. That's the Northern Mariana Islands. That's why they've got them. They're all the submarine cables. That's your submarine cables. That's for your internet. You know. Look at how many go through there. That's the secret. Yeah, the secret bonus thing. The secret bonus thing that they didn't tell you. But yeah, that's why they keep it. Trans-Pacific cabling. It's a good little stuff up point. If walking along the coast, if the water is removed, we'll be walking on a mountain. Yeah. More people have been in orbit, the stroke the moon, the bottom of the trench, I believe. 12 people have walked on the surface of the moon. There's only about 2 of them alive still now, you know. Buzz Aldrin and Gene Cernan died a couple of years ago, didn't he? Alan Shepard went ages ago. Neil Armstrong's gone. Bean, what's his name? Thingy Bean. Graham, just past 2 o'clock. Oh, it did. Woo! Just past 2 o'clock. Yay. You know what that means. You know what that calls for. You know, not just confetti, but Boba Fett. Yeah. Boba Fetty. Yeah. Say it with me. He's no good to me, Dad. Right. Okay. So, where was I? So I was looking at me submarine cables, wasn't I? I need to crack on with this, don't I? Next country is called Norway. No, it's called Norway. So let's crack on. Let's go over to Norway for some more fjords. Fun with fjords. So 3 countries. Name 3 countries with fjords. You can say Norway, Iceland, and New Zealand. There's Bergen. There, Bergen. So I've been to Norway a bunch of times, right? But I feel like I haven't really explored it like I'd want to. But Norway, not part of the EU. It might join, you know, the way things are going. There's Oslo, the capital, and then you've got Bergen. Apparently, there's a train that you can get to Bergen, which is supposed to be absolutely phenomenal. One of those, you know, great train journeys that people take. Oslo to Bergen, I think. Might be making that up. I don't know. And then if you go further up north, you can come up here all the way to all the way up to the north, and then you've got Jan Mayen over there, and then you've got Svalbard. Now, Longyearbyen. There was actually an American, I think, whose name was Longyear, and Bayen is the Norwegian word for land or something, I don't know. But his name was Longyear, Mr. Longyear. And I have a suspicion that anyone can live in Svalbard. You know, if shit really goes down, you need to go somewhere fast. I think that anyone can move to Svalbard. I don't think there's any limitation on it. Like, if you try and go and live in Oslo, they'll be like, oh, what are you doing? But I think you can do this in Svalbard. Can anyone live in Svalbard? I mean, you know, it's bathed in darkness for 6 months of the year, and yes, there you go. Look at this. Not my words. Not my words, Lynn, but the words of the AI universe. The overview. Yes, you can live in Svalbard. It operates under a unique visa-free agreement via the Svalbard Treaty, allowing citizens of over 40 signatory nations, which includes Britain, to move there without a visa or resident permit. However, the reality of living there is strictly controlled. So here's your options. If you want to get out of the UK, right? If you are Jewish, you got the option to go to Israel, of course, or you can go to Ireland, right? Or you can go to Svalbard. If you're not Jewish, you got Ireland or Svalbard, all right? And if you're a tit, you got Svalbard. That's it. Don't go to Ireland and be a tit. I think you're right. Isn't this crazy? This is the craziest thing. But yeah, you've got to be self-sufficient. There is no local welfare system or employment support. You are required to have a secure job and housing before you arrive. And the local governor has the legal authority to reject or expel anyone who cannot financially support themselves or find suitable housing. So yeah, now you know. Now you know. So yeah, if you fancy a bit of Svalbard in the Arctic Circle, you fancy sitting there for 6 months in the dark, you can do that. Now Norway used to be part of the border with Russia. That was this border here. This used to be one of the few borders that was actually a NATO border. So that was it. That was that little bit there. That was a NATO border. And then there was obviously down here where Estonia and Latvia. Right. But now, because of what's happened in Ukraine, the NATO border goes like this. Because Finland joined, didn't it? So the border comes all the way down. Oh dear. Oh, this is like that Vasai episodes where the kid gets stuck in the space capsules with the nonce, and like this is the one thing we didn't want to happen. I mean, and arguably, I mean, Belarus is just an extension of Russia now. So you could take this all the way down to Belarus, like this, and then yeah, Poland. Obviously, that's a NATO member. Yeah. Yeah. The law of unintended consequences. I don't think he meant to do that. On Svalbard, you always had to carry a firearm against polar bears. Yeah, the polar bears like to use it. It's pitch black 6 months of the year, and polar bears want to beat you. And they were like, if you want to come, you're very welcome to. You're very welcome to. I live at the bottom of the longest fjord in Denmark. I think it's 53 kilometers deep. Because of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I can never think of the word fjord without thinking of Slotty Bartfast. I will always think of Slotty Bartfast. Ukraine is not a signatory to Svalbard Treaty. Oh no, Svax, so you can't go to Svalbard. Oh well, never mind. And Ukraine would love to be on the correct side of the NATO border. Yeah. Well, when it is. I mean, when I went to Georgia in 2009, early 2010, it was only just over a year since it had been invaded, and Russia had taken Abkhazia. Sorry, I'm looking at it on the map here. You're not. Abkhazia and South Ossetia. It was only about 18 months after taking it, and there were everywhere in Tbilisi. There was NATO flags and EU flags saying we want to join NATO, we want to join EU, and understandably, 53 kilometers deep is a long way down. It's a very, very long way down. I think it gets a bit hot. It gets a bit hot after the first few kilometers. Shit, that plan's all gone. Is that because you don't? You just get a little spray thing called like Bear Away or something. Bear Away. We're just past 41 hours now, almost straight. Obviously, I've had to make a note of the time that I've been away from the I've been away from the desk, whatever you want to call it. Jesus. Enjoying this. Blah blah blah. Okay. Why is that funny? Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm starving. I'm absolutely starving. I've got loads of biscuits, but I don't really want a biscuit. There's something wrong with me, I think. I don't want a biscuit. I'm gonna get to LIVESTREAM. You know what? My mouth's really dry. I think this is a good idea. By the way, in 2008, cruiser Moskva, which Ukraine forcibly relocated to the bottom of the Black Sea, took part, albeit in a supportive role only. That's interesting. Yeah, Ukraine managed to take out the Black Sea Fleet without a single ship. I mean, no, sorry about that. Someone was inviting me to something, and I'm like, it's a solo stream. So, I had an idea. I thought I'll look that up. I forgot what it was. No, I'm not supposed to be talking about politics. But oh my God, I just opened up my phone. I'm on Google's news thing. There's a story in the Guardian. UFC arena under construction on White House lawn to mark Trump's 80th birthday. What? Who did we offend to end up on this timeline? What Polynesian goddess did we only give a meager burnt offering to? Do you know what I mean? Like, who did we piss off? Like, what did we do? Which demon did we antagonize? Put us on this timeline. Benny Larson, that kind of stuff is why you can't live any further than the coast of 52 kilometers. We have 8,500 kilometers of coastline, not counting Greenland or the Faroe Islands. That's mad. Because it's all like, it all goes in and out and stuff. Yeah. Swear I can hear music. There's a little sleep deprivation. Anyway, Norway. Sorry, we were gonna read this. I was going to read a story about Norway. I was going to read what this says about Norway. Norway is a once-in-a-lifetime destination, and the essence of its appeal is remarkably simple. This is one of the most beautiful countries on earth. The drama of Norway's natural world is difficult to overstate. The fjord's fame is wholly merited, but this is also a kind of glaciers grand and glorious, a land of glaciers grand and glorious, snaking down from ice fields that rank amongst Europe's largest. Elsewhere, the mountainous terrain in Norway's interior resembles the ramparts of so many natural fortresses and yields to rocky coastal islands that rise improbably from the waters like apparitions. And then, of course, there's the primeval appeal of the Arctic. In Norway, nature is very much an active pursuit, and Norwegians' passion for exploring the natural world has created one of Europe's most exciting and varied adventure tourism destinations. Whether you're here in summer when the possibilities seem endless, or in the winter for the soul-stirring spectacle of the Northern Lights. These activities are an exhilarating means of getting closer to nature. Yeah. Hey Joe, how you go? How you doing? Thought I'd check in Graham's slow descent to madness. Oh man, it's been a real drag. Oh man, oh man. Hello, it's Oman. Hello, how you doing, Oman? You alright, mate? You alright, Oman? Next up, Oman is the obvious choice for those seeking the modern face of Arabia, while still wanting to sense its ancient soul. In Muscat's Grand Mosque, there is a beautiful hand-loomed carpet. It was once the world's largest rug, until Abu Dhabi's Grand Mosque in the United Arab Emirates pinched the record. This is poignant because Oman doesn't boast many firsts or biggest in a region bent on grandstanding. What it does boast, with its rich heritage and its embracing society, is a strong sense of identity, a pride in an ancient frankincense trading past, and confidence in a highly educated future. For visitors, this offers a rare chance to engage with the Arab world without the distorting lens of excessive wealth. Oman's low-rise towns retain their traditional charms and Bedouin values, remaining at the heart of an Ottomani welcome. With an abundance of natural beauty, from spectacular mountains, wind-blown deserts, and a pristine coastline, Oman would delight in more ways than one. Oman is the obvious choice for those thinking out the modern face of Arabia while still wanting to sense its ancient soul. We had to beat them to death with their own shoes. Anyway, so there's Oman here. Oh man, had a good time in Oman. I went down to Salalah, down in here. Salalah. Had a good time there. I'm not saying it was in Salalah. I'll tell you a story. Since it's Aramis Transnistria, I don't think that's in here. I'd be very surprised. I will be gob. The gobs will be smacked. No gob left unsmacked. Yeah, I've got Trinidad and Tobago. So obviously on my journey around the world, I was couch surfing, right? And I was staying in a place, right? And my couch, it was slim pickings for couch surfing. There was only 2 people in the town who were up couch surfers there. And Benny says I definitely recommend going to Bergen in Norway by boat ferry. The trip into the fjord is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, is Scott in the chat? Hey Scott, how you doing, mate? I can't see Scott. Why can't I see Scott? How do mermaids give birth? They have C-sections. I do actually like that. How do you circumcise a whale? You send down 4 skin divers. Anyway, so I went to somewhere in the Middle East. I'm not gonna say exactly where it was, but you might be able to guess because it's probably connected with the country we're talking about. Anyway, so it was slim pickings. There was only 2 people who were offering a couch to stay on in the place where I was. Right? I wrote to both of them, and this this woman or this girl, she gets in touch and says, oh, you can come and stay with us. And I'm like, okay, cool. Do you want to give us your address and I'll come round? She said, no, it's all right. I'll meet you in. There's only one bar in town, like immigrant bar, expat bar, and I'll meet you there, and at like 6 o'clock or something. So I'm there, and she turns up like drunk. She's already drunk, and she's got a little kid with her, and she wants to get more drinks from the barman, and the barman's like, no, you can't have any more drink, because they obviously, it's a small expat community, and he's like, no, you can't be drinking anymore. You got your kids with you. You got to go, and we don't allow kids in here after 6 o'clock, whatever the rule was. So she go, oh, okay, and she's arguing the toss and all this, and eventually, believe it was about an hour we left. By the time we left, it was dark, right? And she's got like a driver. So like people working over there got their own driver, and he's like a young lad, a teenager, obviously old enough to drive, and she's turning around to talk to me. Right, I'm sitting in the back, and I'm like feeling a bit weird because she's got a daughter with her, and her daughter's like falling asleep in the back, right? And I was thinking, why is she in the front? Like, I should be in the front. She should be in the back with the daughter. Anyway, I became acutely aware because she was like turning around and looking at me. She had her hand on the driver's leg, like I was rubbing it, like the whole way. As she was talking to me, going, oh, so where have you been? Where you doing? And anyway, so we get to where she lives, right? And she's like, oh, would you do me a favour? And the little girl, her name was Mary or something. And she goes, oh, would you mind taking her up? It's the second it's the second floor. It's room number whatever. And she's a bit heavy for me to carry. And I'm like, oh, okay, So I pick up. She's asleep, like but not really asleep. So I pick up this little girl, she's 5 or something. And I'm like, are you coming? She's like, I'll be there in a minute. I'm like, what the hell? So we go up the stairs of this like apartment block, and like I get to the door, and like the door is locked. It's not open. I thought, it must be open or something. So I knock on the door. A bit odd because I'm hot. And the girl's husband comes and like opens the door. Doesn't speak any English, and I'm like holding this little girl. I'm like, is it yours? Like trying to make light of it. And then he says, oh, where is X? Where's Nick? And I'm like, oh, she's downstairs. She'll be up in a minute. And he's like, okay. And he takes the girl. He puts her in bed. And like I'm literally standing there with my backpack on in the lounge, in the reception room, and this guy just comes back in, and he's like just staring at me, like just like, is she coming? And I'm like, I've never felt so awkward in all my life. And all I can say is like, obviously you're doing someone a favour when you let people stay on your couch or whatever, but don't drag strangers into your weird sex games, especially when you've got a little girl who has to be looked after. I mean, just what the hell? Anyway, so I'm in the pub next day, in the bar, and I get chatting to a couple of English lads, and I'm like, oh, I'm telling them what happened. And they went, oh, you're on couch surfing? And I went, yeah, I'm the other person on couch surfing. And like, what? He's like, I'm the other person in town on couch surfing. I saw your request, but I was dead busy, so I never got round to you. But you can stay at mine. And I'm like, like I think I ran. Got my backpack, and then actually I don't think I left my backpack there. I think I took it with me. I think I just took it with me because like, well, if I could find literally anywhere else to stay, never felt so awkward in my life. No flabbers ungasted. Soundtrack for tonight is starting with Pixies, Where Is My Mind? That's not a bad song. There's a reason why Bergen is called the town behind the 7 mountains. Very cool. I have to check that out. Anyway, I'm up to O. Yeah, Oman. If you're gonna go right to Saudi, the Arabian Peninsula, right? if you want to get to see what life is like, or get some authenticity from your trip, go to Oman. Go to Oman. It's very safe. It's the desert. Down at Salalah, right? I was there for like a week trying to get on a cargo ship that will take me over to. Well, I need to go over the border into Yemen anyway to take that off the list. But I also wanted to try and get a cargo ship. But this was a time of Somali pirates, and there was like razor wire around the outside the outside of the ship. And mad insurance things on these ships. They couldn't take any supernumeraries. And Oman there, it was really good. But Salalah, it felt like the end of the world. I don't know if there'd be a good picture of it, but you went down to the beach, and it's so hot, and the water, and it's so hot, especially in the afternoon. And if it's like a muggy day, anyway, I don't know if anyone's gonna have a picture of this, but the salty air it just hung in the air. You stand on the beach, and it looked like the entire world disappeared off into the fog in all directions. It was just a weird feeling, but like really, really fun little a really fun place. I had a good laugh in Salalah, to be honest with you, but never got me boat. Never got me boat. So yeah, I would recommend Oman. Go and see the sands. Go and see the highest mountain. Go and see Salalah, subtropical Salalah. Well worth a trip. So next up, yeah, you're absolutely right. We have got Pakistan. Who's saying we got Pakistan next? OP. Sfax. Now up for a bit to the east to explore our next contestant, Pakistan. So Pakistan, I'm not going to bore everyone to death with the story of Pakistan. I sort of told the story of India and Bangladesh. But why does it sometimes actually highlight the country and sometimes it doesn't? Why wouldn't you highlight the country, you bastard? Oh, do you know why it might be? Maybe it's because of contested borders. Maybe it can't highlight it if there's a contested bit. Maybe it's just not set up to do that. I don't know. Anyway, this is Pakistan here. I'm sorry that it's not very well defined, but then again, the borders aren't very well defined. This used to be part of British India, as it was, after the East India Company was wound up in the Victorian age, and Britain took a direct role in managing India. And what's his name? Queen Victoria was made Empress of India. Pakistan is blessed with abundant natural and historical riches, but plagued by political instability, with armed groups targeting everyone from the government to mountaineers. Visitor numbers to Pakistan have slowed to a trickle, which is a shame, as this remains one of Asia's most fascinating destinations. The teeming cities of the south lie on a continuum with the ancient cities of northern India, while on the rugged north is a wild frontier, and it's changed superficially since Mughal times. In between are scattered ruins and arid deserts, and capping Pakistan to the north is the western spur of the Himalayan mountain range, including K2, the world's second highest mountain. Pakistan's number one attraction is the Karakoram Highway, stretching north from the northwest frontier to Kashgar in China. Pakistan is a country full of contradictions where simmering tensions coexist with remarkable friendliness and hospitality, set against an Arabian Nights backdrop of desert forts, sultans, and jinns. And you know, Oman, very similar. Sultans and jinns. Yeah, jinns is in genies in the desert. You know, spiritual beings. Might pop out of a lamp and grant you a wish. Put the cans on so I can hear Graham and the tunes at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. What was I going to say? I don't know. I think it's very sad that, you know, Pakistan has it isn't somewhere where, you know, we feel like we can go at the moment, because of the instability that bleeds over. And if we go over to Pakistan over here, hang on. Sorry about this. But you know, if I want to get to Singapore from Britain, you know, if I want to do that journey next year to get down to Bougainville when it becomes a new country, my preference, you know, all things being equal, I would love to do this journey. Absolutely love to do this journey, you know, like this, right? But there's no way. There's absolutely no way I can do this, you know, because I can't go through Russia at the moment. I can't. I don't even think you can cross the border in Belarus into Russia anymore if you're a foreigner. Can't go through Afghanistan. I'll die. Can't go through Pakistan. The Pakistan-India border, you know, it's very difficult to get across there. Nepal, I can't do this. I don't need to go through Nepal, but I don't think I can go through Bangladesh and into Burma very easily, and then down through Burma because of what's happening in Burma. You know, so how do we do this? How do we do this journey? So you got to think about, like, well, the easiest way to do it obviously would be get the train to Mongolia and then just travel down from Mongolia into China and then China. But to get the train to Mongolia, you got to go through Russia. So okay, can't go through Russia. So what I'm going to do, my plan to do is go through Istanbul, right? Go to Georgia. Yeah. Oh shit. Go to Georgia and then down to Azerbaijan here. And then from there, I really, really hope that ferry is still going over to Kazakhstan. If it is, Bonza, I can go to Kazakhstan, go to Almaty here, and hopefully this border's open and I can get across Xinjiang into. I'd love to be able to go to Xi'an again and actually go and see the Terracotta Army. That'd be one of the things I'd like to do along the way. You know, get down here, go through Laos into Thailand, and then just do it that way. I think that's the route I'm going to take. If anyone's interested, it makes the most sense to me. Given the situation. The French-Spanish border. Well, it's not that. That's not the problem. The problem is the countries that I can't go to now. Can't go to Russia. Just can't. Can't go to Iran. You know, I couldn't do this. No, I'd love this. Imagine going through Iran now. Go through Iran. Go through Pakistan. go through India, and then maybe up into Nepal, and then into Tibet, and down like that. That would be such a journey. That would be magnificent. Can't do it. Just can't do it. Hi, Mike. Mike, what are you doing up at half 2 in the morning? Still going, says Jared. Oh yeah, I'm still going. What do you think I am? Some kind of quitter? I'm gonna quit. Anyway, Pakistan. Lahore Fort is meant to be amazing. Lahore there, which I think used to be Lahore used to be the capital, didn't it, before Islamabad? Which meant to be beautiful. I mean, there's some beautiful buildings there. I'm sure it is. It just seems so mad, like the way it's all gone. I was so hopeful. I was so hopeful when I was traveling that we were going to get over all this shit. Anyway, so yeah, Pakistan would like to go back there at some point, but not right now. When things get better. Hoping for a better day. So next up, we're going to one of my favourite places in the world, Palau. Palau is the Rock Islands in Palau. This is look at that Milky Way. This is the World Heritage Site. Japanese Zero site. Look at this. Tourist attractions, shipwreck. I mean, if you like diving, this is just an absolute cemetery. I think I went down there. This is just absolute paradise. And the main place is Koror, but that's not the capital anymore. They changed the capital. But when I went, it was Koror. But then you got this. It's incredible. It's incredible. Let me zoom in. Where is it? Where's it gone? Oh, I just lost it. I thought it's a crap island there. There it is. You've got this lake, right? So if you don't know this, if you're not seeing this as a screensaver or something, this is Jellyfish Lake, right? And believe me when I tell you, it is the most surreal thing that you can possibly imagine. However crazy you think this is going to be, it's going to be crazier. So basically, you get into this lake, and I wish I'd had a GoPro at the time, but you get into this lake, and the lake is full, and I mean full of jellyfish. And these jellyfish in Palau, this country Palau, these jellyfish are absolutely remarkable. They're one of the only living, moving animals that make their energy through photosynthesis. They don't need to eat anything. They make a bacteria, an algae or something in their heads, and they just need sunlight. That's all they need. And they live in this one lake, nowhere else. And as a tourist, you can swim in the lake because they don't sting. They don't sting you because they've got no predators. They don't need to. They don't need to sting you. So it is just the maddest thing you could possibly imagine. You're in this lake, and there's literally thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of these pulsating jellyfish just twatting about. It truly is just absolutely amazing. Carp, it's got this broccoli coming out the back of it. Look at that broccoli. Phenomenal. There's a really good show. There's a natural documentary, natural history show, and it was narrated by what's the name of the guy? Benedict Cumberbatch. It's called South Pacific, I think, and or just Pacific. Just Pacific, maybe. I don't know. Not to be confused with The Pacific, which is like the Band of Brothers sequel. They talk about jellyfish lake, and I'd seen that on that show before I went to Palau. And I was like, when I went to Palau, what is this place? And I was talking earlier about a mad coincidence where, you know, like I was out one night, and I just happened to run into the exact person I needed to talk to help me get on to the next part of my journey. I went to this place in Palau called Sam's Tours, and I explained to him what I was doing, and I think he'd seen my TV show or something. He knew that I was doing this thing. I was serious about it, and I was like, he's like, how many countries you got left? I'm like, this is my 197th or whatever it was. And he's like, oh my god. And he said, listen, you know, if you pay for the fuel, we'll take you out there, because you missed the tour for the day. You missed the tour to Jellyfish Lake. And he's like, when you're leaving, I'm like, the boat leaves tonight, so I really need to get, you know, if I'm going to go there, I need to go today. He said, yeah, pay for the fuel. So I had to pay like, I don't know, $40 or something. It wasn't like that much. And I was taken out to Jellyfish Lake, and I got there just as everyone else was leaving. Just as everyone else was leaving. I had the whole lake to myself. Just the whole lake. It was just me and like thousands of these jellyfish. And the most surreal experience of my life. It was like being on another planet. It genuinely was like being on another planet, like being on another world. Anyway, so we get back, and he's got some merch for me that he wanted, so he gives me like a hat, and I needed to buy some swimming shorts anyway. So he's like, so I got some swimming shorts, and years later, I'm chatting with my mate Till in Bocas del Toro. Till's a German guy. He runs Bocas Mariculture, which makes corals and things for your aquarium. And he doesn't make them, he grows them. And we were just chatting, and talking about my travels and stuff. And I mentioned Palau. And he said, oh, I used to live in Palau. And I'm like, oh, right, you know Sam? And he goes, what, Sam's Tours? And I went, yeah. And he goes, yeah, I used to work with him. He's the guy who gave me the money to set up my company here in Bocas. And I'm like, you are shitting me. I mean, this is pretty remote. I mean, if you've heard of Palau, well done. But like, I mean, I'm not being funny, but that is just mad. And that is when I start getting these ideas that this is all the Truman Show, and there's only like 5 people on the planet. And just like wearing wigs and putting on beards and stuff and pretending to be different people. Benedict Cumberbatch. You think the jellyfish talk about the solo guitar? The jellyfish talk about the solo. Sorry, you think the jellyfish talk about the solo ginger? Like, what a weirdo! What's he doing? Not sure I'd fancy swimming in that. It must feel as weird as heck. Yeah, it did. It was absolutely surreal. Lost my shit, genuinely. I mean, it was good. Like it was just crazy. I had like a snorkel on. I wasn't on scuba diving or not. I make myself another coffee. Oh. And the telly's going to an epic adventure in Zambia. So yeah, Palau, incredible place. They get a lot of tourism from China and Japan by the looks of things when I was there, but not many people from other parts of the world really know Palau. Here's what Lonely Planet has to say about it. You don't have to get wet to enjoy Palau, but it helps. This tiny island nation in the Western Pacific is one of the world's most spectacular diving and snorkeling destinations. The Republic of Palau is scenically magical. For such a tiny area of land, it packs a big punch. It's hard not to be overwhelmed by its array of natural wonders. This is an archipelago of around 200 largely pristine limestone and volcanic islands, blanketed in an emerald forest, surrounded by turquoise lagoon. Unsurprisingly, diving is the #1 activity here, with world-class dive sites. Divers swear by Palau's exciting seascape, fascinating wrecks, and stunning and diverse marine life. It's not called the underwater Serengeti for nothing. When underwater wonders have finished working their magic, when the underwater wonders have finished working their magic on you, there's other adventure options. Kayaking, snorkeling, and off-road driving are fabulous, with the added appeal of fantastic settings. And for history buffs, there are plenty of World War II relics scattered around the jungle, as well as a handful of well-organised museums in Koror, Palau's largest town. The capital is now called Gerulmud, with an N at the beginning. The Gerulmud. Palestine or Panama. Next up. It's going to be Panama because Palestine was lumped in with Israel. But yeah, just if you ever get a chance to go to Palau for whatever reason, I really, really recommend it. It is off the beaten track for a lot of people coming from Europe, and the Rock Islands. It's just like it's like another world. It really is. Like let's have a look at the pictures here. This is all underwater. So you can see there, like, imagine the Rock Islands, right? Just imagine you've got rocks. So yeah, that's a good picture. You imagine you've got rocks coming out of the water, but they're covered in trees, and it's so rich for life, for sea life. Fantastic. Saw a clam. It must have been like 500 years old, like a proper. It was about the size of. It's probably like about say about maybe 2.5 meters across. It was about. I'm sure it was like. It's about 2.5 meters like size, and there's this giant clam, and it looked like it was dead. I mean, it looked like it was just a rock in the water, but then like something like came close to it, and it just went like that. Bloody hell! Your finger stuck in that, you're not getting out. Gnaw off your finger to escape. Ooh. Okay. Next up, we got somewhere I don't know that well. When I visited this place on the Odyssey expedition, I just literally stepped over the border and then came straight. I got a picture of me at the sign saying, welcome to the country, and then made sure I got that footage, and then I just came straight back. So I don't know if I'm going to have much to say about it, really. Looks like diving in Avatar. So yeah, it's very like Avatar. If you're talking about Palau. Oh God, I love maps. Says Yak's Taxi Said. I love a good map. I love a map. Talking heads. I'm not happy with that milk, though. That milk is not making me happy. Well, sorry, I just gotta spill my milk, haven't I? There's no use in crying over it. We're all good. We are all good here. Yeah, we are good. Right, so. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly do the next place on our oh my god, we're coming up to hour number 42, which is cool. So if I go over here, this is Palau. Now we'll go to the next place alphabetically in the world. Let's go across the Pacific, which also begins with P. Let's go down here. There we go. So this place is called hang on, look it up. Panama. So like I say, don't know much about it, but you know, if I did, right, what I'd say is I'll say you should definitely go to Panama because it's boss. I'll say if you're going to go to Panama City, right, which is down here somewhere, what you need to do is see down here. There's a place called Casco Viejo. Here, this area here, which is surrounded by this really stupid highway. I don't know why they built that, but whatever. Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic bit of the city to muck around in. If you wow, you can actually jump in and have a look. I mean, wow, so that's a really good place to drop in actually, because you can see how dilapidated the city was up until fairly recently, and it started to get all done up. So little by little, they're fixing the place up. So there's an old building that was all dilapidated. They're currently cleaning that, and it is just absolutely the bits that are done. So it's weird because you sort of see this and you're like, oh my god, and then you go around the corner and there'll be like some beautiful church like this one here. Just some fabulous buildings. Look at this. So you can see what it's going to look like when it's all sort of fixed up. Because it was allowed. It's the old town. It was just allowed to fall into rack and ruin. But yeah, this is definitely where I come when I where I would come if I knew anything. About anything. Also, there's a place here called the what's it called? Oh, like the fish market or something. I don't know. But I would definitely. What's this here? No, I don't want to go there. Don't want to go there. Marina. Okay, now I'm confused. Mary. I'm a bit confused now. Why am I confused? Foodie market, Patilla. What is this? What is this? The Towers one? No, I don't want to call it over there. Oh, there it is. Mercado Panama. Oh yeah, there you go. So if it was to go somewhere in Panama, like I might be tempted to check out this place here, the fish market. Because what would be really cool is if you went to somewhere like that was on the water, and you could just go and they had like all these different shops or restaurants kind of thing, but they're all like really cheap. They're like, oh, you just go in and it's like an awning and you just sit under a parasol and there's got these little gas cookers that they just kind of make the food for you while you're sort of sitting there. That'd be really cool. Unfortunately, it won't let me in, so whatever. Don't care. Didn't want to go in anyway. The other place I'd go to if I was so minded is, well, I'd Let's have a look at the Bridge of the Americas, because that's pretty cool. I don't know if I can just turn this around here. Let's turn this around. I'll definitely go on the Bridge of the Americas there, because I'd love to do that. But also, what you could do is, if you go up the Panama Canal here, you go to the Miraflores locks. This is the new lock that's been put in to allow bigger ships through. These are the old locks over here. And you can go and see how they were all built, and how the Panama Canal was built, and how it cost the lives of 27,000 people. So that's cool. And then you get bored of Panama City. There's a few nice places to go. There's a place down here somewhere that's quite nice. Don't go to David, it's horrible if you can avoid it. God, there's too many. There's too many places like that. Boquete is really nice, I believe. This is up in the mountains, and it's like this little village up in the mountains, and it's quite cool because it's up in the mountains. Whereas the rest of the place is quite hot, I believe. And yeah, if I was going to hang out here in Bocas del Toro, I'll definitely have to go to Wizard Beach, because it's called Wizard Beach, for God's sake. Why would you not go there? I'll definitely have to go over here to the Mouth of the Dragon beach, and then also to go to Starfish Beach. Or why would you not go to somewhere called Starfish Beach? And I'll totally have to buy a lobster to eat for, like, I don't know, £8 or something. I'll have to do that. Yeah, I would probably go to watch a really good, like, reggae gig over here in Basti Town, which is like little Jamaica. It's kind of cool. I like that. And also I'll probably go to the canopy tour here, which is like a zip line. You can zip line through the jungle on zip lines. That's really cool. I'll probably check out this Red Frog Beach place, and there's a Palmar beach hut here where you can stay in, like, tents on the beach. It's but like the really, like, boss tents, you know what I mean? It's like, I think they're from Britain, actually, I've been told. Imagine, like, having a beach like that to yourself. I'll definitely have to explore all this, all the mangrove islands. It's so green and lush, and I believe this is where the richest man in the world came to spend his 40th birthday, and also Mark Zuckerberg spent his 40th birthday as well. Because rich can have two meanings. Anyway, so there's a place called Ginger Island. I mean, that's ridiculous. It does look quite nice though. I have to stay there sometimes. Ooh, and yeah, Panama. Just there's a lagoon here called Dolphin Bay. I mean, because it's full of dolphins, which is cool, I suppose, if you like dolphins. And each of these islands has a different colour. The big islands have a different colour frog on, depending on which island they are. It's cool, very, very, very confused. Very confused, says the man who's been live streaming for 42 hours straight. No, I mean, I've taken half an hour off. I'll probably take another 15 minutes off in a minute. I can't believe Mike's awake. You should be asleep. You should be asleep by now. But yeah, I'll definitely recommend Panama. Really cool place. Just saying. Right. So what else is going on? Let's see what the book says about Panama. From clear turquoise seas to coffee farms and the cloud forests of the Chiriquí, Panama can be as chilled out or as thrilling as you wish. With a spacey deserted island, chilled Caribbean vibes on one side and the monster Pacific swells on the other, Panama sits poised to deliver the best of beach life, and a whole other world begins at the water's edge. Seize it by scuba diving with whale sharks in the Pacific, snorkeling in the rainbow reefs of Bocas del Toro. Wouldn't it be great if you had, like, a private island and it had a rainbow reef just, like, on its doorstep? Or setting sail in the indigenous territory of Guna Yala, where the Virgin Islands sport Naya footprint. Meanwhile, surfers will be psyched to have world-class breaks all to themselves. Here, the wildlife is incidental. A resplendent quetzal on the Highland Trail, a unruly troop of screeching howler monkeys, outside your cabin or a breaching whale that turns your ferry rides into an adrenaline-filled event. Adventure tourism means zipping through rainforest canopies, swimming alongside sea turtles, or trekking to sublime cloud forest vistas. One small tropical country with 2 long coasts make for a pretty big playground, which it absolutely does. Top tips are Panama City in the book, right? Panama City, like I said. Panama Canal, mentioned that. Focus del Toro. No wonder the Caribbean island chain in Panama's. No wonder this Caribbean island chain in Panama is a #1 vacation spot. It's all good, says the locals. Pedal it to the beach on a cruise bike. Hum to the improvised calypso on Isla Bestamentos and lays over a dinner in a thatched hut on the waterfront. Lodgings range from cheap backpacker days to stunning jungle lodges and luxury resorts located on outer islands. That's a reference probably to the resort next to me. Surfers hit the breaks, but there's also snorkeling with varied sea life or volunteering opportunities to help nesting sea turtles. I didn't mention the sea turtles, we have them. Number 5 is Casa Viejo, which is the old town that I showed you, and it's getting fixed up. Number 6 is the Highlands, which is Phuket. That's a really nice place to be up in the mountains. So yeah, it appears that the people who write this book, I completely agree with me. It's almost as though I'm some sort of expert. Now Darien Gap brochures now. Anyone who watched the fantastic show Pluribus will know what a nightmare the Darien Gap is to get through. So next up, another one of my faves. Because this is the place where people say you can't go there, you'll die. It's Papua New Guinea. Hello, Papua New Guinea. I went there and I didn't die. Went to Port Moresby, went to Lae, went to Madang, went to Wewak up here on the coast. Stayed with 2 different tribes when I was there. It was just fantastic. See this Manam Island here, right? Manam Island, right? Manam Island, right? I just want you to imagine. This is a mountain. Like, I mean, this is a volcano. It's an active volcano. I mean, it's a very, very active volcano. It's a very, very, very active volcano. And it's an island just off the coast. And look at it go. And I know him. He looks familiar. Yeah. So let's go back to that first picture because it just really set the scene quite well. So imagine that, right? Now imagine going past that on a boat at night, and you're up in the where the crew hang out in the bridge of the boat, and they have these things out the side called the wings, and you're sitting on the wings, and it's night and it's a clear sky. Until your left is this island, Manam Island, and the volcano's going off, and you can see an orange glow at the top of it, and a column of smoke and steam, I guess, going straight up into the night sky. And then to my right is like this huge thunderstorm going off, and the mouth of the Sepik River, or thereabouts. On the land, there's this massive thunderstorm going off, and you're just like in a little boat here in the water, going past. And if you look straight up, there's just a carpet of stars above your head. And yeah, hell of a screensaver. But yeah, so that was pretty phenomenal experience. Yeah, there we go. Let me just show you. So there's Manam Island where I had the experience with and there's the Sepik River. That's the Sepik River there. This is I don't know if it's a tributary of the Sepik River. But you can see there's some Oxbow Lakes there. Oh, yeah, your geography teacher's going to get very excited about the Oxbow Lakes. Check out the Oxbow Lakes, baby. But yeah, big storm over here, and we're just coming through here. Magic, absolutely magic. I stayed in Ley. Should we talk about more coincidences? Stayed in Ley with a guy called Stan. His name was Stan. I would pronounce his name like Leahy, but he pronounced it Ley. And the town is called Ley, but it's spelled differently. And he's my couch surf host. And I'm staying at his place. And it's a night or 2 nights or something. And he said, "Do you want to come to see my family farm?" And I'm like, "Yeah, right." And so we get in his ute. He's Aussie, but he spent most of his life in Papua New Guinea. And we get in, and we're driving up the road, and I've been reading Me Lonely Planet, and I just said, "Isn't it mad that like they didn't know about the Highlanders living here in Papua New Guinea until like the 30s? There was some guy looking for gold, and he didn't find any gold. He just found like 1 million people that no one knew existed living in the highlands here." And he looks at me and he goes, "Yeah, that's me granddad." I went, "What?" He goes, "That's Mick Ley, my granddad. I'm Stan Ley. I'm his grandson." And I'm like, "What? What?" And he's like, "Yeah, we're actually going to his house now. Yeah, that's the farm. That's the family farm. It was his house." And I'm like, my mind is absolutely blown at this point, because there was a Disney documentary about this guy. So, like I said, in the 1930s, right? There was this Aussie guy. He wanted to go and have a look for gold in what they thought was, the highlands of West Papua, which they thought was just of Papua New Guinea, which they thought was just Terrace Nullius. There's no one lived there. And he turned up. You can imagine, like, he turns up with like a radio. They clear an airstrip so a plane, like a little biplane, can land. That they've got like guns, and they meet these people who are still using stone tools. And half the people he met thought they were gods. The other half thought they were demons. And so half of them like tried to attack them. Half of them wanted to worship them. I just didn't know what the hell was going on. And that's never going to happen again. We might have some isolated tribes in the Andaman Islands, in India. We might have some people living in the deepest, darkest Amazon. It's not going to be 1 million people. Can't hide 1 million people anymore. You just can't. And we went to Mick's house, and Mick passed away. He passed away like the day after I was born, I think, or the week I was born. Mick Ley, PNG. 7th of March, 1979. So he died exactly a week after I was born. Mick Leahy. I would say Leahy, but he pronounces it Ley, so you just respect our people. He was one of the first Europeans to reach and climb the country's second mountain, Mount Gwilly. He and his brother Danny were leaders of the 1933 expedition into the Western Highlands. He also made 2 pioneering airplane flights into the Western Highlands, discovering the Waigi Valley, taking thousands of photographs and movie films. Mick Ley and Mick Dyer walked across New Guinea in 1930 and disproving the prevailing opinion that the interior of the island was unpopulated. In 1931, together with his brother Patrick, he explored the Kuku land. The 1983 award-winning documentary First Contact is about the exploration of the Waigi Valley in Papua New Guinea and Mount Hagen, based on much of Leahy's footage. They turned up with film cameras. These people hadn't got. They had stone tools, and people turned up with. It would be like the aliens came down. These like technology just blew our minds. Oxbow Lake mentioned automatic GCSE grade C grade. Uganda has the law making it a crime to identify as LGBTQ, and that happens. Yeah, that'll be these Americans going over there, you know, and causing shit. This is Americans doing that. Anyway, I'm going to tell you what old Lonely Planet says about Papua New Guinea. Smouldering volcanoes, forest-cloaked mountains, and coral reefs set the stage for one of the world's most flamboyant cultures. Are you up for an adventure? Here in Papua New Guinea, you can trek through the steaming jungles and ford rushing rivers with expert guides. Your goal may be a remote village, a magnificently plumed bird of paradise, or a kangaroo that has elected the life arboreal. Why not test your mettle on a multi-day trek, following in the steps of Australian diggers along the Kokoda track, or summit a 4,000 plus highland peak for a panoramic coast-to-coast vista. This is also a world-famous diving destination with excellent conditions most months of the year. The biodiversity beneath is astounding, with a colourful array of corals and teeming fish life, along with jaw-dropping collection of wrecks. One of the best ways to see a country is to stay in a village. By day, be guided by sights by the local guides. By night, watch the sunset, feast on the fresh seafood, and watch the sky slowly fill with stars while daydreaming about the adventures still ahead. Diving and snorkeling, yeah, absolutely. Number 2 on the list here is Highland festivals, and I went to one of them. You got the ladies. Sorry, make it bigger, Graham. Got the ladies here in all of the finery, with all of the stuff. There's a famous photo of me with the ladies in the Highland show that I went to. These are the women of the Highlands, and it's the coolest picture I've ever taken. Well, someone else took it, but the coolest picture I've ever been in. The Sepik River is on the Kokoda track. The Kokoda track is where during the Second World War, I think it was, or First World War, there was some Australians who made the way into the interior. Papua New Guinea is just, I mean, you know, there's no road. There's no road from Port Moresby to Lae. You take a boat around or you fly. There's no road. And people go, why can't they build a road? And it's the same reason you can't build a road in the Darien Gap. The last 6 months. That's it. You got constant landslides. You got constant volcanic activity. You know, the jungle just wants to eat everything. The ground is boggy. You're trying to build a bloody castle in a swamp. It's not going to work. A turning point of World War II. Yo, Graham, you're ironically one of the last explorers. Unironically, last explorers. I'm not really. I mean, everything's set up for me. But if somebody says yes a lot, comes up with mad stupid things to do. I think my specialist subject, if I'm going to do like mastermind, would have to be coming up with ways of doing cool shit that doesn't cost anything. What can I do with what I've already got? Let's do the show right here. Next country is Paraguay. I had a bit of a problem with Paraguay for a long time, just because I didn't have a very good time there when I was a bit younger. I turned up and none of the ATMs worked, and my card didn't work in the ATMs, and then no one would take my traveller's checks. This was back when, you know, traveller's checks were a thing for some reason. It was just bad luck, I think. You know, I was talking about how when I was in Bolivia, I really enjoyed myself, and then I met this couple who went there and had a shit time. So I think Paraguay might be a bit like that. Spent the night in the sunshine. I just had a really bad time with it. I was trying to get some money because I needed somewhere to stay. Like I say, couldn't use the bank cards. Travelers checks, it's an absolute nightmare to change. Like no one wanted them. And this wasn't like recently. This was like over 20 years ago, 24 years ago. And I ended up. I managed to change the travel checks at a really, really bad rate, and then I ended up staying in this hotel. And do you know what? I should have noticed on the way in that they had hourly rates for the rooms. I didn't notice. I was dead tired. I was not in the best of moods, and I'm staying the night clearly, and I lie down on the bed, and all I can hear all night is just people going at it, because you just hire the room for an hour, you do what you need to do, and then you keep up. This is a bit tricky because I want to eat, but that's too dry. This is too hot. Anyway, capital of Paraguay is Asunción. There's 6.8 million people live there. The official languages are Spanish and Guarani. The places that you're supposed to go are the Chaco, which is up here, which is a big load of area that they kind of stole off their neighbours, Paraguay. The neighbours, Bolivia. Bolivia's over here. They had a war in like the 1930s, Bolivia and Paraguay. One oil company sponsored one side, and the other oil company sponsored the other, because they thought there was oil in them there. Chaco, and there wasn't. So loads of people died, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people died for oil. And it turned out that they didn't actually need to do that. If you're wondering what's going on, you just tuned in. I'm trying to do the longest solo podcast, or solo live stream. That's my attempt to do it. And so far, we have been streaming for 42 hours and 15 minutes. I'm trying to give myself stuff to talk about, and obviously I'm losing my voice, which isn't good, since that's my job. Poorly Donkey, this is for the Pama, and this is for the Papa and Mama New Guineas. I'm almost there, Graham. Time for a little midnight snack. Hopefully this will buy you another hour at the very least. Thank you very much, Poorly Donkey, for the 12.34. That's really cute. Thank you. And also, I'm going to drop some confetti. Woo! Yeah. Woo. So anyway, Paraguay, little visited, little known, landlocked Paraguay is a country surrounded by South America's big boys. There's a warm welcome and much to experience here. Despite its location at the heart of the continent, Paraguay is all too often passed over by travellers who assume the lack of mega attractions means there's nothing to see. But it's ideal for those who want to get off the Gringo Trail for a truly authentic South American experience. Extraordinary diversity makes Paraguay a notable destination for ecotourism, and in particular bird watching, while the Paraguayans themselves are famously laid back and rightly renowned for their warmth and hospitality. Paraguay is a country of remarkable contrast. It's rustic and sophisticated, but extremely poor, and but also obscenely wealthy. It boasts exotic natural reserves and massive human-made dams. It's a place where horses and carts pull up alongside Mercedes-Benz vehicles, artisans' workshops, but glitzy shopping centres and Jesuit ruins in rural villages lie just a few kilometres from sophisticated colonial towns. So yeah, that's Paraguay for you. It's all right, I guess. I don't hate it. And then we're going to just go a bit next door here A bit up. So Peru. Hello, Peru. It's a Peru. Can I just type in Peru? Will it show up the border if I do this? Yes, thank you. That's what I want. That's the image I want. Thank you, Google. There's Peru, which apparently looks like an upside down guinea pig, but I can't see it. Peru is as complex as its most intricate and exquisite weavings. Festivals mark ancient sites. The urban vanguard beams innovation, and nature brims with splendid diversity. Visitors pilgrimage to the glorious Inca citadel of Machu Picchu. Yet this fated site is just a flash in a 5,000-year history of peoples. Explore the dusty remnants of Chan Chan, the largest pre-Columbian ruins in all of the Americas. Fly over the puzzling geoglyphs etched into the arid earth at Nazca, or venture into the rugged wilds at the hem of the stalwart fortress of Kulap. Giant sand dunes, chiseled peaks, and Pacific breaks a few heartbeats away from the capital's rush hour traffic. From downtown Lima to smack dab nowhere, this vast country translates to paradise for the average traveller. All the usual suspects: rafting, paragliding, ziplining, bike trails as present. Spot scarlet macaws in the Amazon or catch the sunset over the dusty remnants of an ancient civilization. Take this big place in small bites and don't rush. Delays happen, and when you realise in Peru, the adventure usually lies in getting there. So there you go. It's very cool. Yeah, it's very cool. Mm, 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 mm. 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 Let me finish eating this biscuit. Oh, that's better. Mm. So apparently, when Twitch gets to 48 hours, it just turns off. Does it save? It should save. Hope it does. So let me talk about Peru for a moment. I absolutely love Peru. Again, I always say this far too much. It's one of my favourite places on earth. It is absolutely fascinating and awe-inspiring and incredible. And it's got a lot of things that I love about different places. It's got the jungle, which I love. It's got the desert, which I love. It's got a lake called Titicaca. I mean, how could you not love somewhere that has a lake called Titicaca? Titicaca, like it's called Titicaca. It's got these like NASCAR lines. Where are the NASCAR lines? I'll show the NASCAR lines. Sounds like something to do with Americans. It sounds like something that the Americans would like an American car thing, but the NASCAR lines are these amazing pictures that were kind of like etched into the ground, and they're not very complicated to make. I don't think like aliens made them or any of that bullshit. It's just a bit odd. Like there's these massive pictures, and you've probably seen some of them at some point. Just gonna try and put NASCAR lines in here. There you go. Leans the NASCAR. Oh yeah, so there's some NASCAR lines there, and then you see these like straight lines that someone's made, and they made them by just turning rocks over. Just turn the rocks over to the other side. You can see there. Okay, so there's the cat, the gatto, the NASCAR. See the cat on the side of there. If I do this, it might be easier to see. Yeah, see this cat They drew a cat. That's massive. I mean, it's absolutely huge, and you can get on a plane and fly over them. There's a labyrinth there. There you go. So someone did a nice little squarey thing in the ground. There's a spider which is dead famous. There you go. That's really famous. Yeah. He's got this weird leg. Look, his leg goes out. That leg goes out. It's just like, why did you do it like that? It's a bit weird. The condor is particularly famous. Spider and the condor are probably the best looking ones. Yeah, like I say, Flor de Nazca, flower. There you go. I didn't see that one. Gato. I didn't see the cat either. NASCAR spiral. There you go. There's NASCAR spirals there, and there's the flamingo. But yeah, the artwork is quite similar to different kinds of artwork across the Mayan world, and also coming up to the. We don't know if they had any connection. The Inca world. So yeah, we don't know if they had any connection. The Mayans or the Aztecs or the Olmecs, but just really, really phenomenal stuff. That makes sense to me. Like, why did they do this? Well, every single religion seems to think that God lives in the sky. So wouldn't you just put pictures so God could see it? That's good though. You know, well done, pig. That's what I would do. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. So where else is good to go in Peru? Well, I'm glad you asked, because there's Cusco here, right, which is just an amazing place, and there's Sacsayhuaman or Sacsayhuaman. I like to say it's like Borat saying sexy woman. And just look at this. I mean, it is absolutely phenomenal. This stonework only really exists, this level of quality of stonework, which exists in Cusco, this town here, but also there you go. Right. Look at that stonework. See how each piece has actually been carved perfectly to fit in. There's no mortar. There's no mortar in these rocks. It's just an incredible job. Incredible job. And then there's more of that if you go up into the mountains. So Cusco is the place where you start if you're going to do the Inca Trail. And it's a 2 or 3 day hike up into 3 day hike. I think you arrive in the morning on the 3rd day. But Machu Picchu is just one of many sites that you can go and see, and it's mind blowing. It's mind blowing that they managed to do this. You know, see this Karatia Harem Bingham. Harem Bingham was the guy who found Machu Picchu, and yeah, we can zoom in here. You can see this amazing city right up in the mountains. You know, it's thousands of meters above sea level, and the fact they managed to make this is without any modern tools or anything like that is amazing. And then just the way that it's just such a dramatic sight, which I absolutely love, because you've got these amazing mountains here. Like, you got, oh, this is cool. You can walk around Machu Picchu. So I've climbed to the top. I've climbed to the top here. There's a shot of me shouting Pachamama, which is named the Earth Goddess, on top of this, on the top of there. But like, I mean, people go, "Oh, aliens must have done it." I'm like, no, they didn't. Like, piss off. Just like, no, they just put rocks together. Like, you don't go to Wales and go, "Oh, look, a slate village. Oh, the aliens must have done it." They just got rocks and put them together. It's fine. But yeah, it's a crazy place. And do you know what? I feel like because it's so familiar now to people, maybe they turn up and go, "Was that it?" But I still think it's really, really cool. So that's worth checking out if you go to Peru. I could picture you there. You get the train there, by the way. You don't have to walk. Although, yeah, walking will do you good. And then you got the capital Lima, which I wasn't particularly fond of. This is all right, I guess. Um, there's quite a good museum there. The History Channel will say it was aliens. Yeah, nah, it's aliens. Non-white people can build stuff as well. Um, mm, um, yeah, Peru's really interesting. It's mad that you got this. Sorry, I put it over too far. You got like this desert here, and then to the right you got all this greenery, and yeah, it really is just a wonderful place to visit. But you don't know. But didn't you know Graham's skin color chart from Family Guy helps you identify whether it's genius of engineering or aliens? Yeah. But yeah, come recommend Peru more. Honestly, it's all of South America, I think, is worth going to see. And I'm a bit miffed that Venezuela's, kind of not doing so well at the moment. But I don't think Ecuador's doing too well at the moment. But they're fantastic places. Um, so onwards, my friends, onwards and upwards. Let's see what the Lonely Planet said. To go see. Machu Picchu, Lake Titicaca. Yep, started there. Hiking in Cordillera Blanca. Inca Trail. Cusco. Colonial Arequipa. I've been there. Arequipa's a big city. There's a colonial part of it. There's NASCAR lines, which just showed you that's where the spider is and the falcon and things you have to see from above. Park National Manu, Sacred City, loads of stuff to see, loads of stuff. Next up, we got I was kind of joking when I said that I hadn't really spent much time in Panama because I totally have. But I haven't spent much time in the next place. Well, I haven't explored it as much as I would like to, and it's the Philippines. I've been here. I've been to Mindanao. This island here. So you got all these little islands. It looks like I think it always looks like a little old man with a funny haircut, and this is his walking stick here, and he's like tapping with his walking stick. He's like a little cartoon character. But yeah, Manila is up at the top here, and down here is Mindanao, which is the biggest island. I went to Zamboanga City, which was quite fun. I was there for a couple of days waiting for the ferry to take me back. So I had a couple of days in Zamboanga. Went to Davao City as well, which was okay, I guess. A bit scary, but okay. I also went to General Santos, which is here, General Santos City, which appears to be changing its name. I don't know, but this is no word of a lie, right? That's Mindanao, right? So again, divide and conquer. If you think about Brunei, it's Muslim. You think about Malaysia, it's Muslim. If you think about Indonesia, it's Muslim. This is Muslim. Kalimantan, this is Sulawesi, this is Muslim. And these islands here, the Sulu Islands, they're Muslim. People who live there are Muslim. And the people who live here in Mindanao are Muslim, majority. And the people who live in the Philippines up here, sorry, in the higher islands, like Luzon, this island here is called Luzon, they're mostly Christian, right? What do you expect is going to happen? In the same way that the north is Christian, although in Africa it's the north is Muslim and the south is Christian. Well, in this case, in the Philippines, the north is Christian and the south is Muslim, right? So the Sulu Islanders want their own separate state. They want their own separate sultanate, and but even more fun is Mindanao here, right? So the terrorist group called the Mindanao Islamic Liberation Front. Just let that settle for a moment. I swear I'm not making this up. The Mindanao Islamic Liberation Front. That's what they're called. So there must have been at some point a bombing, because they blow stuff up. I mean, they're proper terrorists, they're proper bona fide terrorists. There must have been a moment where something happened without warning, and the chief of police is talking to his deputy, and he says, "This is MILF, isn't it? It's got MILF's fingerprints all over it. God damn that MILF." What I think they should do is I think they should start a team of highly specialized operatives, right, who are trained to be like, the highest level, like an elite force. And I think they should call themselves like something cool, like a sort of predator animal. Do you know what I mean? Like, like wolves or like a leopard, or like, something that could pounce. Maybe it could be like the Cougar Squad. What do you reckon? And then you could have the Cougar Squad versus MILF. Cougar versus MILF. Come on. Is there anyone who wouldn't pay money to see that? Because I would. Anyway, moving on to the Philippines, as I'm supposed to do. Philippines. I just hit the microphone. Sorry about that. The Philippines is defined by its emerald rice field, teeming megacities, graffiti splashed jeepneys. I don't know how you say it. Jeepneys, I think. Smouldering volcanoes, bug-eyed tarsiers, fuzzy water buffalo, and smiling, happy-go-lucky people. The Philippines is a land apart from mainland Southeast Asia, not only geographically, but also spiritually and culturally. The country's overwhelming Catholicism, the result of 350 years of Spanish rule, is the most obvious enigma. Vestiges of Spanish era include exuberant town fiestas, unique Spanish-Filipino architecture, and centuries-old stone churches. Malls, fast food chains, and widespread spoken English betray the influence of Spanish-trained colonial success of the Americans. Yet, despite these outside influences, the country remains very much its own unique entity. The people are simply Filipinos, and proud of it, welcoming, warm, and relentlessly upbeat. It is they who captivate and ultimately ensnarl visitors. It's very true as well. A lot of the people I met on the boats traveling around the world were from the Philippines, and they were just lovely, the loveliest people that you'd ever hope to meet, really. Your voice sounds like RFK Jr. Oh, don't say that, Matt. Thank you very much for the super chat, like. But you know, he's been I don't know what that man's been doing. No, I've got a cold. My excuse, I'm sticking to it. Tagalog is in common usage. It may have been an amalgamation of different languages. Lol, took me a second to figure out the abbreviation. I'm not even kidding, that's the name of it. I think there's something about it in my Southeast Asia, because obviously I was going to Mindanao. I've been to Mindanao twice. And it was a quite a big thing at the time, because they'd recently attacked like a bus with like passengers on board. They'd done not, absolutely done nothing wrong. South Mindanao. One of the cool things about the Philippines is there's lots of boats going everywhere, so getting around is quite simple. There's always a boat. There's always a boat going everywhere, anywhere you want to go. Talking about the history of the Philippines, so it was a Spanish colony for 300 years, and then at the turn of the 20th century, the Americans took it over. And I swear to God, like I'm not being a twat about this, but there was a guy who was an officer on one of the boats who was on one of the ships, cargo ships, and he was Filipino, and he said, "I wish we were," he said, "If anyone was going to colonize our country, I wish it had been the British." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "Well, you got the best music. What do we get from the Spanish? Catholicism. What do we get from America? Guns." And I was like, I can't argue against that. Not that I'm endorsing colonization, because it was all bad. Annoys you when people try and justify it. Go, well, these places wouldn't have got railways if it wasn't for us going along and making them make their own railways. Are you definitely telling me this? Are you definitely telling me this? Because I have a feeling that the country of Japan has railways. Can't remember when we took them over. Oh no. Maybe it's a box text, because sometimes they do this with Lonely Planet. They have like a box text. And, it's like warning. The Philippine eagle was known as the monkey-eating eagle until the government officially changed its name in 1978. The Philippine eagle was known as the monkey-eating. That's really funny. Special rules, current events, Filipinos. Okay. Oh, thank you, Canal Fup. That is very kind of you. Men of weaker spirit would have needed stimulants. Keep going. Good luck, Graham. Thank you, Canal. That's very kind of you, Canal Fup there. I'm drinking coffee, to be fair. But yeah, I'm not big into taking medicines or worse. I'm trying to find this outside current events. Yeah, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm not crazy. I'm just gonna underline this. Oh, it's not called the Mindanao Islamic Immigration Front. It's called the Moro, Morro, Morro. Well, there you go. You learn something every day. So just this is just for the people who are looking at this from. Sorry, I just need to focus the thing. There you go. See, largest Muslim rebel group is the 12,000 strong Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF. I mean, did no one tell them? Like, I mean, that is on a level with Red Dwarf and the Committee for the Liberation and Integration of Terrifying Organisms and their Rehabilitation into Society. I mean, it is, isn't it? And it's not just me. I'm just like, this is, I mean, I know there's Tagalog. I know people speak Spanish there, but everyone speaks, a lot of people speak English. A lot of people speak English. The Philippines is some of the best food I've ever had. Some of the worst. So 3 things I ate in the Philippines. They should probably know about. Or drank, whatever. So I had there's a type of coffee that's been shat out by a civet cat. It's this type of rodent. I had that. It was alright. It just tastes like coffee. I don't know. I'm not a coffee connoisseur, but I had that when I was in the Philippines. But that's like a delicacy in the West. Wasn't terrible. Wasn't amazing. It's alright. And then I had what was the other thing I had? I had frogs, like deep fried frog's legs. Oh no, my live is disconnected. Oh, you bastard! Why would you do that? You know what? I think I'm going to make sure that when I start doing my shows in the morning in the future, I'm gonna go out on my hello. If you just started watching me on TikTok, I'm trying to set a Guinness World Record for the longest solo live stream, and so far I've got to 42 hours and 45 minutes. Unfortunately, my throat is going, but I'm doing what I can. So I had I think I mentioned this on the if you've watched the what's it called, the Guinness World Records podcast I did. So one of the things that I ate in the Philippines, it's absolutely rank, was called balut, and it's fertilized duck egg. It's so bad. It's like, what the hell? Are you kidding me? And it was just like, yeah, it's bad. Copy, luwak. That's the one. Yeah. Anyway, so I really recommend the Philippines. I think it's just great. It's a crazy place. It's colourful. It's loud. It's exciting. You know, it's not Paraguay. Paraguay's not loud. It's not colourful. It's not exciting. It's, you know, it's very, very different. Very, very different. Next up on the list is Pitcairn Island. I'm gonna go find Pitcairn. Should we find Pitcairn? Let's find Pitcairn together. That'd be nice. Right, so here's Pitcairn Island. No, that's Henderson Island. What are you talking about? This is Pitcairn. I love the way it gives the label on the wrong island. Is that to set people up so they fail? There's 2 islands in the Pitcairn Island chain, if you like. There you go. Adamstown, Christians came, Pulaski School. I don't know why the labels aren't the same on this map as they are on the Lonely Planet one, but Lonely Planet's got a better map. It's got silly names for places. Pitcairn Island. It's as the smallest territory in the world and one of the most remote destinations on Earth. Pitcairn Island feels both claustrophobic and wildly exhilarating. There's the Pitcairn Islands, the last British overseas territory in the Pacific, comprises 4 remote islands. Oh, it's 4 islands. I thought it was 3. Well, there you go. You learn something every day, don't you? Pitcairn Island itself, plus the uninhabited Henderson and Ducey. What's rarely mentioned about Pitcairn between the infamous Bounty story and the 2004 sex trial scandal is the place is that a place of incredible natural beauty. The island's 5 square kilometres is almost entirely sloped and has a varied landscape from desolate rock cliffs that look over an infinite expanse of tea. It looks out after an infinite expanse of tea. Sea to lush hillsides bursting with tropical plenty. The nearest inhabited islands to Pitcairn is Mangareva in French Polynesia, 480 or 38-hour boat ride, 480 kilometers or 38-hour boat ride away. Besides a few hundred cruise ship passengers per year, the only visitors are a few yachts, occasional groups of boat chartering birds, and a handful of intrepid tourists. The islanders do a busy trade, turning out curios for visiting ships, including woven pandanus models of the Bounty and wood carvings. Pots of local honey and Pitcairn Island stamps are other island must-haves. So one day I got to Pitcairn. I do like the idea of visiting there, but as Phone Box Chicken says, yeah, the incest island put kind of a bit of a thing to put you off. The population of Pitcairn is only 54. I'm endlessly fascinated by the story of the Bounty, and there's 3 books in the series. There's Meeting on the Bounty, and the second book is called Men Against the Sea, and that's the story of this sailing. Like, so I'll show you what they did. This is absolutely phenomenal, and this is also off the top of my head. I'm not sure if this is exactly right, but essentially French Polynesia here, right? So they're in Tahiti, which is Tahiti, isn't it? They're in Tahiti, and they spent 6 months there, right? And then they were out at sea. They're probably around sea or somewhere, let's say. And the mutineers kicked out the officers and Captain Bligh, the captain, onto like a launch, like a small boat that they use to go ashore, right? It's not even an emergency boat, it's a boat they use to go ashore. They didn't give them a sextant, didn't give them a compass, they had nothing. They had nothing to go with, no instrumentation, no maps. And just by reading the sky, Captain Bligh, and he may have been a monster to the men on the ship, but like, I will always respect someone if they're really, really good at their job, and this guy was really, really good at his job. Reverend Kathy, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Wow, still going. Wow, almost there. Keep going, you're amazing. Oh, that's so kind of you, thank you. I was just talking about Captain Bligh and this. Watch this, okay. So he made it by French Polynesia. I mean, this isn't exact. But he went past Tonga. He went near Fiji. He lost one of his men in Fiji. I don't think they came ashore to get some food or something, but he lost one of his men there. But they then kept going, right? And here's the thing, like, they kept going and 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 kept going. And they came into Kupang. That's where they came into. Mate, that's 764 kilometers. 9,764 kilometers in a boat designed to get you from your big boat onto the shore. I mean, there's a whole book about it. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I don't know if it was that close, but I mean, it was certainly, whichever way you cut it, it was thousands of miles that they had to navigate just by the stars, just by the sun, just by dead reckoning. Here's the thing: the third book, and the third book's called Pitcairn Island, and no one's ever made a film of this. So whenever they made a movie of Mutiny on the Bounty, there's been 3 main movies. There's been the one Clark Gable in the 1930s with Charles Lawton in it as playing Captain Bligh. There's the one from the 1950s. I think it was Trevor Howard who played Captain Bligh in that, and Marlon Brando played Fletcher Christian. And then there was a remake in the 1980s called The Bounty. So music by Vangelis. And I had Anthony Hopkins playing Bligh, and unfortunately Mel Gibson playing Fletcher Christian, and it was and all 3 of the stories they did tell the story of landing in Pitcairn. They told the story of the mutiny, the landing in Pitcairn. They showed the story of Bligh getting his men to safety. Apart from the guy who got taken in Fiji, got murdered in Fiji. He saved everyone's life. Well, I said it saved everyone's life in that launch. I don't know, they paddled, they must have a little sail or something. Just Jesus Christ. But no one's ever made the story of Pitcairn Island, which is incredible to me, because we're obsessed with like Big Brother and Survivor and all this kind of like adversarial reality TV bullshit, right? This is the story of how these mutineers, right, started living on this island, tried to live on this island. And these guys from like London or wherever, and they're from a city, as much of a city as you could have in the 1780s, I guess. But they went like farm boys, I don't think, and they've seen Tahiti. And they've got to survive on this island, and they wrecked the ship so they couldn't leave. Right, they wrecked the ship so they couldn't be found. And 10 years later, 10 years, it wasn't more than 10 years, when the British finally found where they were hiding. Do you know how many mutineers were left after 10 years? 1. All the rest were dead. They'd been murdered, they'd taken themselves out, had a horrible accident. I mean, that is a horror film. That is an absolute horror film. They must have been like stuck on an island with all these people that they hated. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Because don't forget, it wasn't just the mutineers who landed on the island. It was also, they had some male labourers that they'd taken from Tahiti. They also took some women from Tahiti as well. Kind of crazy. Okay, so next up we have, I'll tell you what we've got. We've got a couple of minutes until we are hitting the 43 hour mark. Quite good. Might go for a piss. Although I do usually leave it till it's like absolutely desperate. Was it just my internet or some packages dropped? No, I'm not getting anything dropped here. No, don't think so, my friend. I do not think so. Sorry, I'm sorry. Russell Cannon's been great, just chipping in saying that the Twitch is still working. Cool. On Twitch. That'll be Poland, Portugal, and Puerto Rico. Yeah, Poland's next. Should we go over to Poland then? I've actually touched the rudder of the Bounty. It's in the museum in what's it called? In Suva, the capital of Fiji. I've actually touched the rudder of the Bounty. Cool. You still okay for time on the stream? Yeah. What I'll do is I'll set my alarm to go off in an hour. Cross the streams, Egon. Where are we? So I'll get it to go off at 5. Yay! We're at 4. We're at 4. Yay. So if I get that to go off at 5, that'll be 5:30. Yeah, like if I forget in an hour, I've got a thing on my phone. It should say restart at 5 o'clock. So that's just happening in an hour. So I'll be like, yay! I'm on 44 hours. And then it'll be just a case of one more, 1.5 hours more. Sorry, 1 hour and 45 minutes more. So yeah, that'll be good. But I am gonna have to go, I think. So I'm gonna write down the time. Thank you for sticking with me. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. 04 01 45. Okay, friends. Oh, when that goes to 45, I'm gonna leg it upstairs. Oh my god, I can't believe I've been streaming for 43 hours. Through this throat, my lips are dead dry. Oh, I better go. Hello, 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 hello. Woo, right. Ooh, It's facts. Despite successes, internal dysfunction leads to total domination by three neighbouring empires: Russia, Austria, and Prussia, and subsequential partitions. By what? Reagan regain. Oh, thank you to Ryan Burke for the £10 super chat. That's really kind of you. I'm going to give you can we get a coffee? Yeah. Coffee. Woo! Hello there over in TikTok land. Hello over in Twitch land. And hello in YouTube land. You rock. Listen, I was just trying to tidy my desk up a little bit here. Getting into a little bit of a melodrama. I'm acutely aware that my voice is going and my throat is killing me. I can see why people don't do this every day. It'd be funny if we find out that, like, whenever I decide to stop this later, like, they'll say, the Guinness will get back to me. Well, actually, we found out there was a guy who did a live stream last week, and you know how long you went for? You went for 1 minute more. Wrong order. United Kingdom. Kingdom falling apart. That's how Bohemian, later Australia. Kingdom slowly but surely reunited, just in time because Mongols collapsed. Neighbouring Kievan Rus. You talking about Poland? Do you know what? I'm eating melon. It's so good. It's really cold. It's straight out of the fridge. Yeah. What's been going on in the news? Oh, someone's having a medical exam. Oh, well. That's fine. Do I have to say a certain amount of words per minute or something? Or it doesn't count? Yeah. This is so good. Yes, I am going to drink the melon water. So I'm talking about. Okay, Poland. Let's see how long I was out. So that's 30 seconds. 12, no, 11. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. Okay. That's not bad. I'm taking breaks. Took one just after midnight, and then didn't take another break for 4 hours. Wow. Yeah, it was a brief summary of Polish history in 4 messages. Okay, Poland, too long didn't read. Kingdom undited. Kingdom falling apart. That's how Bohemian later. Austria got Silesia. Kingdom slowly but surely united, just in time because Mongols collapsed neighbouring Kievan Rus. Poland and Lithuania pick up the remnants in modern Ukraine and Belarus, fighting amongst Muscovy, getting together in personal union, and later into single state, aristocratic republic versus Commonwealth. Okay, I'm having difficulty reading that. I think I'd have difficulty reading that if it just was on top of things. I'm not really knowing what's going on at the moment. But thanks. If you want to know what I'm supposed to be saying, you can look at Sfax's messages there. So thanks for that. Poland. Oh, hang on. We have to get the map to Poland. I don't want you to not know where I'm talking about. We'll spin around. Poland, one of the biggest countries in Europe, is there. Poland. It's lovely. Chic medieval hotspots like Krakow and Gdansk vie with energetic Warsaw for your urban attention. Outside the city's woods, rivers, lakes and hills beckon for some fresh air fun. Ooh, While large swathes of the country are flat, the southern border is lined with a chain of low-lying but lovely mountains that invite days, if not weeks, of splendid solitude. Well-marked hiking paths crisscross the country, taking you through dense forest, along broad rivers and through mountain passes. Much of the northeast is covered by interlinked lakes and waterways, ideal for kayaking and canoeing. Poland's roots go back to the turn of the first millennium, leaving 1,000 years of twists and turns and kings and castles to explore. World War II history buffs are well served. Tragically, Poland found itself in the middle of that epic fight and battles, and museums dedicated to its battles and to Poland's remarkable survival can be seen everywhere. I can't even read. My tongue is killing me. Phonebox Chicken, thank you very much for the £10 super chat. That's very kind of you. Tom Jones doesn't always use the Welsh equivalent of Fisherman's Friends for concerts. Don't know what they're called, but it works for him. So the Welsh equivalent. Don't know what they're called, but it works for him. The Welsh equivalent. Always use the Welsh equivalent of Fisherman's Friends for concerts. I need to suck a fisherman's friend. Definitely. Oh, hi, Mum. Jesus. Hi, Mum. Daybreak and Bird tweeting here. Keep going. Oh, thanks, Mum. I don't know, maybe Mum's very encouraging of my lunatic stuff that I do. Okay, so that's enough about Poland. Go to Krakow. Go to Gdansk. Go to Warsaw's palace, museums and palaces. All good. I love Poland. It's a great. It's a great country. I've had a lot of fun in Poland. I've been to Lublin, Warsaw, Gdansk. I've been to Krakow. Been to Poznan. Went to Poznan as a kid. When I was about 12 or something. That was really cool. You're still here. Let's move, please. Yes, I never go. Right, next up, we need to go to Portugal. Quick, over to Portugal. Woo! There's this. I think Portugal looks like the side of a beaker's face, from or maybe like an old Bart Simpson with the sort of the nose. Oh, where's your pointer? Like the nose here. Do you know what I mean? And the haircut, and then maybe like one of those big heads on Easter Island. Hello, Graham as well. Svax says, you're so supportive and encouraging. Don't give up. Portugal, medieval castles, cobblestone villages, captivating cities, and golden beaches. The Portugal experience can be many things. History, great food, and idyllic scenery are just the beginning. Celts, Romans, Visigoths, Moors, and Christians have left their mark on this Iberian nation. Here you can gaze upon 20,000-year-old stone carvings in the Vila Nova de Foscoa and watch the sunset over mysterious megaliths outside Evora, or lose yourself and the elaborate corridors of UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Tomar, Belam, or Alcobaça, or Bafalha. Outside the cities, Portugal's beauty unfolds in startling variety. You can go hiking amid the granite peaks of Parque Nacional de Penedagares, or take the pristine scenery and historic villages of Berdes. Over 600 kilometers of coast offers more places to soak up the splendor, gaze out over dramatic cliffs, surf stellar breaks, or laze peacefully on sandy islands floating in calm blue seas. You'll find dolphin watching in the Sado estuary, boating and kayaking along the Rio Guadana, and memorable walks and bike rides all across the country. Sounds fab. Sounds fab. So the Alfama top experiences, nightlife in Lisbon, Porto, Sintra. Look at that. That's just beautiful. Hang on a second. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh God, I don't want FIFA World Cup coming up. I get done for copyright. Next up, where are we going next? We are going to Puerto Rico. Yeah. Hello, Puerto Rico. Hello, Puerto Rico. There's Puerto Rico there. Puerto Rico. It's very rectangular, isn't it? So I'm going to sneeze again. Need yet another handy. Okay. Puerto Rico, Qatar, and Romania, unless I missed some. I don't think this would ever be easy, but I mean, it would be a lot easier if I didn't have a cold. Just saying. Okay, so where are we going next? Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Right. Centered by salty sea breezes, rimmed by sand, oh dear, coloured by swashbuckling history, and covered by tropical forests, this sun-washed medley of Spanish and American influences is a pleasure dome for pleasure seekers. Oh, sorry, paradise seekers. Golden sand, swashbuckling history, and widely diverse terrain make the sun-washed backyard of the United States fittingly hyped as the land of enchantment. It's the Caribbean's only island where you can catch a ride before breakfast, hike a rainforest after lunch, and race to the beat of the high-gloss cosmopolitan city after dark. Between blinking casinos and chirping frogs, Puerto Rico is also a land of dynamic contrast, where the breezy gate of the Caribbean is bedeviled by the hustle of contemporary America. While modern conveniences make it simple for travellers, the condo-lined concrete jungle might seem a bit too close to home. A quick visit to Puerto Rico's beaches, historic forts, and crab stables will quicken the visitor's pulse, but the island's singular essence only reveals itself to those who go deeper, exploring the misty crags of the central mountains and crumbling facades of the island's remote corners. It's a bit of a weird right up there. Puerto Rico, part of America. Pretty brought upon. They tell you to go to Old Juan, evocative old Juan. I feel like when I blew my nose, I ended up with some tissue on my stuck to my face. It feels like You know, when you feel like you got something stuck to your face. I feel like that. So I'm just going to check that I haven't actually got something stuck to my face. No, only a beard. Only a beard. Oh, mate. Oh, you're not supposed to go this long without sleep. Well, I've had half an hour sleep. Where are we now? Oh, 4:28. That's good. Ooh. So, yeah, Old San Juan is recommended, which I agree. Glorious beaches. I'm not a beach bum. I don't really care about the beaches. The San Juan Reservo El Faro. That's a nature reserve. That'll be worth checking out. Bioluminescent bays. I did that, right? And the thing is, right, I paid to go into this bioluminescent bay, but if I just get in the water in my island, I can have all the bioluminescence I want. But it was nice, you know. I got to do a little kayaking. Architectural gems, salsa, couldn't agree more. Next up, we've got to go back to the Middle East. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go disco. Let's go disco. Let's go disco. There's a lot of ocean. Oh, there's Cape Verde. Keep going. Keep going. You can do it. You can do it all across Africa. Yeah, you can do it. Way. Qatar. 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 Just over a decade ago, we labelled Qatar as one of the most boring places on earth. Now it's fast becoming one of the most exciting. If you say so. Doha is a world-class city in the making, with peerless museum of Islamic art, perhaps the finest traditional souk in the Gulf region, and burgeoning arts and culinary scenes. Qatar is the kind of place where you can learn about ancient pursuit of falconry or watch camels ridden by remote-controlled robot jockeys race across the desert, admire traditional dhows bobbing on the water alongside one of the world's most spectacular modern skylines, or sample Doha's portfolio of sophisticated restaurants, and then watch the sunset over sand dunes that seem to spring from an Arabian fairy tale. Put simply, Qatar is racing headlong into the future without losing sight of its past, and it's one pretty exciting ride. Okay, if you say so. At least Graham is not getting drunk and wanking like the other marathon streamers. Is that something that happens? Is that something that happens? Are you stopping dead on the time? Or are you going to smash it out the park and go for 50 hours? I'm just going to see how long I can stay awake. If it's really getting painful, I will pack in. Because Puerto Rico's population is a bit more than of Utah, it will get 3 to 4 reps in the Congress made 50th state. Yeah, it's not going to get made 51st state because the Republicans won't allow it. I forget about it. You know, like, if there's a disaster, they can't even get like medical help to direct from somewhere to Puerto Rico. It has to come into an American port first, and then it has to be put onto another ship, because only American flagged vessels are allowed into Puerto Rico. Absolutely bonkers. Phonebox Chicken, I've only been to Lisbon for a week for a Rammstein concert, but had a great time. That's good. The Falcons that they import from the UK. I don't know. Anyway, so I didn't have the best of times in Qatar, I gotta say. Not my cup of tea. Not my kettle of fish. Tell you what though, I do like the next country. Whoa, we're gonna go over here now. We're gonna go up, 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 up. Where are we going? Where are we going? I don't know where we're going. We're going this way. This way now. This way. Yeah. Yeah. How do you like them apples? Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing it this way. I'm just trying to be funny. Right. Oh, there he goes. Romania. Hello, Romania. Hello, Romania. 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 Okay. Rugged stone. Rugged. Jeez, the way I said that was sexy, wasn't it? Rugged. Oh, I'm going to have to ask my supervisor. Rugged stone churches and dazzling monasteries dot a pristine landscape of rocky mountains and rolling hills in Romania. Transylvanian towns have stepped out of line while vibrant Bucharest is all energy. Romania population 21.6 million. Transylvania, the land that gave us Dracula, has no shortage of jaw-dropping castles pitched precariously on rocky hilltops, along with fortified churches that date back half a millennium. In medieval towns such as Brasov, and Sibiu, cobbled walkways support chic street-side cafes while a cacophony of sounds emanating from student bars and clubs echo off the Gothic and Baroque facades in lively Cluj Napoca. The rocky peaks of Transylvania and Moldova call out for the conquering, and well-marked trails lead to summits in all directions. There are less adventurous but no less rewarding walks in other parts of the country. The vast Danube Delta makes a perfect backdrop for fishing, boating, and especially birdwatching in spring. In summer, the action moves to the Black Sea coast, but beach resorts fill up with swimmers, divers, sunbathers, and partiers. Cool. Okay. Next up is this fella. There you go. The fella that's not big enough. I'm not big enough. I need to be bigger. Why am I bigger? It's not fair. I'm gonna write to my MP and complain about the fact that I'm big enough. Do you know what? It's not like I think that is the reason why it doesn't let you do the outline sometimes when you type the name of the country in. It's if there's any part of the outline that is disputed. So obviously Russia has disputes with all of its neighbours because it's a lunatic. Russia, the world's largest country, which isn't large enough, offers it all from historic cities to idyllic countrysides to artistic riches, epic train rides, and vodka-fueled nightlife. Sounds awful. Whether you're a culture vulture in search of inspiration from great artists and writers or an adventure addict looking for new horizons to conquer, Russia amply delivers. Treading the footsteps of literary greats, including Tolstoy and Pushkin, in their country estates, arrange a ski holiday in Krasnaya Polyana, newly spruced up for the 2014 Sochi Winter Olympics, which they shouldn't have got. Go trekking in the Altai, or even climb an active volcano. The varied possibilities will make your head spin. Promise you it won't. If ancient walled fortresses, glitter in palaces, and swirly spired churches is what you're after, it's not. Focus on European Russia. European Russia, that's an oxymoron. Europe is a place of dignity and strength and compassion and friendship and decency. So I don't know what you're talking about, European Russia. Here, Moscow and St. Petersburg are the must-see destinations, twin repositories of eye-boggling national treasures, political energies, and contemporary creativity. Within easy reach of these cities are charming historical towns and villages where the vistas dotted with the onion domes and lined with gingerbread cottages measure up to the rural Russia of popular imagination. The rural Russia of popular imagination is like a gangster's mum all dressed in black with like, you know, a big nose and a big chin and a big wart on a big chin. And she comes and beats you to death with a stick because you looked at her funny or something. So yeah, Russia is the biggest country in the world, and therefore it can be safely ignored. From one of the biggest countries in the world to, well, the biggest country in the world, in fact, to one of the smallest. Oh, sorry about that. I just accidentally got the answer about Svalbard. I was asking a while ago. Yeah, look on flake. There you go, that's better. Okay, right. Now we go to Rwanda. I think Rwanda looks like if Burundi's a heart, but it might not be. Do you know what it could be? It could be like someone's face. Do you know what I mean? Like Rwanda could be the hair, and then these could be the ears sticking out, and then it could be like the eyes, and then the mouth. Like oh. Anyway, or it could be an ice cream cone. I don't know. It's Rwanda. Hello. Say hello to Rwanda. While the scars still run deep, Rwanda has done a remarkable job of healing its wounds and turning towards the future with a surprising measure of optimism. Mention Rwanda to anyone with a small measure of geopolitical conscience, and no doubt they'll recall the horrific genocide that brutalized the country in 1994. But since those dark days, a miraculous transformation has been wrought, and today the country is one of ethnic unity and relative political stability, and a newfound air of optimism pervades. Tourism is once again a key contributor to the economy, and the industry's brightest star is the chance to track rare mountain gorillas through bamboo forests in the shadow of the Virunga volcanoes. Of course, Le Pays des Mille Collines, the land of 1,000 hills, isn't all monkey business. Rwanda is a lush country of endless mountains and stunning scenery. The shores of Lake Kivu conceal some of Africa's best inland beaches, while Parc National Ngugi Forest protects extensive tracts of mountain rainforest. So there. That's what you need to know. Rwanda, would I recommend it? Yeah, I would actually. I really like Rwanda. I think it got. I don't like they got in charge. I think it just got a bit of a bad rap because obviously it's now forever associated with Suella Braverman and Priti Patel. Being dickheads, but you know, gotta take the rough with the smooth. Okay, next up we have another cup of coffee. We have Samoa. It should be all right. I've got 4 hours. I've got 4 hours to get through the rest of this. I can do that in 4 hours. Okay. I like zipping all over the world. So next up is Samoa. Samoa, which is like literally the side of the world. It's kind of cool. I hate the fact that it doesn't show you the international date line, because the international date line does this. Literally goes between Samoa and American Samoa. So American Samoa is yesterday, and Samoa is tomorrow. Right, I'm up, got coffee, had shower, ready for the train in a couple of hours. I'll get back for Rwanda. Samoa, not American Samoa. Serene but spirited, wild yet well manicured, hushed but birthed by volcanic explosions, stunning Samoa is paradisiacal paradox. Despite its intense natural beauty, all iridescent seas, jade jungles, and crystal waterfalls, this is a humble place devoid of mega resorts and flashy attractions, but with welcomes as warm as the island's sun. Geographically and culturally, this small nation is considered the heart of part of Polynesia. Though the missionaries of the 1800s were enormously influential, the country has nevertheless clung to Fa Samoa, the Samoan way, making it one of the most authentic and traditional of all Pacific societies. In some parts of the islands, you're more likely to see someone juggling fire than a house with walls. Despite its isolation, Samoa offers accessible adventures from relative ruckus of Apia to soul-stirring silence of Savali. You'll find a paradise that is safe, sweet, and easy to get around. Let's see what it's got. Top experiences to Sioux Ocean Trench. You've also got crap going on behind me. There's too much things. Go away. I don't want these things on my screen because I don't want to get done for copyright. They've got the Sioux Ocean Trench. They've got Manoa. They've got Dwarf's Cave. They've got Cape Mulunu. They've got Namunek Island. They've got beaches. They've got a mound. Check out the mound. Check out the mound. I'm just trying to remember the name of see where I would go is it doesn't mention it here in the Lonely Planet, which I think is sad. No. Dwarf's Cave. No. Okay, so what I would recommend if you're going to Samoa is to go to this place, Villa Valima. Where's Valima? Oh. Valima. This is where I'll go. Yay. Can I put my little man down there? Yay. This is where I would go if I was in charge. This is the Robert Louis Stevenson Museum in Samoa. This is his own old home where he lived. It was called Valimo. Was it? It's a museum in Samoa. It commemorates the life of Scottish author Robert Louis Stevenson. The museum displays a creative version of his residence as Stevenson lived in it. Its establishment was funded by overseas donors. Robert Louis Stevenson was born in Edinburgh but travelled widely. And in 1888, he and his family began a 3-year tour of the South Pacific, eventually settling in Samoa. In 1890, Stevenson purchased 314 acres of land and began to build a home here. And by 1891, his mansion, Villa Valima, was completed, named after the nearby village. The house had 5 bedrooms and a library, and it had the only working fireplace in Samoa. Art and furniture on display in the house included a nude by Rodin, given to Stevenson by the artist, a table clock gifted by Queen Victoria, and a piano. Stevenson was popular with the local community, who gave him the name Tusit Allah, or Teller of Tales. He was critical of colonial rule in Samoa and supported Samoan indigenous political interests. So Stevenson died in 1894 and was buried overlooking his home on Mount Valea. And there's a beautiful words on his where he was buried as well. This is what's written on Villa Valima. That person getting mugged. Do you reckon they're getting mugged? That's better. Get rid of those bloody tourists. Oh, thank you, Andrew Ray, for coffee and confetti. Awesome. Confetti. Sorry, what was I going to do? I had something planned in my head then. I was going to go there. Oh, I was going to read you the poem. So this is what's written. If you climb up the hill to his tomb, under the wide and starry sky, dig the grave and let me die. Glad I did live, and gladly die, and lay me down with a will. This be the verse you grave for me. Here he lies, where he longed to be. Home is the sailor, home from the sea, and the hunter home from the hill. And yeah, is when his wife died years later in California, her ashes were taken back to Samoa and buried beside her husband. And the bronze plaque for her bears her Samoan name, which is Aiolele, which means flying cloud in Samoan. When I went around Villa Valima here, the woman who took us on the tour, she was the most softly spoken. She's beautiful. She's very, very softly spoken and just so elegant, and just going around the house, you could just see how much reverence there was for this guy from the other side of the planet who didn't behave like all these knobheads, with all the money and the way that they talk to people who, they see as under them. He talked to the Samoans. Robert Louis Stevenson talked to the Samoans like they were his equals. He would tell them stories. He hung out with them. He pushed for their political ends. He didn't lord it over them or make fun of them. And I just find that very, very inspirational, and how we should be and how we should treat people. And here we are, like 130 years later, and I'm getting a tour around his old house by a Samoan woman who just has so much reverence for this guy, even that she never met, even to this day. So it's just really, really good. You will win, Graham. Unlocks your anime protagonist. It's just waiting to burst through the fog. Awesome. Next up, my friends, is gonna be San Marino. Well, if my voice wasn't fucked before. So San Marino, It's a mountain. It's a landlocked, surrounded by everyone else. It's surrounded by another country, landlocked mountain kingdom. Again, another one. We like these. We like the landlocked mountain kingdoms, don't we? This landlocked micronation offers spectacular views from its location atop Monte Titano, a dozen kilometers from the Adriatic coast. Of the world's 196 independent countries, San Marino is the fifth smallest and arguably the most curious. How it exists at all is something of an enigma. A sole survivor of Italy's once powerful city-state network, it clung on after the more powerful kingdoms of Genoa and Venice folded. And still it clings, secured its status as the world's oldest surviving sovereign state, and it's its oldest republic since 301 AD. Measuring 61 square kilometers, the country is larger than many outsiders imagine, but being made up of 9 municipalities, each hosting their own settlement. The largest town is Dogana, a place 99.9% of the 2 million annual visitors skip on their way through to the Città di San Marino, the medieval settlement on the slopes of the 750-meter high Monte Titano that was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 2008. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Woo, 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 woo. Right, we got to crack on now because you can't be muckadoodling. We've only got 4 hours left. Shit. Only got 4 hours left, my friends. Can I last another 4 hours? I don't know. What if I fall asleep? What if I fall asleep at like 45 hours and 45 minutes? Now and that. If I can go for another hour and if I can go for another 2 hours, then I think we're sorted. But I do need to keep going because I have taken breaks. And I don't think they're going to count. So you took a break, you walked away. Well, I had to get loud, didn't I? I had to go and get me some melon. Right, where are we going? Sao Tome and Principe. Oh, cool. Let's go there. Let's go there. There it is. Sao Tome and Principe. Principe's up here. Where's Principe? There it is. Principe. That'll be Principe. So, I know you want to know how I got there. I was in Libreville. You can't see that. I was in Libreville, in Gabon. And I went there on a yacht. And then came back. But the thing is, I went over there on like a sailboat. So it was more like it's more like that. Now, if you believe that you piss Neptune off every time you cross the equator without placating him, I think on that particular journey, I crossed we crossed the equator dozens and dozens of times. So yeah, probably not the best of ideas. So Sao Tome, it's a little island that used to be Portuguese, off the coast of Equatorial Guinea and Gabon. It's these 2 islands, clearly. Sao Tome and Principe. I think it's San Tome because I think because of the cedilla on the A, you pronounce it as like sort of nose. Floating in the Gulf of Guinea, this 2-island nation, Africa's second smallest, blends natural wonders with a gripping history. Once a vast network of plantations and a centre of global cocoa production, Sao Tome and Principe suffered an economic collapse since independence from Portugal in 1975. In the countryside, squatters inhabit the once great mansions in the capital. Historic colonial buildings slowly decay in broken streets. Nevertheless, the country remains amazingly safe and welcoming to visitors. particularly eco-tourists for whom the advancing jungle is a delight. It's particularly true on tidy and unspoiled Principe, an island of just 7,000 people. A canopy of green broken by spires of primordial rock. Principe is a magnificent lost world, offering fantastic beaches, jungle exploration, snorkeling, fishing, bird watching, and a handful of interesting accommodation with minimum tourist pressure. While both hands have their natural rewards, Principe should not be missed. Okay, right. I did like Sao Tome. I know the people there were really lovely, very lovely people. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I need the loo again. I think I've done that a bit too quick. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. No. Don't use that one. Bad juju. Where are we? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Oh, I've snoozed on there. We now have just, we've done 44 hours of streaming. 44 hours, peeps. Just we can stay awake for another hour and 45 minutes. That should be enough, but anything more than that might be a bonus. It's the only way to be sure. Whee. Hello. Oh my god. Complete aside, but I dragged my telescope out last night and look at Jupiter in the night sky app for the first time in years. Whereas with all the satellites and used rockets, it's Elon Musk, and he wants to ruin everything you enjoy. He wants to destroy. Sun to me, and Principe. Oh, right. So where am I? Dun 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 dun. So another country I'm not entirely keen on. Next, Sao Tome's alright, but then we'll go over here, and then Saudi Arabia. Hello, Saudi Arabia. What are you up to, Saudi Arabia? I'm angry all your grumpy all the time. I'm telling everyone what to do and how to live their lives. Well, I'm giving money to organisations to leave other countries like democracies, and I'm doing this thing where I give money to these like dickheads down in tough countries, and I tell them to say, you know what, this climate change thing is a joke. It's not real. Thanks, Saudi Arabia. Anyway, Saudi Arabia, the birthplace and spiritual home of Islam. Saudi Arabia is as rich in attractions as it is in stirring symbolism. It also has one of the most difficult. It is also one of the most difficult places on earth to visit. Yeah, why would you bother? For those who do get in, Rock Hume Maiden Salah is Arabia's greatest treasure. It's evocative tombs and a sublime desert setting. Other wonders abound, from the echoes of T. Lawrence along the Hijaz Railway and the mud brick ruins of Diyala. Fascinating Riyadh is a showpiece for modern Saudi Arabia. Jeddah blends ancient and modern and has the enchanting old city made of coral, while the Red Sea has world-class diving with almost 2,000 petroglyph or rock art sites. Saudi Arabia is one of the richest open-air museums in the world, and for Muslim travellers, Mecca and Medina represent the most sacred destinations you could imagine. There are a few places left that can be said to represent the last frontier of tourism. Whether you're an expat or a pilgrim, Saudi Arabia is one of them. I know they're trying to get like tourists to go there now, but I mean, your mileage may vary. That's all I'm saying. Listen, I'm gonna wrap up the stream now because this is 11 hours and 32 minutes, so I don't want it not saving. So I'm gonna stop this, and I'm gonna come back in about 2 minutes time, and we will. Well, no, maybe 5 minutes. I'm gonna just and then we will start again on another stream. Yeah. Okay. See you in a mo. See you in a mo. Awesome people. Thank you for watching so far. I think you're great. Bye.